and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly, the Notorious one, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than Hollywood CGA and EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third.
Your third leg was just
Greg.
phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the ecclesiastical Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the after pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolatey Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me CGA. See God, Allah, and I be the benevolent monarch, the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Malo Papi is here. Don Gregorio is in the building. Papacito is here. We got some great shows lined up for you today, and today is Tuesday. Get you a gordita today. Get you a gordita. All right, shout out to you, man. Today, we got a great show for you lined up today. We're going to have some fun. How to unlock the inner secrets, the tragic, traumatic secrets that some women hold away from you. You goofy ass niggas.
And that's you.
Until it's too late. How to unlock those magical secrets and save your life when you're talking about dating and vetting. The Bruce Wayne method. How to unlock a woman's secret past before you commit to her long term. We're going to give you some dirty details and some secrets on how to create a safe space so women can inform you how much of a skeezer they were back in the day. All right. And all of their special friends. We got that coming up as the main event. We also, if we got a little bit of time today.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
All right. If we have a little bit of time, we have a content creator who goes by Yamin Sanders. All right, Yamin Sanders wants us to talk about generational Z and millennial dating. What the problem is, he identifies 5 problems of millennial, zennial, young millennial, and Generation Z dating and how it can be fixed. Yamin Sanders got solutions around here, and we're going to also take a look at a South Carolina shit show police department that will make the Tennessee Police Department in Murfreesboro blush. All right, we have an entire basically a concubines and one male stallion running the entire police department over there. We talked about police officers, female police officers, and military. All right, this is going to back everything up. We potentially have billionaire Bill Ackman, all right, giving generational dating advice now. All right, everybody's giving dating advice now as they see the treacherous territories of what dating, relationships, and marriage and the birth rate has turned to. Now, financial guru Billionaire trust fund, hedge fund manager, Bill Ackman giving relationship advice. All right, goodness gracious. All right, we are trying to get look, we're trying to get people out here. They're trying to do everything they can to subvert the Notorious CGA. They're like, we need everybody. We need everybody's help. We need to solve the problem. We need solutions. All right, that caveman Neanderthal guy whose careers is going up in flames. All right, everybody's discovering that he's a fraud. All right, but he over there, man. They're like, CGA ain't nobody's listening to that Neanderthal either, ecclesiastically. So Bill Ackman is coming out with some relationship advice. We have President Donald Trump back on today's show.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
Yes.
Are you the greatest? You know what I'm
President
talking about?
Donald Trump possibly delaying the Epstein file releasing, so much so that the Congress is now voting today. Today, they're going to vote whether they're going to release the Epstein files, and it's not looking good. All right, it's not looking good for the people who wants to be protected. The Epstein files probably going to Congress today. It's certainly going to Congress today. They're going to vote to release all of the files, redacted. All right, Donald Trump could have released them himself, but he didn't. All right, he could have done it by himself with the stroke of a pen, but he said, I don't think so. All right. And then now they're going to vote for it, and certainly is going to pass. So we're going to probably see what goes on here. Listen, my hopes are not high. You know, I've seen these things happen before, and by the time the files are released, a lot of redacted. All right, but he's gonna sign off on it. But he could have did it himself. All right, he could have did it himself, but he was like, nope. All right, and now they're going to go ahead and vote for it. It's going to go through the Congress, the House of Representatives, the Senate, and then votes. Trump's going to sign off of it. Now we're going to know, all right, who out here been in these streets? All right.
In these streets.
All right, Bill and Hillary Clinton, all right, shaking in their boots. Donald Trump shaking in his boots. We know he visited the Epstein house. We know he was cool with Epstein for a moment, and he knew he was in them streets.
In these streets.
All right, Donald Trump knew he was in them streets. All right, so Trump's name's going to be all over it. So is Bill Clinton, Bill Jefferson, and a whole bunch of people.
In these streets.
All right. All right. Anyway, it's going to be crazy here. We're going to see the downfall of many, many people here because a lot of them wanted to have teenage lovers. And we're not making light of the situation here, but there was, the victims are speaking out today. They're out there at the Congress, the House of Representatives. They're out there speaking out. The victims are speaking out. It's going to be a really, really interesting day here in our American history as we're going to learn what happens here. Now, I know one thing. I better not be in them goddamn files. Listen, okay? All right. I know I better not be in them files. I mean, look, if it was 2025, well, I'm not going to say. Listen, I'm just going to say, like, if they were doing, never mind. I'm gonna listen. Sometimes I talk too much on the internet. All right, but listen, if they were, never mind. I'm not in the files. All right, I'm just now. If they were doing that, never mind. I'm gonna just leave it alone. All right, I'm gonna still be able to. I know I'm not in the files because in the 1990s and the 2000s, I wasn't there. All right, but if they were doing it today, never mind. Let me stop. All right, I'm still Donald Trump's favorite.
Look at my African American over here.
All right,
look
anyway,
at him. Are you the greatest?
All right,
you know what I'm talking about.
But if I am in there, it's the New World Order put me in there. I'm gonna tell you. New World Order. All right, if the New World Order put me in there, if I'm in those files today, this was gonna be a problem. I'm gonna tell you, it's a takedown. All right, and I did not want to delete myself. All right, when I went into prison, if I did, I'm not a pedophile. All right, Anyway, this is a crazy show already. It's already off the rails. We have an update on Fuck You Boss Up, the YNs potentially pivoting. All right. CGA hit y'all with the pivot out here, boy. But news has it. My son put me up on this. Shout out to my son. All right. Brooklyn is in the house. And shout out to everybody at the University of, shout out to y'all at the University of Oregon. All right. Shout out to everybody on 7th floor. Okay, and our DJ friend out there. And shout out to PG, Mr. Grover's in the building. Shout out to everybody. All right, check this out. Our DJ on the 7th floor. But apparently the YNs are pivoting. All right, what is going on, man? It is really a new world order going on here. The YNs are growing up. All right, did you guys hear this? We're going to report this on Fuck You Boss Up. Are the YNs bossing up? All right, man, boy, I mean, where happens to the Pookie Shiesty mask? Hey, man, everybody has his cycle. Everything has its cycle. The YNs are bossing up. All right, man, I'm going to tell you, man, I love to see it.
You better boss up, nigga.
I love to see it. All right. All right. And we're going to talk about this. The YNs are going back to the store. They're putting Bloomingdale's out. All right. They're selling out Bloomingdale's recently, the YNs. All right. My son's even asking me to raid my closet. I'm like, what? All right. My son wants to raid my closet. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, can I have some quarter zips? I'm like, what are we doing? What is quarter? I got a bunch of quarter zips. I don't even wear them no more. All right. They're out of style. So the YNs are bossing up. We're going to talk about that. And we have Ray J putting down his submissive girlfriend all on Al Gore's internet. We got that and much, much more. But to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA. That's on the Cash App, Venmo. Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal. PayPal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that's near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel.
New world order.
The Raiders laid an egg. They covered their under, though. Shout out to everybody. All right. They're covered the under for me, so I made some money on the Raiders. Raiders are terrible. Shout out to the Dallas Cowboys. You guys had some polite fans at the stadium. All right. You guys were very polite. The Bears fans, not so polite. Bears fans are assholes. All right. But, and the Raiders fans are assholes. Yes. When we win, we rub it in your face. But the Cowboys team, very polite Jerry Jones, quarter zip wearing ass niggas. All right. All the women look the same. Them Texas women, them Texas old broads. All right. Them bitches all look the same. All right. Anyway. All right. All them white boys, all them uppity white boys. Yeah, man. All right. They look the same. You know, all the white guys over 40, they all kind of look the same, act the same, and all that shit. Yeah. Wine and cheese fans. Wine and cheese crowds. Oh, we're winning. Oh, ass niggas. Except for the Mexican cowboy fans. You know what I mean? The Mexican cowboy fans. Not so much. All right. The Mexican cowboy fans look like gangbangers. They, you know, big oversized football jersey. The Mexican cowboy fans, not even from Dallas. All right. They're from Oxnard. And they came down. By the way, the Cowboys used to practice out in Oxnard. All right. So, yeah, there's that. All right. So all the Mexican people from Ventura and Oxnard came down in their Dallas Cowboy hat shit. All right, because Vegas is closer. So shout out to the Mexican, the Essays, the Vatos. All right, all the Colonials, Project Mexicans. All right, shout out to them. All right, they came in with their oversized baseball cap, their oversized football jersey. All right, yeah, Nike Cortezes and shit on, you know, looking like a gang. But the Raider fans look like that either. They look like that too, so it doesn't matter. All right, we all in the same gang. All right, anyway, man, good times at the stadium. It was a shitty game for us, but, you know. And I hear Shedeur Sanders is going to make his debut against the Raiders. How about setting him up for success? All right, Shedeur Sanders, all right, going to be the starting quarterback after starting, what, fourth string for the Cleveland Browns? And he's going to be debuting for the Cleveland Browns, starting quarterback. Let's see how he does. Everybody's been waiting for this day. I wish him nothing but success. I like the Sanders family. And, you know, it's going to be an easy pickings. He's starting against the Raiders. All right. That's going to should be setting him up for success. Shout out to Sean Christopher at the game, too. I met a couple of other Coach Gang brotherhood people there, too, at the game. So shout out to you if I bumped into you at the game. All right. Well, our O-line is terrible, too. And, boy, is that quarterback having a tough time. Geno Smith. He's having a tough time. All right. Shout out to our brother here. Todd C says that kid Akash, all right, is the same. Wait. No, I'll just say the white savior we need, Andrew Wilson. Shout out to Todd C. Shout out to Chad S. He said food. Shout out to you. Yummy. Shout out to our brother Joshua Moon says, you know, this is going to be a masterclass. We're going to teach men the things that they need to look out to. This is going to be a masterclass for sure. We definitely want men to actually be understanding of what they're getting into, because men can be highly manipulated into getting into these relationships and with information left out. NGN, say, okay, I got you already. Shout out to NGN, Coachellini, based on the way that the U.S. is going. Do you think that the future of the U.S. will become poor like Venezuela, Brazil, and socialist communists like Europe? Why do normies expect other people like you to care about saving society instead of just yourself? I wonder that too. All right, how do you save us? I'm not saving you. You don't want to be saved, as they say. But do I see the U.S. becoming poor like Venezuela and Brazil? Well, I mean, we already have poverty similar to that. We have the richest, poorest people in the world. But comparatively, since they are the richest, poor people, still the wealth gap is tremendously high. Thus, it doesn't matter if we have the richest, poor people. Venezuela, I mean, we do have areas that could probably resemble favelas in Brazil. Not that poor, but yeah. But if you've ever been to the favelas, if you ever been to I can't remember what it is, the Comida 13 over in Colombia, and if you've ever been to these areas, this is extreme poverty. This is poverty to another level. But like I said, I'm not hanging out in impoverished areas in the United States very much. I try to avoid them. I don't know why I do it. Go over to Brazil and go to favelas, because I wouldn't go to a favela in the United States. But with that being said, there's some nice poor people over there. All right. But yeah, we got rich bums over here. All right. That very much has the social services. Shout out to the people. Do you guys believe in social services? All right. I'm kind of torn with social services because, you know, it's the taxpayers' duty to pay Caesar his money. And then what happens is the social services are there to take the taxpayers' money to help people who are with less. Right. And it's always sometimes children, elderly people, and thus, but sometimes there's some working age, or people that have the ability to work their way out of it. They just need to kind of shift their mind. It's a tough situation. You know, I'm not a complete asshole. All right. But social services seems to be an enabler. All right. Than it is to be get people on their feet, because people will figure out how to finesse the social services. It's a very tough conversation to have, but social services, people don't realize it really does keep people from being completely hungry and starving. And Venezuela and Brazil, they don't have any of that. Okay, they don't have any of that. So the poverty level will be extremely poor, and I don't think we'll ever get to that level as long as we have social service. Ken Rose says, greetings, CGA. My apologies for last week's super chat regarding Charlie Kirk. I misinterpreted what you said. Big ups and blessing. Shout out to you. No need to apologize. Don't be sorry for 2004. Sombrero says, I found out my mom had a secret past, and my dad, well, he was a simp. A simp for his 3 kids. He sacrificed everything for the family during his death. Even when she was bedridden, he was there cleaning her up. When she died in 23, he died 6 months later. I don't want to be like that ever. Wow. Yeah, man, those days are gone. You know what I mean? Like, those days are gone. It still exists. There's still people around like that. But if you take the people that are 35 and below, those days are gone, where you grew old together and, you know, you were a simp for that woman and you cleaned her up and you could take care of them. And then all of a sudden, when they die, you die. Those days are gone. All right. Anybody disagree with that? New world order. Rest in peace to your mom and dad, G Sombrero. All right. But those days are gone. I don't think we can look forward to generations doing that. All right. We know that's gone, which means, in effect, you know, the old tradition is gone. Rest in peace to your mom and your madre and your padre. Yeah. Shout out to our brother NGN, Andrew Ifson, Akash, and Joe Budden. We'll probably all get along great. All of them are jellyback, spineless, cocked men, ranging, I think you meant cuck men, ranging from Andrew marrying Chad's leftovers to Joe liking other men banging his girl. What say you? Hashtag the shield. We're undressing, pause, a lot of weak men out here. All right, there's a lot of weak dudes out here that will do anything for the almighty punani. Punani is a powerful thing. Punani is a powerful thing. And I know the red pill space has done a lot to try to minimize the importance of the punani, but punani runs the world. Money and punani. And men will do just about any despicable act, right, to lower themselves to do things for the almighty punani. Some men just don't have the strength. They don't have the stomach or the strength. They do the wildest shit. Like, you know, I mean, it couldn't be me. I'm not that hooked on punani where I'll just sacrifice my soul and all my dignity and pride for punani. All right. I don't see women like that. I see women as ability. Now, if a woman wants to get under, you know, under my wing, okay, then yes. All right. But she ain't gonna be the only one, because I'm gonna be out. The thing about me is I'm non-monogamous. So I'm gonna be out here like punani don't have a grip on my life, but I'm just gonna bang a lot of punani. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna settle down with one punani. Okay, not me. I don't see it. Like, I don't see it. I don't see, like, I just see women getting in the way of punani with me. Right? When they get in there and they be like, I want to be with you. I want to do so forth and so on. I don't care if this woman got the magic park carpet punani ride. I'm gonna be like, yeah, that was nice and all. All right, but more punani for me. All right, I got to have more punani. I mean, this. All right, what's the best punani? More, another punani. Just because. I mean, listen, I got to have some more. Are you not gonna restrict me? I'm not gonna be like living 30 years going, all right, this will be the last punani I'll ever have. That's just me, though. All right, variety is the spice of life, and it's a very big responsibility. Handle it with care and responsibility. Do not be reckless out here, because it's a dangerous thing. Punani is very dangerous, but it don't have a grip. Somebody said the next is best. The Black Bubba said the next is best. All right, that's the next best punani. There's no punani that's gonna have a grip on my life. Like, okay, I'm gonna do everything for you in the world because yes, no. And a young piece of punani is the best. The next youngest piece, I mean, which legally young, age just right. All right, and don't fault me for this, man. Just because you guys are scared and you guys see me as a degenerate. What's the next degeneracy? I'm not a degenerate. I'm a responsible guy. I take care of my punanis. All right, ask the ladies in here. There's some ladies in here watching me. They're part of the punani gang, the meow gang. They know I take care of the punani. I don't be out there just using and abusing it. All right, I treat it well. Ask them. Third leg. Ask the ladies out here.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
I do it well. You know, I don't be out there just using and abusing. All right, and we know all what we like here. We know what we like.
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute.
Now, here's the other thing about it. How do y'all stay with one race of punani? That is beyond me. Y'all be like, I only can have black punani. I'm like, nah. All right, I don't know how you got through life only with black women. All right, like, I don't understand, because y'all black, most of the people are melanated in here. Half my crowd is. How do y'all only mess with only one race of punani? That's crazy to me. That's one race of punani. Oh, I mean, now that's more egregious than anything. No, man, I gotta have.
Where the white women at?
I gotta have all races. All right.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right. I gotta have all races. I can't not be stuck with one race of punani. All right. That is despicable to me. When I hear that, I be like, what? Like, I gotta have them in different languages. I gotta have them, saying, when you're with different races of women, they even get their voice of pleasure is different. Right? Their voice of pleasure is different. They're saying different things to you. You know what I mean? Like, I cannot just be with one race of punani. Like, that is crazy to me. That is the craziest shit. I gotta have them with a strong Slavic accent. I gotta have them with the oochie ouchie Asian shit going on. I got to have the ooh see papi papacito. I gotta have them saying that shit. I gotta have black women jumping up me, jumping up and down on my shit like a pogo stick and a gorilla. I gotta have all that shit. I gotta have the oochie ouch. I gotta have all of it. All right, I'm not just gonna stay with one race of punani. That is crazy to me. If you're one of these guys, I don't know what you're doing in life. You're missing out bad. Yep. You missing out bad in the world. All right, anyway, there's some dude out here missing out bad. David ESQ. Hey, Coach Alini, it sounds like the wine and cheese crowd from AT&T Stadium traveled to Las Vegas. He says, what was the ratio of Cowboy to Raiders fans? Go Cowgirls, he said. I would say it was 60-40. I thought it would be more. Might have been 65-35. I thought it would be way more. The Raiders are terrible, already, so they lose fan bases for fickle Las Vegas fans. And but like I said, they didn't take over the stadium. Now, most teams take over the stadium. Pittsburgh Steelers, the Green Bay Packers, the San Francisco 49ers, and the Kansas City Chiefs, they take over the stadium. It's basically a home game. It's like 85%. Okay, they take over the stadium. I thought the Cowboys fans would take over the stadium. They didn't. The wine and cheese, the muckety mucks, the uppity ups, the finger up niggies. All right. All right. They take over the stadium. I left at the beginning of the third quarter. All right. When they threw that touchdown, was that the beginning of the third quarter? All right. As soon as I saw that shit, I was like, all right. But I had the under. All right. And boy, did they hit the number. Boy, Vegas is credible. All right. The under was 49. All right. And I had it at 49.5. Thank God, because it was 49 right on the nose. I had the number. All right. So shout out to us. We won. All right. I doubled up. So yeah, it was a shit show. So I was trying to, even when I left, I was just worried about the final score. Shout out to us for hitting the under. All right. But the point was it was 49 originally, but I got it at 49.5. And I left at the beginning of the third quarter. As soon as they got that touchdown, the Cowboys to go up, I was out of there. I was like, that's enough of this shit. All right, going home. And then I took my nice thick, pog home. It was time to clap some cheeks and edit some videos. Anyway, enough about this. The show is off the rails already. So we got to get to the warm-up here. It is Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got Straggle shit going on already. All right, let's get to it.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's go. Let's light up the scoreboard. Not like the Raiders. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. When people say, these sex dolls are going to save men and AI robots are going to save men, I often say, bro, that's not the case. Men are still going to fumble the bag in a major way because they just don't have social skills. A lot of men are midgets. So we got a guy here with some AI girlfriend. All right, we're going to take you to it. And yes, it's getting bad out here. All right. This man lives in Florida. Reveal what life is like living with a virtual reality girlfriend. All right, here we go.
Oh, the humanity.
And he still ain't holding frame. All right, the girl's still bitching him out. Here we go.
What's up, honey?
Hey.
How's the meat?
Carne asada.
Num num nums.
What are you doing?
Putting lime on the meat.
You're just wasting limes. You're supposed to put the limes on your finished tacos.
I'm pretty sure I've seen El Pollo Loco commercials where they're using lime on the meat while it's on the grill.
Why would you squeeze limes on a hot grill? It just evaporates.
Okay, so it's just a myth, huh? It's Mexican folklore that you use lime on carne asada while it's on the grill? That's not a thing?
No, that's not a thing.
They literally have lime on the packaging.
And is the meat on a grill?
It's not it is cooked already, but they're bad. Fine. I'm putting lime on my part of the meat, and yours won't have any lime. You'll just have bland carne asada.
I will add the lime to my finished tacos.
Well, fine. You do it however you want. I'm gonna watch baseball.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay. I told you, man. I mean, even when it comes down to it,
you can't win.
All right, it still comes down to it. Y'all some bitch ass niggas. All right. You're a bitch ass nigga. All right. You're not ready for female companionship. All right. This is he already going to jail for domestic violence on his AI. What is it? AR? Artificial intelligence. What do they call this shit? All right. They call it virtual reality. The VR girlfriend. He can't even hold frame against the VR girlfriend. Give him an L. All right. The reality is men are some bitch ass niggas when it comes to relationships. All right. And look at him. Goofy ass. Look at this nigga. Look at him. I mean, he ain't got no lineup. He didn't even shave. Neck beard is all showing and shit. Recessed chin. All right. Even that virtual reality girlfriend know he a bitch ass nigga. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at your living, bro. All right. He need to boss up. That's why I told you these men are going to be failures when it comes to this. All right. His AR girlfriend, I keep saying AR. His VR girlfriend don't even respect him. Yep. So it ain't going to be, your robot's going to do the same thing. Call you a bitch ass nigga too. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a nasty boy in the building. How about people with cerebral palsy? Do you only guys know any people with cerebral or cerebral palsy? Cerebral palsy. All right. Do you know any people? I actually went to school with a guy. Well, I guess I went to school with him. He was a volunteer for our basketball team, and he had cerebral palsy. He had a very minor case of it, but you can only see it when you actually got to know him, and then you can see his quirks and you can see his minor issues. But these are cool people. And apparently, you know, they function very well. There's nothing wrong with them mentally. It's just a physical issue where their motor skills are inhibited. It could be very mild or it could be major. All right, it could be major, but nothing's wrong with them upstairs. They just have a little bit of an issue with their motor skills. All right, so if you know that it's full go. They're full go. They can just do everything. There's not a retardation of mental skills. All right, but what happens is people don't realize that, and you might treat them like they're disabled or unable to do things, and sometimes they want to be able to do things. All right, with that being said, we got some nasty boys in the building. Apparently, we have a woman here with a major case of cerebral palsy, saying she wants to get it on. She says she's a freak until the dawn. All right, let's go ahead and report back to what we got over here. We got the volume ready to go. Here we go.
If you've cracked a disabled person, I just wanted to say thank you for your contribution to our community. And as a reminder, I may have cerebral palsy, but my primary diagnosis has always been freak. I may have brain damage, but my head game is still top tier.
Oh no.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh no. Okay. Who going? Oh no. Who going?
What the hell? Oh my God. No way.
She said, I might have brain damage, but my head game is top tier. You know some nasty niggas is going.
Oh, that's nasty.
In fact, she probably got an OnlyFans detected. Oh, man, she probably can get to that clip very good with that hand. Oh, my goodness. This some that.
Oh, that's nasty.
Oh, you know some niggas is going. Oh, there you go. Look, oh, no. There he is. He thinking about it. Nasty boys.
Oh, that's nasty.
He looked like the top. He got titties and shit. You know he going.
Oh, that's nasty.
All right. Press a 1 in the chat if you nasty niggas is going. All right. You boys are not. Shout out to Dominic. You guys are nasty out here, man.
Person, I just wanted to say thank you for your contribution to our community. And as a reminder, I may have cerebral palsy, but my primary diagnosis has always been freak. I may have brain damage, but my head game is still top tier.
Oh my goodness, this is a disgrace out here, man. And hoes come in all forms out here. I'm gonna tell you, man.
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now wait a minute.
So hoes come in all forms, even physically disabled. All right, you can go and get you some. And she said, "Come on through." And dudes, I know y'all thinking about it, man. We live in an evil world out here. It's an evil world out here, man. Stop it.
It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world. Even she out here want to be a freak until the dawn. All right, speaking of freak leaks out here, anybody been to the AMPM over there in Atlanta? All right, we think it's Atlanta. All right, apparently y'all can meet you a little something down there, and she can get you a gummy. This woman says she can fix your meat down at the AMPM for a cool $40. Let's hear it.
I hear what you said again. I said, I'm so tight, you'll be done in less than 5 minutes. When I give you a head, I lick and rub your balls. I've been told 1,000 times I give the best head they've ever had in their entire life.
Damn.
Yeah.
I ain't got no house.
Oh, sorry. I just thought, get that out.
Oh,
what the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
She said she's been told she gives the best head game in the county. And look at that. No teeth is in there. No teeth, man. I don't know. I ain't never had a gummy. I ain't never had a gummy. All right, but look at Meemaw out there slanging punani meat. It's tough out here. The elderly out here slanging punani meat. All right, and looking for a YN out here, man. I told you times are bad. I told you times are bad out here, and she ain't got no shame in her game. Somebody called her Popeye. Oh no. All right, I'm strong to the finish when I eats me spinach. All right, goodness gracious. All right, man, she's strong to the finish with it. She said, I got that gut. Pause. All right, here we go.
I said, I'm so tight, you'll be done in less than 5 minutes.
I'm so tight, I'll be done in less than 5 minutes. Hey, Putin, start off. We'll finish the shit, but start it off. Okay. We are in bad shape out here, unlocking her secrets. You'll be done in less than 5 minutes.
When I give you a head, I lick and rub your balls. I've been told 1,000 times I give the best head they've ever had in their entire life.
Oh, Meemaw. Yep, somebody's going to go to Thanksgiving and don't realize Meemaw out here in these streets, all right?
In these streets.
How much, Meemaw? I just want to know, man. And she said, get that goddamn camera out of my face.
Damn. Yeah. I ain't got no house.
Oh, sorry. I just thought, oh, get that.
Oh, man, she got out of there, bro. And look at this nigga. All right, goodness. Look at this nigga right here. He the type to go. Nigga. You know he went back. All right, he's cut that camera off and he went right back. Meemaw. All right. And she was like sitting up there like, yeah, I got you.
To wrap you in my warm embrace.
He going back.
And I make it last forever.
Yes,
babe.
Grandma.
I catch a glimpse of heaven when you let me wrap you in.
All right, yeah, he going back for sure. All right, he definitely going back for that. And shout out to our StreamYard for finally fixing your glitch. I think they fixed it. Okay, Straggle Sniggle Theater. We got more disgraceful stuff. Who's ready for more disgraceful information? We got a couple of Gen Z skeezers. All right, we got Gen Z skeezers doing street interviews. Shout out to these young skeezers that you're going to see. These are future wives out here. This one says right here, it says, what do you consider a low income in America? We were just talking about it right here. All right, what do you consider a low income in America? And this probably is Los Angeles. I think this is downtown LA. All right. And look at the way these young women dressing today. Like, what in the hell? All right. This is terrible. Let's continue.
Do you consider a poor person salary in America?
Like 100K.
What do you guys think is a poor person salary in America?
Probably like 100K.
Oh my goodness. 100K. I don't know. They ain't lying. The way inflation is going. All right. And shout out to the ladies bringing the baggies back. All right. The baggies are back. And I know, guys, don't complain about women wearing baggy clothes because y'all bitched them out for the last 15 years wearing tight yoga revealing pants. All right. But shout out to the ladies wearing the oversized clothes. The young Gen Zs are bringing back baggy clothes. Yes, they are. If you ever go to one of these Gen Z clothing stores, the baggies are back. All right. But 100K. 100K is poor. All right. And these girls are definitely underage minors. All right. This one definitely in the black definitely is under 18. All right. She's just on the build alone. All right. But anyway, they might be 18. All right. So 100K for Gen Z is poor. All right. 100K is poor. According to the youth of America, inflation is going to go wild like Hulkamania. All right. For sure. If they think 100K is poor.
I think I need to ask ChatGPT.
Of course. Oh, of course. She has to ask ChatGPT. All right. So that's not, remember, I told you, I was the one to tell you that Gen Z's favorite source of information is ChatGPT. So whatever ChatGPT says is the reality for them. I mean, listen, I'm not the one to tell you that that's not accurate. All right. It's not always accurate, ChatGPT. And most of where they get their information from is Reddit. All right, so Reddit and Instagram comments and hater comments and hater videos. So they got to ask ChatGPT.
Okay, let's see what ChatGPT says.
It said low income under 30,000. But I heard there's like a bug going in AI right now, so I think it's lying.
What do you?
Okay, so again, she didn't even believe ChatGPT. Damn, talk about confirmation bias in real time. Confirmation bias. She actually got the confirmation that it was 30K. All right, but she said ChatGPT's lying. All right. Okay.
Silence, you
These are your
fool.
future wives. These are the women that I bang of older age. All right. For fun. All right. So what are we doing?
Silence, you fool.
All right. These are the women that are up under CGA on the weekend. All right. But anyway, this is why they leave with what they leave with. Okay. 100K, guys. It's cooked. All right. We got Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have a woman that says her landlord offered her her landlord offered her discount to pay rent by dropping that neck, but he reneged. All right, so here it is right here. This woman says she tried to pay the rent in punani and booty cheeks and still got taxed. All right, let's hear the video.
Men be lying. Last night, my landlord hit me up. I told him I'm gonna be a little short on the rent. He was like, "It's no issue. Just give him head and put that thing on him." I did. I put this thing on him, had him screaming all night, all morning, just for him today to tell me I need to pay him full amount. Full amount? No, I don't got that. So I don't understand why, as a landlord, y'all would just lie. I just feel like if you wanted some, you should have just asked for some. But saying that you're going to take off half my rent just to know you're not? Why lie? It's the first. And I'm not leaving. I'm not going nowhere. He might as well send the police here because I'm not going anywhere. Like, I'm going to send them the messages that he lied. I'm going to tell the police that I gave him head and he said that I was going to have to pay only a certain amount. And now he wants me to pay the full amount. I don't got it.
Oh.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
All right, so definitely, man, we got a big back got ran through. I know, you know somebody hit that. Don't lie out here.
Big back, big back.
Look at them shoulders.
Big back, big back.
All right, but rent is still due on the first. Hey,
your rent's due, motherfucker.
He got that nut, and he said, yeah. And he said, these men be lying. She said, these men be lying out here. Well, I don't know, man. You didn't get it in writing. So we don't know what he promised. But of course, post-nut clarity. So he probably did promise it. But he got to that stanky snatch, and he was like, never mind. Post-nut clarity says, you owe me rent on the first.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
All right. I was going to fix your mind, and then I got to that nasty snatch box.
I'm in a bind, Nate.
And now you're not in a bind. All right. So something tells me he's lying. Or she's lying, I should say. One of the two are lying. All right. But he got to that snatch box. He got that nut. And yeah, he's like, bills are still due.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
All right. Yeah, I don't need, whatever. All right. And she's like, I'm going to tell the police that you sold punani to your landlord. Sure. That should work. There should be no problem with that. Sure, that'll go over very well. All right. We got the last one here. Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have Ray J. All right. Ray J making another appearance. And Ray J has a Kim Kardashian clone girlfriend. Shout out to Ray J. This is when celebrities try to become streamers and they have a built-in fan base, so they get popular overnight and think that they're better than the organic, natural, 100% streamers, the best of the best, who have to struggle for 2,000 views. Where when they start streaming, they get 5,000 views, 10,000 views overnight, and they think they're a good streamer. So Ray J is now a streamer. All right. Here he is right here. He has a chat and he's on live, and that's his girlfriend. You see the girlfriend right there, and you cannot tell me she's not a Kim Kardashian clone. You see that right there. I mean, she has the, by the way, most women in Los Angeles look like this the last 5 years. So this is not a big deal. You could find a woman like this in Burbank and Glendale all day long. All right. Over there in North Hollywood and anywhere in the San Fernando Valley. This is a common woman. All right. And they all got the same 12 doctors. All right. So yes. But there's his girlfriend there. When she takes off the glasses, she'll look a little less like Kim Kardashian. But apparently, Ray J had her down in tears. Yes, Miami, same as well. All right. He had her breaking down in tears after he snaps on her for interrupting his live stream. All right. So let's hear this one right quick. Let me see. Do I have the volume? Let's get the volume up. Let's hear Ray J live streaming.
Can I finish? See, that's the problem. When I'm talking, you talk over me. Do you want to talk? Talk. If not, when I'm talking, let me finish talking. I'll let you finish talking. You're reading the chat. Read the fucking chat. Let me finish answering the question. If not, you answer it. Because I got 1 second before I don't want to answer it. Matter of fact, I'm not going to answer it. See how fast that takes when your attention span goes crazy? I was going to explain it to the chat, but I'll explain it to the chat later because this is my fucking chat.
Oh my goodness. This is a little unnecessary. Are you trying to prove that you're a man? All right, by browbeating this 23-year-old Armenian chick. All right, or she probably a Mexican, a Latina too. Like, what are you doing? Is this masculine frame? All right. Are you trying to be fresh and Ray J fit? Are you gonna kick her out of the house next? What is this, man? What type of shit is this? All right, and why are you talking like so feminine? All right, where's your say it with your chest? Say it with your chest. I hate when dudes do this. I hate when dudes do this because it's not even that unnecessary. It's overboard. All right, you could have told her in less words. And when you're doing this and going overboard and you know the cameras are rolling, it's some bitch ass shit. This is bitch ass nigga shit. This is Red Pill Ranger shit. Now you trying to diss her so you can look more credible to your audience that you got your girl in check. All right, but I don't like when dudes do this. I know you think you're a man, and I know you're going to go viral and think you get some clips. This woman, look at her neck. All right, she's a skinny pencil neck geek, gold digging broad. All right, she only there because you got money, and everybody's cool with that. She would only be with me for money, but you don't got to do this. All right, this is a little bit overboard. This is not baboon gorilla pimping at all. All right, so he's trying to front her off. I don't know what she did beforehand, but she definitely shutting up, and she's also looking at the chat because the chat probably flaming her ass. All right, flaming her ass. This is not even. Let me see where this goes. I haven't seen the full clip. All right, let me see the full clip. By the way, he's like 35 years older than her. Look. He's like way older than her. You could have said this in way less words. This is crazy. I mean, look, anybody that thinks this is proper masculinity is out of your fucking mind. This is negative masculinity. This is negative masculinity. It's actually feminine. All right, but let me see what he does here. I might change my mind, but let me see this here.
And I'll talk to the chat every day because I fuck with my chat.
Okay.
Now you got your chat too. So you can pull your chat up and talk to your chat. But don't ever think you run my chat. My chat runs me.
Dude, he look feminine in this shit. What are you talking about, bro? How old is Ray J? How old is Ray J age? He 44 years old. I talk about my chat runs me. Go to your chat, bro. Go to your chat. Pull your chat up. I'll pull my chat up. We'll go for chat. Yo, this ain't it, bro. This ain't it. This is wow. I want to see what she actually did because she's quiet as a motherfucker right now. Let me see what else he got to say.
It's all about the chat. When I say it's all about the chat, this isn't some kumbaya. Like, this is everybody's chat. Everybody got their own fucking chat.
Look how she looking. Yo, she a bird brain too. She literally a bird brain. You can hear the crickets in her head. And she don't hear nothing. She don't hear nothing he's saying. All he looks ridiculous. And I think she's winning in this one because she ain't even saying shit. She just look at how dizzy she looks. Bro, just grab her by the throat and put dick in her mouth. Like that's all she good for. That's all she good for. Matter of fact, I'm on the see, man. Let's see what we got.
This is not your chat. That's what I'm saying.
He definitely high as a kite.
I'll tell my chat tomorrow when I wake up by myself what happened. Get it?
Look how she
That's how strong the chat is.
Dude, she hasn't blinked once. She is gone. He gone too, bro. He on that E&J. He definitely on that Henny. All right, both of these people deserve each other for sure. She can come over here and drop that neck. She is gonzo. And he definitely drunk because I can see his eye. Do you see his eye right here? He got that lazy eye over here. He definitely drunk and high. All right, but this is why I don't drink before my streams. All right, I definitely don't do drugs at all, but I wouldn't because one of the things I fear as a content creator is going live drunk or high because, you know, when you're high, you think you're normal. All right, and then you're like, let me just go ahead and set up a live stream real quick. All right, and then you set up a live stream and you look like an idiot. And I saw people do this. I've seen people do this even on YouTube. They'll be drunk or high, and then, you know, it don't take much to go live. All right. And then all of a sudden you go live and think you're coherent and you're incoherent. But he acting real feminine, all right, in this particular clip, especially to this bird brain.
That's why I fuck with the chat. The chat will never let me down. So if you thought this was our chat and they were gonna just be OW Sheila for life, it don't work like that.
Oh.
This is my chat. You can cry all you want, but crying is cool because you start to realize that it's not always about you. You get what I'm saying? It's not about me. It's about the chat.
She crying. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh hell no. And he holding the mic up to her too, off the camera.
Why are you being so mean to me?
Oh my Lord. Oh my God, bro. This is insanity. All right. And then he dropped down and put the mic in her face. Yeah, see, this is why I told you. Celebrities think they can do this, but they can't. All right. But again, this goes viral, so it gets them more views and they're going to get more views, but they're not going to be as good and thorough as the King of Kings. All right. They can't do it, but this is how they got to go viral. All right. And by doing shit like this. And yeah, he didn't look good for sure. He's probably going to catch some. He'll be okay. He'll be okay at the end of the day. But boy, both of them are pathetic, to be honest with you. And I can't even have girls like this. None of my JUCOs act like that. And even if they did, I would be like, okay, that's the last time I'm seeing you. But he's dealing with her, sounds like routinely. That's his girlfriend. Why would you be a celebrity with a girlfriend like that? I don't understand. Just be at the JUCO. You can get 50 of those girls. You can get 50. That is incredible, right? So that's the end of that particular clip there. Maybe we'll go ahead and find the original clip to get a little bit more context. But the fake tears, the fake Kardashian, that woman's dangerous to him. That's the type of girl that will get him hemmed up on charges and shit. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. All right, maybe I'll get one of these bum bitches as my damn sidekicks. All right, let's go.
Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
We back. We back. All right, would a drunk sidekick do me well? I'll go more viral. Apparently, I always told you, man, most people like controversy, drama, Mickey Mouse type of content. That's what most people watch. It's crazy. All right, they don't watch edutainment. Who wants to watch people give you advice? Let's watch some train wreck shit. That's what people want to watch. Shout out to Kaylin. We got Kaylin in the building over on the Pay Pizzle. He says, I've always wondered why wives deny sex when they had sex with their husbands before and had their kids. Logically, it doesn't make sense to deny sex when they cry for monogamy. Husbands will forever get the worst when they sign up for the marital deal. Sign up to pay the most. They do. They don't see it, though, just so you guys know. Somebody said people want red meat. That's why we going Hollywood, y'all. New world. That's why we're going Hollywood. We're going Hollywood because people want Hollywood. People, yeah, look, if y'all want to go see my past catalog and when I was giving you guys advice and we're helping men, all right? All right. That's not going to get like, people thought I was going to bring, well, we're trying to help men to the debate with Andrew Wilson. And they're like, I was disappointed. CGA didn't help men. All right. I'm off that bandwagon. Now I'll give y'all some advice, but we're going to give you some motherfucking shit around here, right? Hollywood. New world. All right, and if you don't like it, get the fuck out. All right, but yeah. We want to help men. We're helping men. That's the funniest shit when I hear this. Men are helping men, and men are looking out for men, and then are casting their big YouTube checks. All right, yeah. It is what it is. We need solutions. We need advice. You need to know what to do. I gave y'all 11 videos of advice, but you wanted me to give you advice during a debate where I'm completely being interrupted. Yeah, whatever, nigga. All right, what the fuck? All right, here we go. John Quest says, John Quest, matched with a 31-year-old woman, checked the IG and just saw the amount of saved stories. The amount of saved stories. She's been to 20 plus countries, including a helicopter ride over New York City. But I'm supposed to use a first date to generate a spark. Take me out with the you can't win.
You can't win.
That's how you uncover these secrets. You got to do a social media deep dive, and sometimes you don't want to do it. All right. You want to see the best. But 20 plus countries, that screams skeezer. That screams skeezer. I was talking to a woman the other day, and she was talking about Dubai. And she was like, oh, I know some people in Dubai. I'm going to go to Dubai and blah, blah, blah. As soon as I heard that, I was like, and I said, you're friends with the Cheeks? And she was like, yep. I was like, damn. All right. So you already know. All right. Dookie. I mean, we're going to tell you how to get these secrets to uncover. All right. You already know. I mean, she was just acting like I didn't, because they act like you don't know. They act like you don't know these things. They're like, he wouldn't know. All right. And I'm like, damn, you really out here. All right, get the hell up out of my bed. All right, you nasty son of a. Shout out to you, John Quest. We got Cash Apps in the building. Let me see here. We got our brother here, Chad. Oh, he sent it to the wrong person. All right, he said Chad food. All right, he sent it to the wrong person. I don't know, man. Let me see if I can send it back. All right, he said he sent it to the wrong person. There's your $6 back, Chad. Chad sent me $6 super chat for food. And then wanted a refund. Okay. I sent it to the wrong person. I typed in the Notorious CGA. I didn't mean the Notorious CGA. Chad. You see Chad paying for food. $6. All right, man. You ain't getting your $6 back, man. Fuck you. Shout out to Hustle Every Day. Says Ray J is having dark skin niggy problems. Shout out to Ray J and the dark skin niggy problems. Yeah, I assume that if Ray J was light skinned, y'all will be saying light skin energy for Ray J. That actually is true. All right, dark skin niggy problems. Who has $6 for food? I mean, is it that bad out here? It is that bad out there. All right, we got, let's see what we got on the Ko-Fi. Castigator. I had to upgrade my cologne game a bit since I've been BOG standard with some Polo Blue. Shout out to our brother Azaro Wanted, Armani, Gio, and Versace. Yes, we'll pronounce all that. Shout out to you, man. Congratulations, man. Upgrade your cologne. Get you some smell good out here. Shout out to you. And you saw my video on the cologne right there. I'm not Kevin Samuels with the game here, but yes, yeah, upgrade your cologne.
I'm rich, bitch.
Shout out to the Castigator. That is a sponsorship. And he upgraded his cologne. Cologne is mad expensive out here, just so y'all know. Cologne is mad expensive. All right, it is not cheap out here. So when you go up and buy cologne, you're going to break the bank. You're going to break the bank. Cologne, the good colognes be $175. And do not tell me about them goddamn kiosks in them cheap cologne areas. You know them cheap cologne stores where they got all the colognes for cheap and they got the kiosk? All right, that's piss and cologne mixed together. All right, that's stolen cologne mixed somewhere in Venezuela with piss and cologne. All right, that's not, that don't, I ain't buying that cheap ass cologne. All right, the bottles is small. It's halfway watered down. Yeah, bro. I don't want none of that shit. Hey, man, you want some cologne? Nah, bro. I'm going to the department store to get the real fucking cologne. That's not about to get that shit. All right, them out-of-date colognes and shit. Yep, skin gonna be like, damn, I don't know why I'm breaking out around my neck. I don't want none of that shit. Habibi trying to sell me that shit. Get the fuck away from me, Habibi. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of your stolen cologne. Where you get this fucking cologne from? Anyway, enough about that. Cologne's expensive though. I don't like to go, I'm one of these guys. Give me the real shit. All right. I don't want I know they make that shit in China for $5. I know, nigga. I know. But I want the real. I just want peace of mind. I don't want no shit that you be like, yo, I got a deal over here and we got this right here. Never pay full price for shit. I get it. I understand never pay full price. It doesn't make sense, right? I get it, but I want the real shit. I want it right from the real people where I can take the real receipt back and get the real money back. I don't want the shit over there, the no discount shit, the shit that's on sale, the smaller version of the shit. That's just me. Okay. All right. Yeah, y'all got the whole thing about the shoes, where you get the shoes, the reps. I know, man. I get it. It's the same place they made it. It's the same Chinese people made it. The same Chinese people made the reps, made the Jordans and the Mexican Jordans. I get it. Right. But I just want to make the real fucking purchase. I'm like that, bro. That's how I am. Blame me. I'll pay the regular price. Because you got to go through all these hoops and hurdles and shit and send them money on a place where you can't get the shit refunded. Like, I just don't like the sketchiness nature of the black market. But if I do black market shit, I'll do it right down there. I'll go down there to the garment district. I'll go down there to Chinatown to New York, knowing that I got the real bullshit. And I'll send that Chinese woman up, down the street with her big ass visor on and sunglasses to go upstairs to some warehouse and bring the shit back. I want to do it in person. I don't want to do this shit online. I don't want to do this shit where you bring this shit from the truck and put it in the goddamn mall and kiosk. No. That's not when I do retail therapy. I want to do the real shit. I know people are going to say, Coach, you don't have to, but I know I'm just that type of guy. That's why I work hard. I work hard for a reason. Now, if I want to do fake shit, I'll do the fake shit, but I'll do the fake shit in person. All right. I want to see you put that cologne in the bottle anyway. Oh, man. But anyway, there's fake shit all up in Bloomingdale's and Macy's, allegedly. But I just want the real shit. Shout out to Sean Christopher, says, Coach, did you notice during the halftime show when Nelly performed, he changed his lyrics on Ride With Me to She Can Be 21 with an Attitude instead of 18 with an Attitude? I did not notice that. But as you can see, social engineering has pressured men to believe that 18 years old is a child. And I get it. Yes, 18-year-old women are dumb and young and dumb, but it's still legal. But of course, now that's considered a child. So you got to change it to 21. There was another song that I was recently listening to where I believe the lyric was 17 and they changed the lyrics as well. So it's, if you listen to 90s rap, you will hear them say some wild shit. All right. 13 and good. They'll say things about 16-year-olds. I was listening to NWA's. I think it was it's the world's biggest. Don't matter. Just don't bite it. And in that song, okay. And the one pass you got to give rappers is that a lot of them were young at the time they wrote the song. So they were 18 and 19 and 20 when they wrote the song and performed it. But in that song, I was listening to it. It came up on my playlist. And they were talking about the 14-year-old preacher's daughter. All right. 14-year-old preacher's daughter was in the song and they jumped in and ran a train on her, like in the song. Like, just think about that. That's the 1990s for you. And we were listening to that. And we were listening to that at all ages, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. Like, that's. So anyway, that's how things change significantly with time. You put it for 30 years. By the way, the Epstein files, we're going to announce that in a minute. The Epstein files are about to be released. So you can see where things change. All right. How things change with time. That certainly wouldn't fly today, but go back and listen to it. And I was like, wow, there's another song that, well, I'm not going to rat people out, but he wrote a song on a solo album. He was a part of the NWA and he was talking about a girl in high school getting fucked by her parents, and he jumped in the window. Like, I'm telling you, bro, I was like, yo, that was the 1990s. And it's like, whoosh, shit changes. Backstage underage adolescence. All right, but shit, man, that showed you what the times can do. Shout out to Sean Christopher putting us up on that knowledge. That could be a whole nother segment. But yeah. Shout out to David, says, I just came back from Dallas. He says, I did want to go to Harry Hines and it was empty. Any reason why? Well, did you go early? When did you go to Harry Hines? Like sometimes on Harry Hines, sometimes the Blade, as any pimp would know. Shout out to the pimps out here. Do we have any pimps watching us? Right? I diss pimps all the time. So they be like, in here, I'm a real authentic pimp. You're talking about perpetrating pimps. And I'm like, yes, most pimps are perpetrating pimps. Any is Rooster guy in here? Rooster was on the show yesterday. Here's the thing about the Blade. Sometimes the block is hot. Sometimes it's not. Right? Sometimes the police come through. Sometimes the Blade is litty. You can't have the Blade. It ain't open 24/7. It's not like 7-Eleven. Okay. It's not like 7-Eleven, especially Blades that are illegal, like where they're going to arrest everybody, including the girls and the P's and all of that. So it's not like 7-Eleven where you just drive by and be like, yeah, is it open? Where are all the hoes? All right. Sometimes the police then came through and arrested a couple of people, and now the pimps are just interstate trafficking their hoes to Las Vegas. So, okay, yeah, it's not always going to be active, but not as I would know. I won't know anything about this, but just common sense would tell you that you can't just go over there and see them bitches running around like cockroaches. Sometimes they get picked up. Same thing as carpet walkers in Vegas. Sometimes the hoes get picked up and they be like, don't go to Caesar's Palace. All right. They picking bitches up. So it is what it is. All right. Anyway, we're having fun here. We're having fun. By the way, don't go to the Blade. You don't need to go to the Blade. You don't need to go to the Blade. All right. Just go to Columbia. Derek says, can we nominate Sophie Rain as 304 of the year for going above and beyond? She's helped people affected by government shutdown by paying for their groceries. Whole philanthropy. Shout out to Sophie Rain, claiming to make more than LeBron James. Shout out to her. All right. Yes. Paying for people's groceries now. All right, man. Listen, just because you out here doing the devil's work doesn't mean you can't help the people. All right. Anyway, we got our brother, Fuck You Boss Up. We got some new reports here. This is an interesting segment here. We have the bossing up of YNs. All right. You guys know the phrase YN, or the initials YN. It stands for young niggies. Well, YNs were typically known as young gangbangers, if you will, people walking around with the switches. And YNs were typically funny dressing kids, tight jeans, Pookie Shiesty masks, sports attire, this type of thing, wearing gloves and ski masks all during the summer in New York, scaring people and so forth and so on. Funny dudes. The YNs now trended to wear baggier clothes and stuff like this. And the YNs have gotten a bad rep because even people who wanted to cosplay YNs got lumped into the YNs. So there were young people who wanted to dress like the culture of hip hop in YNs, and of all races, Filipino guys, Mexican guys, black guys, they all started to dress like the people that they saw in the Chief Keef videos and drill rap videos. So they started to dress like that, and they weren't really YNs. I mean, I was on a live stream one time, and I believe I was in Caesar's Palace, and I was walking by a group of young, looks like they were Filipino guys. And when they walked by, I was like, hey, a group of YNs. And they were like, we're not YNs. All right. They defended themselves. We're not YNs. And I was like, oh, you're dressed like YNs. Apparently, we have some new news here. The YNs have switched up the game and they're going preppy. All right. Shout out to them. Is this a dub? The YNs are going preppy. They're trading in the Pookie Shiesty mask in the tight jeans, and they're going for quarter zips. This happened in real time for me. My son just came and visited me this weekend from college, and he asked me if I had any quarter zips, which I do. I have tons of them, but we were on our way to the airport, and he didn't have enough room in his baggage. And I was like, yeah, I got quarter zips. Apparently, the YNs have bossed up in real time. I love it. They're going for the preppy look. All right. And there it is right there. They're going for the quarter zips. All right. Macy's is about to get sold out this weekend. We have a woman reporting from the scene. We also have a man reporting to from the scene here. All right. Let's see right here. The government CIA is crashing out at the moment.
Hear about the viral trend where Black teenage boys are intentionally changing from YNs to young men. I am blown away. These young boys who used to be proud to be YNs are now bragging about wearing quarter zips, eating healthy, and building legacies.
I'm a quarter zip dude now. Simple. I don't do that Nike type stuff what y'all little boys do. I can't do that. I'm elegant. I'm classy. For me, like, you could take me somewhere. I look presentable. For the first time in my life, I feel accomplished. Thank you. Amen. Accomplished. Good evening. Presentable.
Yo, shout out to the YNs have bossed up. Hey, man, can I take credit for this? You think I could? You know I like to take credit for shit. And most of the time it's legitimate. But was it CGA saying boss up? Haven't I been showing you Hollywood CGA and boss up CGA? It's been about 2 years. I've been telling y'all niggas to boss up. You broke, dumb, dirty ass niggas.
You better boss up, nigga.
They're elegant now. They want to integrate into normal society. They don't want to be out here causing problems. I'm taking credit for that, man. I'm going to take credit for that. Shout out to the YNs here.
Productive, efficient. These are all the qualities that come from putting on clothing such as these. We have our quarter zips. We have our button-ups. We have our turtlenecks. We have our crosses. We have God in our life. Amen. We don't drink Arizonas. We drink Starbucks.
Oh, no.
I'm not getting no more snacks. When I run down, I don't ask for IGs. I ask for...
Did you hear about the viral trend?
All right, so what's next for them? I know what's next.
Where the white women at?
They're going to go get a white woman next. All right, that's coming up next here.
What y'all doing, yo?
We quarter zip guys. We don't do none of that artificially flavored stuff. We do quarter zips and we drink matchas.
Them just like $10 a piece. Yo, parents.
It's only $6.70.
Oh, that's what they spending y'all money on, yo.
Yes,
Quarter zip guys.
Black lives matter.
What y'all doing, yo?
Let's go.
Got that gas. Got that good stuff, bro. You need that?
No, I'm good, bro.
Good, bro. You straight, bro?
No, I'm good.
I'm telling you, bro. Got that gas, gang.
Get down.
Guns, bro?
No, I don't got it, bro.
You got the guns, bro?
No, I don't got nothing.
All right, bro. I'm going to get the guns right now, bro.
Bro, be careful, bro. Be careful.
Where the ops at, bro? I'm ready to spin the block right now.
I'm ready to spin a block too.
Right now,
10-19. We got the suspect. Get down.
No!
You're under arrest. Conspiracy. Get behind your back. Yo, bro, what's good, bro? You trying to spin on a block? You trying to spin on the ops, bro? What's good, bro?
Nah, I don't do that no more. I don't do spinning on the ops. I don't do spinning the blocks no more. I've just learned to have peace with everybody. Love everybody.
Who are you, MLK? What happened, bro? What are you doing? What is this?
I was outgrown confrontation. I don't do confrontation no more.
All right, shout out to the YNs. They bossing up out here. Do you think this is true?
Boss up, nigga.
Now, all they got to do is cut their hair. All right, when they start cutting their hair and getting the TWA, the teeny weeny afro, when they start getting that Marcus Allen and that OJ Simpson, then they really gonna boss up. All right, but they got to get rid of their last thing is to cut these dreads off and these goddamn twisties. As soon as they cut their twisties off, they gonna get that dub here on the boss up area right here.
Oh, yo, bro, you trying to go to this party, bro? Let's go run down. Let's go get girls' Instagram. Let's get their numbers, bro. Let's go, bro.
That is stuff that I don't do no more.
Huh?
That is things that I've left.
All right, shout out to the YNs here.
Left in the past.
We
don't do Nike tests. We don't do coffee. You drink matchas and wear quarter zips, gang.
Bro.
We don't do those type of stuff no more. And I go to school now and I read books, bro. And I go to the library. I don't do those activities no more.
Is that a Volkswagen Beetle? That is literally a Volkswagen Bug in the background. Still working. It looks good, too.
You're actually not my type of crew no more. Not my type of people, bro. So you go on one side and I go on the other side, bro. You do your own thing, gang.
Bro, what?
All he has to do is pull his pants up and they will get the dub here. We do have another person sharing here. Listen, this trend is going to go viral because the internet's going to spread it. Macy's going to be out of business. All right, these YNs running for the quarter zips. I'm going to have to send my son some quarter zips here. Here we go right here. Oh, no. The copyright right here. We got the slacks, not the pleated slack. Okay, those are flat fronts. All right, that's pretty good. All right, throwing away the Nike tech. All right, Christmas shopping going to be crazy. All right, oh, we got not the chuckers. All right, oh, no, man, we really going. Oh, they're ironing now, too? All right, they're ironing now. All right, we got leather belts. No Gucci belt. We going ties, too. These niggas know how to tie a tie. All right, boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
Look at this, boy. I cannot wait to see this in person. Oh, we got the old school watch, not the diver. All right, and the Chelsea boots too. All right, look at this. Not the flat Kango. Oh man, this is going too far. This is going too far. Not the Kango flats. All right, this is incredible. And yes, the CIA is punching the air right now. Look at this. The leather band watch, not the sea diver. All right, they're going classy. They bringing shit back full circle. All right, shout out to the YNs out here. Oh, look. Oh, we got the leather carry-all. Not the carry-all, too. Hey, he looks good, too, by the way. Pause. All right, shout out to him. He actually looks great. That is a boss up of all boss ups out here. Hey, man, what's stopping you? What's stopping you from bossing up out here?
Better boss up, nigga.
I like that. That's actually a good look for him. Hey, man, actually going to bring back some of my clothes for that I have for the last 15 years. All right. Yes, indeed. It's Get 'em Daddy season 2. They know it's Get 'em Daddy season. Daddy. All right. Looking great, young fella. Young fella looking great. I don't know about if I can wear the Kango flat, though. I don't know if I could do that. All right. But look, they bring it back. They bring it sexy back. All right, shout out to them. What do you think? Are they ribbing us? Are they ribbing us? Do you think this is going to work? All right, or are they just maturing because these young men are now, they're not 18 or 19 anymore. They're 26, 27. Boss up. All right, look, we dressing up. I started this shit. Okay, Kevin Samuels started this shit. All right, Kevin Samuels was the one that really brought this here. He's pulling a Kevin Samuels move. He got the Chelsea boots, the chuckers. He's got it over there. He got the pleat. He's got the slacks. All right. Y'all think they're trolling? What do you think they're doing here? All right. Are they bossing up? I got it.
Boss up, nigga.
They're rebranding. Is this the CIA? Is this the New World Order telling them to grow up? New World Order. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, we got some interesting news here. From the world of politics. Okay, let me see what we got here. We're going to go ahead and give you this information for people who don't know. The Epstein files right now is being voting on right now. I'm going to try to get this straight. ABL, help me out. All right, here we go right here. I haven't been following this very much because they were deleting channels who talked about Epstein. Congress wants to release all the Epstein files. Trump worries that won't be enough. And Trump is also frustrated because he thinks the Democrats outmaneuvered the GOP on this debate. The Epstein files are being voted right now in the House of Representatives to be released. Now, I don't know what type of releasing of the files there will be. All right. I know I'm not going to be on it. But the House is expected to finally vote Tuesday, which is today, on a bill that would compel the Justice Department to release materials related to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein after GOP leaders dragged out the process for months. The issue has disrupted committee meetings, right? There's been a lot of things that's been happening, and we know that people have been putting pressure on the United States to the Justice Department to release these files. And, anytime something happens in terms of news, especially when it comes to politicians, everybody says they're doing everything but releasing the Epstein files. Now, I've also been alive long enough to know when these files are released, there's going to be people that go down, not the people you want to go down. They're going to be people that go down, and they're going to be a lot of redacted, right? It's going to be a lot of redactions, right? So there's going to be a lot of things crossed out and markered out. They're going to release it by the time they release it. I've been through this with Martin Luther King. I've been through this with JFK. I've been through this with 9/11. So I'm not ready for, people to be exposed. I'm not ready for the system to go down and crash. So I've been through this several times in my life, waiting for these people to release the files, only to be severely disappointed. Now, like I said, they're going to be released, and some people are going to catch wreck. Some people are going to catch wreck. Could be Bill Clinton, could be Donald Trump, could be all of these people. Joe Biden, it could be a whole bunch of people. We know that there's a flight log, a list of people. Are they going to be protected by the connection for the protection? But we know Donald Trump could have released these things without even going through this. But it says the issue has disrupted committee meetings, stalled floor action on other legislation since the summer, and fueled President Trump's tirades against some House Republicans. Most recently, GOP Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, House Speaker Mike Johnson, expedited a vote on the issue after more than half of the House members, including Democrats and 4 Republicans, signed a petition forcing the vote, which the vote is going to pass. Mr. Trump suddenly reversed his opposition to the bill late Sunday after it appeared all but certain that the would be a mass Republican defection. So they're splitting the parties here. But House passage isn't enough on its own. Here's what we need to know. Well, it'll go to the Senate, Republican Senate, and then if it is voted on that it's a yay, more yays than nays, which we probably assume there will be, then Trump would have to sign off on it, which he said he would sign off on it, and then the files will be released. I don't know when. All right, so if anybody knows when, let me know. All right, it's not going to be immediate. It's going to be probably a period of time that's going to go by until it's released. It could be 2 years. It could be a year. It could be immediately. We don't know. And if you know, let me know. Let me see here. It says the bill will require the Attorney General to make public all unclassified records and documents, communications and investigation materials in possession of the Justice Department, the FBI, and the U.S. Attorney's Office within 30 days of becoming a law. 30 days. All right, within 30 days. Now, I've seen this before, and nothing has happened. All right, so this is interesting. Information that falls under the umbrella includes investigative and prosecutorial materials related to Epstein and associate Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as flight logs, travel records, and materials about Epstein's detention and death. We know that's not going to happen. It also calls for the release of names and individuals, entities, and references in any Epstein case and internal Justice Department communications about the case. It would also make public any records concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, and misplacement or concealment of documents, recordings, and or electronic data related to Epstein and his associates. All right. New world order. Epstein. Okay. We know what happened. Anybody not know who this guy is? All right. We don't need to go with that. Ghislaine Maxwell was charged in 2020 and now serving 20 years in prison. All right. She'll be out in 2040. Epstein died by self-deletion, according to what they're saying, in federal custody in the Justice Department, and Hillary Clinton was nowhere near. Thousands of pages of the documents related to Epstein include emails, flight logs, and other materials. They have already been released to the public by the House Oversight Committee, by the federal judge who oversaw the settlement on the lawsuit against Maxwell. So there's already flight logs and other materials already released. Will they release more materials? We don't know. But President Trump says on Monday he would sign the bill if it makes it to his desk. The president also has the power to order the Justice Department to release the files without any action from Congress, but he has not indicated any plans to do so, which is important to note. Like, Trump could have just signed this. He can sign it today. He doesn't need Congress to vote. He doesn't need the Senate. He doesn't need the House to vote on it. He could just release it now. Why hasn't he released it?
Look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest?
Now, I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about?
Could be some reasons why he didn't release it, but we're going to find out. Hopefully, we're going to find out going forward here with that one. But that's some interesting news happening right now. It's happening right now. And the survivors, the so-called survivors, are actually speaking out right now. They're speaking out right now in Washington, D.C., saying that how they were afflicted by this particular individual, this madman known as Jeffrey Epstein. All right. Anyway, interesting stuff here. Boss Up 2026 is in full effect coming up here.
You better boss up, nigga.
Are you on the list? All right. We know I'm not on the list. All right. And I'm just thinking here, like, I wouldn't engage in some of those type of activities back in the 1990s and the 2000s. Like, I didn't have access to engage in those type of activities. But we were just talking about 90s hip hop, R&B, blues music, rock and roll. You know, young women were being hands put on hips. There was a different time. It was still illegal activity because 15 to get you 20. But yes, you know, there were people who had money that would deal with younger women, and younger women would either be sold and or volunteer for these activities. We know this about jailbait and women running down to Hollywood and being in the entertainment industry. We've talked about these stories a long time ago, and people who facilitators, aka pimps, know that that's prime real estate, and people will go above and beyond and pay a high level amount of dollars to do it in secrecy. Now this is being exposed, right? These people are being exposed to have participated in this type of activity, and people still participate in this type of activity, especially people that travel to areas like Cambodia and stuff like that, and areas where the age of consent is significantly lower than it is in the United States, and it's people look past it. Yeah, you gotta be careful, because one change of a generation goes by, and what you're participating in, well, people gave you a pass, is no longer square with it. They're no longer square with it. So yeah, who else is on that list? What celebrities are going to be brought down by this? Are there any celebrities shaking in their boots right now? All right, yeah, man, that's crazy. But yeah, it's a thing. All right, so we got that. The Fuck You Boss Up segment is over. I'm going to do some super chats. Shout out to you for contributing. Shout out to our brother here. It is Lameek. He says, hold up, nigga. He says, when I was wearing quarter zips, shirts, and ties, I was a fucking dweeb. He says, oh, hell no. My culture is not your costume. Laughing my ass out. He says, wait a minute. Who are you guys right here?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Who
You were a square, you were
you?
L7, you were a lame, you were a nerd, a geek. Now all of a sudden, you're cool. It happens that way. And I'm going to always tell you, the best route to go is the square route, because eventually people will catch up to you. They have to catch up to you. If they don't, they're going to look crazy by 30. And YNs know they'll look crazy at 30 looking like a YN. Now, some people don't get it. They still try to look like a conservative YN. They don't go all the way. Oh, my culture, hairstyles. This include hairstyles and sagging pants. But yeah, they'll eventually figure out that dressing appropriately is required to advance in society. Like when you see 40-year-old dudes still dressing like a teenager, you just be like, damn. All right, they don't get it. Now, it's okay. Doesn't mean you always have to wear quarter zips. But then what happens is you can really show that you're delayed adolescence, and people will challenge your intelligence if you dress a certain way. It's just where it is. Now, you have to prove that you're not an ignorant person, but dressing like an ignorant person. So it is tough because people will prejudge you. They will think less of you. This is one of the reasons why I had to dress up and boss up to wear that suit. Imagine if I was wearing a hoodie and debating Andrew Wilson and wearing a baseball cap. You see what happens? You see the appeal? I would have got torched. I mean, they were trying to torch me already. All right. But he was trying to use that. You're speaking incoherently, but you're looking across the table, nigga wearing a full suit. All right. With the pocket square and shit. All right. I had the collar popping. All right. I was all fresh and clean. All right. So the optics was, well, you can't be completely ignorant. Nigga look good over there. All right. That's a $1,500 suit he got on. All right. Even the woman, his girlfriend, his wife was trying to call it a Hillary Clinton pantsuit. Like, really? This is a legit suit. This is a legit suit. This is a real suit, nigga. This is Ric Flair status suit. Okay. All right. Anyway, this is a real fucking suit. You don't even know what type of suit this is. This ain't off the rack. This is a custom made suit, motherfucker. All right. Anyway. Shout out to Ko-Fi supporter. Yeah, YN's leveling up with the quickness. My little brother was asking for quarter zips for Christmas. He says, I sense fentanyl outbreak or another peaceful protest in the future. The New World Order punch in the air in disgust right now at the YNs growing up. We will have none of this. Which means, in effect, you're right. The New World Order is going to ratchet up their propaganda on the younger generations of people. Okay. So that's where the problem is going to be. They're going to say, oh, we need to get back to these hood niggas and ratchet up all of our propaganda because, they're outgrowing Chief Keef look. The Chief Keef look. What is the other dude they keep talking about? King Von. But I did that too. When I was about 24, 23, I started to boss up. I got rid of the football jerseys. And I got rid of the football jerseys and I got rid of the baggy pants and all of that stuff. And I started going for polo shirts and Dockers and penny loafers and white, the white Adidas 3 stripes. I started going for that look. And that was right about 20. Yeah, it's about 20, 21, 22. I was an older guy. I was an older spirit anyway. But I started to adopt that look. But I got that look looking like the coaching business. That's what got me to change my look up. Because I knew I couldn't dress like a hoodlum coaching suburban club basketball players in high schools. I couldn't look like a hoodlum doing it. I mean, you can, but of course, you know, parents, they're going to not respect you. They're not going to want to pay the fees. You're charging people a lot of money to play club basketball. Let me take your daughter around the damn state in the country dressing like a hoodlum. Joshua Moon says the YNs have been changing it up. He says it's a dub for sure. Shout out to the YNs for bossing up. I love to see young black men bossing up out here. Because they're the hardest to get the change to boss up. They're, you know, because they believe culture. Our culture dresses like this. Okay, in your 20s, they do. Okay. But then you got to go get a job. Now, sometimes you can do your own business and you don't have to suit up. But again, sometimes you still have to suit up from time to time. You still do. And culture typically is indicative of young people culturally changing things. And so once you grow older, now you got to, you know what I mean? It's a little bit tough. And most of it is laziness. A lot of people don't want to make the effort. So it's easy to throw on a t-shirt. It's easy to throw on some basketball shorts. It's easy to throw on some sweats. It's very easy. It takes very little thought. And I do it myself. And you see a lot of people do it all the time. They go to Walmart and Target completely sloppily dressed, wearing Crocs and stuff like this. Just low level, low vibration. And I'll get caught out there every now and then doing this. I'm not above doing that. But I also know that people prejudge people and they give you a hard time. So it's like, all right, let me just make an effort. And making an effort just to not be in pajamas is an effort. Then to go to dress up, that's a major effort because you have to think. You have to put certain things together. You have it prepared. You have to have it ironed. You have to have it taken to the cleaners. You can't have it, you can't have it wrinkled up. So it takes planning and effort to dress a little bit more upscale. And then you got to put pieces together. All right. Does this shirt match the suit? All right. Does this pocket square match the shirt? Or what does it match the pattern? All right. Do the shoes match? Do I got the right shoes and the right belt? All right. Do I got a black belt and brown shoes? Do I got brown shoes and a black belt? Like, you got to get it tailored. You outgrow clothes. Yes. You can have something completely tailored to your size, and then all of a sudden you work out for 6 months and it don't fit no more. All right, your pants are flooding because your quads got bigger. Your jacket don't fit no more. You can't button. Who does this one? Because I have no neck. All right, I have big traps. All right, pause. You see my traps? All right. What happens is when I start working out, my neck gets smaller. I get no neck. All right. My traps just go boom. My shoulders go like this. All right. So now I can't button my top button and put on a tie. All right. I outgrow dress shirts like crazy. And most of my dress shirts are custom. All right. Because I have to have it custom because I'm a small guy. So I can't, I have broad shoulders. I have a tapered lats and short torso with longer arms. All right. So everything's got to be tailored for me to make it look work. Because otherwise, if I get it off the rack, all right, my cuff's going to be bunched up down here. All right, it's going to look like a disaster. All right, my neck is big. All right, but my torso is short. I'm going to look crazy with some shit off the rack. All right, it never fits. Hold on, nigga. All right. All right. Did you come in here and tell me somebody else is doing something on somebody else's channel? Crazy. Blocked. So I'm going to look. So what happens is I got to get things custom. But what happens is if I work out, that shirt doesn't fit anymore. And I can't button the top button right here. That means I can't wear a tie. Or I have to wear a tie, but the top button's not buttoned. The top button is not buttoned. So it's just like that. It's just like that. All right, niggas is getting blocked out here, bruh. They getting blocked with that bullshit. So you do have to pay attention to that. When you do dress better, you will have to go purchase shit a lot. It becomes more expensive. So watch out. for that one. That's a big time trap. That's why it takes effort. That's why men, you know, where is it at? Yeah, you got to throw the turtleneck on. Yeah, you do got to throw the mock turtleneck on. This is why men typically, and the red pill space has been very guilty of this, of telling men that they don't have to do better. So what they'll do is they'll say, it's okay to look like this. Okay. All the time. Okay. This graphic t-shirt shit that you can get from Target. All right. Like this. It's okay to look like this. Bummy, not your hair not lined up. You're not camera ready. You're not interview ready. So the red pill space have been guilty of telling men that they can just do this. Oh, you can minimalize. Just do this. You don't have to. All right. It's a mess. It's a mess. Yeah, band collars don't work as well. I mean, it is a thing, but it doesn't work as well because the whole fit of the shirt is going to get thrown off. Trust me, I those little things don't work for me too well because once my shoulders get big and my neck, all right, the rest of the shirt is going to get clumped up at the bottom. All right, it's tough being a person like, you know, it's tough shopping off the rack when you're not the conventional build. Because clothes are made for a certain type of person, and it's most likely not made for your build. So you do have to be worried about presenting yourself ready to go with the tailor. All right, your tailor is going to be your number one friend when you are not conventionally built, especially when you're short. When you're a short guy and you fat, when you're short and fat. Now, that is the deadliest combination. Short and fat. Short with a pot belly. You're going to need a tailor. Right? You're going to need a tailor. Or you're short and you got a broad chest. Your regular clothes don't fit on you. You're going to need to have a tailor. Okay? You're going to need to constantly be getting new shirts and clothes as your body changes. Then, of course, when you're losing weight, another one. When you lose weight, your entire wardrobe is gone. Yeah, tall and thin, forget it. So a lot of people have things that they have to work around. So I'm always at my tailor, but if you're broke, you're gonna be up Shit's Creek. All right, you're gonna be up Shit's Creek. Your clothes are just gonna go out of style, or they're gonna mismatch, or you're gonna grow out of your clothes real quick. And don't put on no weight, muscles. All right, it's gonna change everything. So I'm always constantly trying to find ways to prevent that. So I'm always at my tailor. That's why you need money. This is why you need money, guys. I'm telling you, this is why you need to go get the bag. Because if you don't get the bag, guys, you're going to look funny out here. Anybody know this? When you got to put on a suit, you might wear a suit once or twice a year. So that means you don't update your suits. What happens is, let me tell you something. What happens is when you don't do that, if you let 3 years go by, your suit's going to look crazy when you put it on. All right. You're going to look funny as fuck because 3-4 years ago, niggas was wearing penguin suits, right? Very skinny jeans. All right. Very skinny suits. All right. And you're going to gain weight during that time. You're going to throw that suit on or whatever that is, whatever you're wearing. It doesn't have to be a suit. You're going to look crazy. If you have not updated that or updated that with the suit, the tailor, you're going to look insane. Or let's say 10 years go by. 10 years go by. When you throw that suit on and you put them pleated slacks on, you're going to look crazy. You're going to look funny like a motherfucker because the industry changes so rapidly that if you let 10 years go by and you throw that suit on and them little motherfucking baggy pleated slacks with the motherfucking cuffs at the bottom, it's going to look crazy. All right. So you always got to really be changing with the styles. You got to update it, even if you don't use it. Sometimes you might not use the suit, and by the time you even come around to it, you're going to come around and it's kind of out of style or ill-fitting as well. But this is why we're trying to get men to have that boss up mentality, because things change. Even the style of shirts. You know, collared shirts today, if you go back 12 years ago, the collars were wider. All right. I'm trying to describe it. Like, it was not that uncommon to have a wider collar shirt where the lapels came all the way out here. All right. So if I bought a shirt 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, the collar would come out here. Today it's here. You see where they're in right here? Today it's here. So if I put on a shirt from 3, 4, 5 years ago, that collar is going to be way out here. All right. And you're going to look out of style. You're going to look out of style. So even if I took a collar extender, it still looked like an old ass shirt. It's still going to look like an old ass shirt. People are going to be able to see. You're going to, and let me tell you, old people. Older people have a big problem with that because older people don't realize how fast times change and they just throw some shit on. All right. And they're like, oh, I got something in my closet. And you go in your closet and you get that sateen collar shirt. And it's a big ass butterfly collar, but it's a smooth shirt and it looked good 10 years ago. You're going to look like an older person. You're going to look like an old out of style person. And you're going to look like, I don't look fresh. And you do look fresh. You do look clean, but the suit is outdated. So is the shirt. So you do always kind of have to kind of get some new shit as you grow into it. And, you know, this is what people did in the past. All right. But things do change really fast with it. And people will be able to determine your age and generation based on how you dress. It is what it is. It is what it is. But go back and look. You will always go look. Just go look and go look at the new shirts. Just go look at what people are wearing now. Go try it on. And then go try some shit on you have in your closet for 5-10 years ago. It's going to look completely different. So you always got to go update your wardrobe. Go get you some nice, fresh shirts. Go get them tailored. And tailor it to fit what you look like today. Not what you look like 5 years ago. Tailor it to fit what you look like today. This is why y'all got to boss up. I got some suits in my damn closet with the 3 button down. I should go get them. I should go get them. And they look good. They don't typically fit how they fit 15 years ago or 10 years ago. But I got some big ass suits. All right. The long suits, the 3 button shit where the motherfucking cut came up here. First button was here. Okay. And then 3rd button, 4 button down here with the long shit. I got plenty of them. Steve Harvey shit, the Michael Jordan suit. I got plenty of those. I would look crazy putting that on. Even if it fit, I would look incredibly crazy putting that on, even though it's still a suit. People will see it right away. They will be like, wow, you look like the 96 draft class. You look like the LeBron James draft class. And it will look 20 years older immediately. I can't hide it. Can't hide it. But I still got them, though. I still got some sports coats that look like I still got them suits. But people would immediately look at that and be like, sheesh, what's wrong with the suit? I still fits. It's got a little collar extender. It still fits. What's wrong? All right, but anyway, let's get back to the show before I get my suit collection going right there. Let's see here. We got, what's part of the show is it? It is an evil world we live in. Shout out to you guys. It's the evil world we live in, starting with the top states with the highest body counts. All right, it's the evil world we live in. Here we go. The top states.
It's an evil
with the
world
highest
we live in.
body counts. What state do you think has the highest body count? This should be interesting. And this reminds me, even in the boss up segment, please guys, don't get tattoos on your face. Really be concerned. Like, don't get tattoos on your face because you're gonna look crazy 5-10 years down the line. I know it looks cool when you're young, but I would always tell young people, do not get that many tattoos. You got to be careful because it's hard to overcome that, especially around your face and your neck. All right, because it looks cool now for social media, and the bitches now look, the young girls that you're dealing with now like it. But when you get 30, you're gonna look crazy. All right, so what state has the highest body count? Let's hear this video.
It's the top 5 states with the highest average body count.
Texas, I know, is on there.
Texas, yes. Number 5. You got to throw in the kissing cousins. So 33 on average body count.
Florida.
Florida, there's a lot of sleazy women in Florida. 36 average body count.
It's the dudes.
Okay, whatever.
Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada, number 2, 39.
Am I about to do a sweep?
Oh, you got 2 left, so I'll help you out.
No, don't help me out yet. Louisiana.
Okay, there goes your sweep.
Damn it.
No.
Okay, so we got Nevada, Florida, Texas. This should not be a surprise. I mean, we got higher population. Nevada's a fuck boy capital. So that's not a surprise there. These are the women's body counts, by the way. They're saying these are the female's body count on average. Who believes this is the average body count for a female? All right, we're going to talk about that later. All right. 39 for Nevada. Guys, if a woman says she grew up in Nevada, trust me, she is a skeezer. All right, there's no virgins that last in Las Vegas. If a woman tells me she grew up in Las Vegas or lived in Las Vegas for 10 years, that body count is up there. All right, because those women sell pussy on the side. I mean, she's going to have to be like an extra good woman. There's no extra good women in Las Vegas. All right, Las Vegas will make you a whore. Florida, Texas, Miami, probably, and a lot of crystal meth there. And then Texas, 33. That's a lot of bodies. All right, we're going to get the top 2 of the 3 here.
Oh, I was going to say biggest states or
New York.
Most people. Yeah, New York, number 3, 38 body count. That makes sense too. You're out bars till 6 in the morning. You're out getting loose, getting some bodies.
California.
Yeah, California, number 1. Average person has slept with 58 people.
58. All right. Who believes these numbers? It says the average person. They did talk about women initially, but now they flipped it to people. 58. I mean, somebody said by what age? That's important to know too. But by what age? If you're 50 in California, you probably fuck 50 people. If you're single and 50, right? You probably fuck 50 people. That's easy to do in California. All right, that's easy to do. Somebody said it's hard to do in California. I think one of the comments said it over here. All right, the average dude in California is not sniffing anywhere near 50 plus, even if they tried to pay. I beg to differ. Okay. 50 was easy peasy. All right. During 2013 to 2020, 50 that's easy to do in California, bro. All right. That is not hard. All right. I mean, but some people, depending on where you are in California. All right. But if you're saying, well, you're not as good looking as me, I suppose. But that's easy to do, especially when you're just dealing with slump busters. If you get on the freeway and drive, if you're willing to go from San Gabriel to Thousand Oaks, you can fuck. If you're willing to fuck 40-year-old women when you're 27, you're going to be able to bang women out. California is not a place for virgins. Neither is Nevada. Okay, so I'm going to tell you, you're not getting ecclesiastical anything in California and Nevada. Okay, you're going to have to find somewhere, some nooks and crannies of Nevada and California to be able to find virginous people. So that doesn't surprise me. The Wild Wild West is up there, number 1 and 2. New York and Florida shouldn't surprise us as well, because you can get you can touch 1 million people on foot in New York. And Florida is not surprising either. Texas, not surprising as well. All right, but the body count game is easy to achieve, especially for younger women. If it's women, we're talking about only for certain. All right, so it's tough. Who thought somebody said Arizona would be 6? Okay, yeah, Phoenix, Scottsdale. Phoenix is a hotbed. I'm telling you, I think I did a ranking the cities one time, and I think I had Phoenix number 1, and Phoenix is still a sleeper. But it depends on what you like in Phoenix. If you like black, thick women and shit like that, you're not going to have fun in Phoenix. But if you like white women and Latinas, you're going to do just good in Phoenix. I mean, there's a lot of California transplants. If you like white women and Latino women, meaning Mexicans, right? Mexicans, all right, you're going to have your hands full in Phoenix. All right. And even the black women are going to be like, kind of thinnish. They're not going to be like thick Houston black women in Phoenix. There are some there, but not a whole bunch. So if you like kind of thick, like you guys like them thick women in Houston, don't go to Phoenix. You're going to be disappointed. But if you like gorditas and tortas and Mexicans and short Mexicans, 4'8" Mexicans and all kind of Mexicans, you like Mexicans, you're going to be good. You're going to be able to bang out a whole bunch of women. It is nonstop. And if you like white women, you're going to be hands. It's a white woman haven.
Where the white women at?
It's a white woman haven. And California rejects. It's the evil world we live in. It's Tuesday. Who doesn't like a torta? All right. Gordita. Who doesn't like tortas? All right. Whose body counts are? Press 1 in the chat. If your body counts, are y'all about to tell on yourselves right now? Press 1 in the chat. If your body count is higher than those in the areas that said it. So if you're from California and your body count is higher than that, press 1. If you're from Nevada and your body count's higher than that, press 1. Ladies, you too. All right, New York, if you have 38, shit, you could be in the housing projects. You could be in Washington Heights and have a body count higher than 38. And don't get it twisted. Them 19-year-old Dominicans got body counts higher than this. In Harlem, anybody in Harlem, their body count is way higher than this. If they're a female, a pretty female, Puerto Rican, a black woman in Harlem, Washington Heights, their body counts are higher than this at 26. All right, no lie. Even the old Puerto Rican chicks, they like 45 and 50 and 55. Their body counts are higher than this. Somebody said high school body counts for some of these geezers. Okay. It's the evil world we live in. We got relationship and dating advice. All right. You guys know relationships is the hot button topic. And I'm glad because I'm going to have content forever. I don't care how old I get. The dating and relationship in the marital marketplace is torpedoed, and people they're literally denying it. People are in so much denial that any person that is famous, they can get a podcast, and their podcast, half of their podcast would be relationship and dating and marital advice. Like, I don't care what they're talking about. They could talk about finances, they could talk about religion, they could talk about sports. But the relationship and dating marketplace is so fucked up. And people can see it in a steady decline that no matter what your podcast is about, if you talk about dating and relationships, you're going viral. You're going to get attention. You're going to get attention because we have more single women and men than in the history of our world in America and across the world. Marriage is an outdated, archaic system. It's dying. It's a slow death, and people are trying to figure out how to turn it around. And so they come back with some advice. All right. And their advice is from the 20th century. It's the 20th century advice because older people, even married people, are like, man, what's wrong? What's the problem? Like, go touch grass, go outside. And then some people say, young people are like, it's not that easy anymore. So even if I'm an older person, for me, I'm still going to be relevant because I'm in a relevant topic. In fact, one of our brothers, Nuri Muhammad, shout out to the FOIs, the Fruit of Islam and the Nation of Islam. Very smart, intelligent guy, Nuri Muhammad. He said this on Vlad TV, and I wish I could clip it. He said, and I quote, no matter what we're talking about, he gets a group of people together and they're talking about finances and entrepreneurship. He says, no matter what we're talking about, at the end of each session, the most popular conversation is centered around the relationships. Right? Because people have broken relationships. They're trying to become entrepreneurs or they're trying to build their communities up. But he says it almost always boils down to relationships and marriages. And it's the toughest thing for people to do. And the reason why it's tougher, the toughest thing for people to do is that people think it's easy. It's the one thing you think that we should naturally be able to do. Like being an entrepreneur is not natural. It takes a lot of things that you have to overcome. Starting a business is not natural, right? It's harder to overcome it. Like building your community to be safe is not natural. So what happens is people think love and romance should be natural, right? You meet me, I meet you. We want to fuck and we want to make a baby and have a house and cars and all this shit. Easy, right? No, hard. I keep telling you, it's very hard to accomplish. In fact, look at your history. Look at your resume. Your resume, you literally have struck out 99% of the time. You haven't been able to achieve this. 20 years have passed and you cannot achieve it. You had it and lost it. That's how difficult it is. You were married 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and it went kaput. It's the hardest thing to do. It takes work. As much work as you put into working for your company and getting educated, that's as much work you have to put in relationships. And I know people don't do it because you think it should be easy. Hey, we should be able to communicate. We should be able to reach a common consensus. We should be able to agree. We should be able to agree to disagree. We should be able to stay together. We should be able to work through our issues. That's the hardest thing to do. And that's what means for me, I'm going to be in business for a long time because I know people think it should be easy to do and they take it lightly. Men take it lightly. What do men teach? What do men teach? How to get women. What do men never teach? How to keep women. I've been saying that for years. So many men content spaces are focused on how to get the woman, not how to keep the woman. Soon as you get into the conversation of how to keep the woman, then you have fractures. You didn't have to do this, and you shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do this. Nobody has executed perfectly how to keep a woman. It's always how to get a woman. Then there's a whole different strategy of how to get the woman that doesn't work how to keep them. It only works on how to get them. So I'm sitting here looking at this and I'm saying people don't have a clue about what's going on out here. That's why I'm going to be in business forever. I'm going to be 80 teaching this shit. It's never going to get old. I'm just going to get older. And you might got to say, oh, he's too old now. But I got this down. I got the pulse. I know monetized dating. Monetized dating is the future. You can call it what you want, but it's the future. It's how we're going to date and get together. If you don't have that bottom line, you're going to be put out. There's exceptions to the rule, but you're going to be priced the fuck out. I've been saying for a long time, she's not out of your league. She's out of your price range. And people are picking up on that. They're just saying, pick the girl in your price range and deal with it. Okay. So I know this is going to be the case. I'm confident. And, you know, I'm still going to be treated as some sort of nihilist, but look at your resume. Look at everybody's history. A lot of people, whether they're married or single, are having problems. They're married and having problems. They're single and having problems, right? It's a mess because people don't want to deal with the reality. It takes work to make relationships work. And the fact that two people are working outside the home, it's almost as if you don't realize that is the worst way to make a relationship work. Okay. Okay. That is the worst way. There's no way, bro. There's no way that that's going to work. With two people working 50 hours a week with two side hustles, you can forget relationships. You're just going to be roommates. You're just going to be roommates. Nobody's caring for the home. Nobody's caring for the kids. It's over. Sorry. Now, can you coexist? Yes. You can coexist this way for a period of time. And then soon as one person outgrows the other, forget it. Okay. As soon as the other person says, damn, I've been outside all the time. A woman will say, there's a handsome guy over there. The guy will say, there's a nice piece of young pussy over there. My wife is not here. I haven't seen her in 2 days. We're just ships passing in the night. We haven't fucked in 3 weeks. Good luck. Now, you don't have to agree with me, but I'm saying I'm going to be on the right side of history. I don't see relationships and marriages and dating being solved to the point where you don't have people interjecting, which means in effect, we got 3 people here talking about it. This is how bad it's gotten. This is how bad it's gotten. We have Bill Ackman, right, who is a billionaire. He's one of the top hedge fund managers in the world. He is now encouraging young men to approach young women in public more by simply asking, may I meet you before starting a conversation? Yeah. Bill Ackman, y'all. Woo, wait. Yo, this is how bad relationships and marriages have gotten. And really, it's over. If he thinks this is the solution, coach, well, what's your solution? Okay. Let me read this tweet. And this is him. And boy, he got torpedoed. he got basically what they call ratioed. Okay. And it says right here, I hear many young men that they find it difficult. I hear from many young men that they find it difficult to meet young women in public. In other words, the online culture has destroyed the ability to have spontaneously meet strangers. Now, let me stop right there because I got to break this shit down. This is Captain Obvious. This is like when Andrew Wilson was solving the black community problems, and I was sitting over there like, bro, that's Captain Obvious. Anybody could come up with those solutions. Those aren't even solutions. Or we got to ban abortion, and we got to restore patriarchy in the home through God. Okay? Like, that's not solutions. He at least tried to give solutions. These aren't solutions. All right. Yeah, and he's 6'3" with a blue eyes and a trust fund. Okay, so he says the online culture has devastated and destroyed the ability to spontaneously meet strangers. No duh. No duh. All right, I said that 10 years ago. It says, as such, I thought I would share a few words that I used in my youth to meet someone that I found compelling. Wow. Thank you, Bill Ackman. We're going to have to look this up here. Bill Ackman, age. 59 years old. 59 years old. Let's see if he's married. I know he's married. You can't be him and not be married. Oh, he has 2 ex-wives. No. He has one ex-wife named Karen. Her Hoskovich. All right. That's his first wife right there. All right. He divorced her in 2017.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
He married another woman named Nira Oxman in 2019.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. Okay. We know I can't say that. He's been mostly
married since 1994. All right. He had 2 years. It looks like he got divorced in 2017 and remarried in 2019. He has not been single for much. The last time he was single was 1992. 1992, more than likely. That was the last time he was a single male. So please consider that with the advice you're about to hear. Okay, please consider that. Because he says right here, I thought I would share a few words that I used in my youth to meet someone that I found compelling. Hey, man, the 90s, we done with the 90s. I've been trying to tell y'all, we done with the 90s. He's telling us what he did in the 90s to find his first ex-wife. He says, I would ask, may I meet you before engaging further in the conversation? I almost never got a no. Okay. May I meet you? Okay. Now, if you guys know, I talk about this on Monetized Dating. Okay. I have my course. I have locals. I tell you what to say to them. And pretty much since everybody's on the same page, you can get further with this, but we're not on the same page. It inevitably enabled the opportunity for a further conversation. I met a lot of really interesting people this way. How many people did you meet this way? 2, 5, 10, 100? Did you fuck all of them? What happened? All right. Did you marry them? Did you get in a relationship with them? What happened? All right. You met a lot of interesting people. Okay. I got a phone number. All right, I got to talk to her. All right, you called her, you beeped her 911 or called her on her cell phone. What happened? See, that's what I'm not hearing. I met interesting people. You guys have to understand, most people don't have time to meet people. They don't have time to even talk to people, let alone say I met interesting people. I had a lot of great conversations. I ran game on a lot of bitches. All right, what happened? Did you fuck any of them? Did you marry them? What happened? Okay, what happened when you met them? So here we go right here. I think the combination of proper grammar and politeness was the key to its effectiveness. You might give it a try. Wowzers. You guys, he don't really realize that all these skeezers are out here. All right. There's whores in every form. All right. Polite whores, skeezers. We're going to talk about this later. So he's treating women like they're 1990 princesses. You know, that they ain't out here hoeing with 38 body counts. Proper grammar and politeness. Now, he's not 100% wrong. What he's saying is right. In Pleasantville. Okay. In a different time period. These aren't today's women. These are the women of yesteryear where bitches had shame. Okay, so what he's saying is right. Proper grammar, politeness. May I meet you? Yes, that I see what he's saying here. He's not wrong, but he's just in the time period, in a time far gone, in a land past time, that land that time forgot. And yes, I think it should also work for women seeking men as well as same-sex interactions. Okay.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
So he had to throw that in there. You could have left that out. So he's saying the women should be able to seek men this way. Just 2 cents from an older, happily married guy concerned about our next generation's happiness and population replacement rates. Again, as I said, yeah, people are concerned about this. This is why this conversation is going to be just a revolving door. These conversations are going to go because it's just a different time. We have social media. All right. We got sugar baby apps. We have airplanes where, you know, you can still have airplanes in the 90s, but travel wasn't like common. Like you could go to Tahiti and shit. And that was like, wow, you went to Hawaii in the 1990s. You went to Hawaii? You went to Hawaii? Wow. He went to Hawaii and it cost you probably $2,000 a ticket, right? It was a big motherfucking ticket. And you had luggage that didn't have wheels on it. You had to pick the luggage up and shit. Yes, luggage did not have wheels. It took an ingenious person in the 2000s to put wheels on luggage. Okay. You had to carry motherfucking luggage. You guys don't know how hard it was in the 90s. You had 3 bags and you carried all the shit, even the big motherfucking shit that you checked in. Didn't have wheels. This is how far things have changed since 1992. Okay. So you could go to Hawaii and people were impressed. Tell somebody you went to Hawaii today. They'd be like, that's nice. I've been 5 times already. Okay. Okay. You're like, oh, that's nice. Hawaii. Now you got to go to some wild shit. You can't even keep up with the Password Bros. Them niggas didn't change they moved the goalposts every week. Oh, nah, man, this shit is out, man. Don't go to the Dominican Republic now. You're like, damn, I've been watching your videos for 10 years. You've been telling me to go. Now I can't go there. Password Bros move the motherfucking shit every week. Oh, man, you know what the new hotspot is? And it's literally the old hotspot. Oh, man, Slavic chicks in Ukraine and Poland. You mean that was 10 years ago, the hotspot. Now it's the re-hotspot. Now you got to re-go to shit now. You can't even. All right. So with that being said, this advice is going way too far back. And it sounds good because he's going to get credit for it. Like Andrew Wilson got credit for providing solutions that were completely dumb and outdated and obvious. Those aren't solutions, man. So his solution is just, oh, excuse me, miss, what's your name? Throw that Luther Vandross and shit there. Can I take you out tonight? Excuse me, miss, what's your name? And where you from? And where you be? And all of this. And can I take you out tonight? And the woman would be like, take me out, baby. Where you taking me? You'd be like, Cheesecake Factory. And she'd be like, I ain't going to no motherfucking Cheesecake Factory. All you niggas take me out to the same dates. They always want to take us out to the same places. And you're like, where should I take you? You need to come up with the idea. Oh, fuck. All these women be motherfucking been on 11 dates. And I'm supposed to come up with a better date than the last nigga. Okay. Yeah, that can we talk? Can we talk for a minute? Girl, I want to know your name. Can we talk for a minute? I suppose Bill Ackman wants me to walk up and Tevin Campbell these bitches. All right. The fuck? All these skeezers. Bill Ackman, there's whores out here, Bill. What the hell you're talking about, bro?
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute.
So that's his advice. Man, what did he say? I don't even remember. May I meet you? This is incredible. All right, let's see what the comments are saying here. Let's see what the comments are saying because they going in on him. Dating advice from the 20th century. All right, man. Look, when you're married, you're really in a bubble. Okay, this one says, may I meet you is gonna get you ignored where I'm from. Facts. Name a city where may I meet you gonna get you clowned. Okay. Name a city where if you walked up to a woman and said, may I meet you, and her nose is in her phone. She's in her phone on her Sugar Baby app. She's in her phone on her TikTok. Name a city that if you said, may I meet you, will get you fucking clowned in today's marketplace. He said every city. You're going to get clowned, man. Ignored. These bitches going to say stranger danger. This is incredible. I'm older. I remember the days of having to walk up to a woman and introduce yourself. That's where being a gentleman was built. This is true. Like, guys, but those days are gone. Like, that's not as big of a deal today. And the fact that women are online and out in the regular world, women know that they don't have to really take outside seriously. Now, they want to, but they don't have to take it seriously. Helps to be a billionaire first, totally different results. Not to say he was a billionaire at that time, but yeah, he was probably well on his way doing this in Manhattan or Soho or Tribeca. May I meet you? What about hello and then proceed to introduce yourself? But approaching in public is a lost art form. I'm glad my generation had to approach in public or you got no play. Yep, that was the 90s. You know, people think I'm against game. I'm not. I'm against I'm just looking at the time frame we live in where, if you didn't speak, you were not getting any pussy. All right. So if you didn't introduce yourself in public, yeah, you weren't getting no play, no relationship, no kisses, no cuddling, nothing. So you did have to do that, but it's a lost art form because there's so many people that are very comfortable about what they have online or on social media, and people are very scared of people today. They're either an introvert, they're socially awkward, they're scared, they think their people are dangerous. Have you ever approached a woman today? Even back in the day, you would do this. You approached her, hey, how's it going? You look good. Hey, I want to meet you. May I meet you? Well, sure. And she's giving you the whole stranger danger shit. And you're like, well, yeah, man, you know what? Listen, we only got a couple of minutes here and I got to get on to what I need to do here. Can I get your phone number? I don't even know you. Baby, I realize you don't know me. I want to get to know you. I want to take you out. Just give me your phone number and then I'll get in touch with you. I do have to catch the train. But I know I don't know you. I know this is weird and people don't approach anymore, but can I get to know you? All right. Let me get your phone number. This is how we do it. So I can get in touch with you. I don't have time for you to get to know me now. Give me your phone number. Here's my Instagram. Here's my Instagram. And you're like, oh, Instagram, Snapchat. I mean, you're making me a fan. I don't have time. Baby, listen. My train is about to leave right now. The phone number is the best way. I don't give out my phone number to just everybody. Do you ask every girl for their phone number? Oh my God. I don't have time for this shit. All right, bitch, forget it. Stay single, bitch. That's all right. I got niggas in my DMs. Look at all my options. All right. So the fact that we do have social media makes it difficult for us to have these conversations where we meet in public, because when women want to fuck, they go to social media or whoever they want to fuck, right? They go chase that nigga down, right? They in his DMs. Okay. Yeah, I have a boyfriend. All right, I have a boyfriend. You're like, oh, the whole boyfriend thing. All right, I don't talk to bitches that got boyfriends. Bye. Oh, you guys are going to just quit that easily? These guys get one no and they just quit. Okay, you got a boyfriend. All right, can I apply for a friendship? Maybe I could be your second baseman. All right, listen, let me get your number. All right, let me get your Snapchat so I can sneak in your fucking DMs while you got a boyfriend. All right, you're that type of guy, huh? You're like, oh my God, bitch, are you crazy? Are you crazy? This is getting insane. Now, all of a sudden, I'm supposed to keep pushing through your nose. All right, but then when I push through the nose, you're making me uncomfortable. This seems like sexual harassment. Oh, my God. Right? These guys can't take no for an answer. No means no. You see, you get caught up in this bullshit, and Bill Ackman doesn't know how crazy these women are, getting you caught in this cycle between choosing between to be aggressive, overcoming objections and no's, and then being overzealous and not accepting no for an answer. Okay. Like what? And then settling for social media, Instagram, Snapchat. I got a boyfriend. Like, what are you doing? What are we doing? And now most guys going to have to learn from a dating coach or how to overcome this. And trust me, guys, everyone's different. It just depends on if she's ready to receive these type of conversations or is she not. Is she not? Because there used to be a time where you used to be able to pull up in the passenger side of your best friend ride, honk the fucking horn, and be like, yo, let me holler at you real quick. That used to work. People don't realize that used to work in 1993. Much more by high school coming with the half ounce. That used to work in 93. 94 came around and it didn't work anymore. Because a song came out, I don't want no scrubs around the same time. No scrubs. So that used to work until them bitches came out with the song. So things change. Used to be able to boop, boop, horn. And the bitch would be like, huh? You used to be able to pull up in your car and then look at her on the other side of the window and be like, what up? Yo, let me get them digits. That used to work. You pull up next to a girl today in her car, she don't even cut her motherfucking eyes. She just in her phone texting all these other niggas. You supposed to beat the whore. Hey, bitch, hey, flag the bitch down, gorilla pimp. All right. And she look over at your ass. And don't think because you got a nice car is going to help you. I pull up next to bitches in the 911 and they don't even want to look over there. All right. It's like a 9 out of 10 chance that she even looks over there. And I'm in a 911. All right. It's crazy because they here's the thing about women. And I'm going to tell you what the secret is. Women want serendipity. Okay. And people don't realize this. Women want serendipity. They don't want a pre-programmed interaction. I'm going to tell you where the secret is. And most people don't know this. They want to believe that the meeting was happenstance. The meeting was happenstance. It's kind of like a serendipitous meeting would be like, you know, in high school, the whole movie shit where she's got her books and she turns the corner and runs into the motherfucking guy and the papers fly everywhere. And then you guys pick up the papers and then the hand touches and you look into each other's eyes and, oh, love at first sight. That's what a woman almost always wants. That's her dream. And if it's not that serendipity, it's like pre-programmed. It's obvious. She doesn't want it to be obvious. She wants it to be like, you know, we ran to the elevator and shit, and she was standing in the elevator, and then I put my arm through the elevator door, and the shit was about to close, and then the door opened up, and then motherfuckers, Tweety birds is flying, and fairy dust and glitter and shit. That's what she wants. That's what all women want. They want serendipity. They want like, right? That's what they want. Yeah, her hair blowing in the wind and the shit gets all soft, light, and fuzzy. And she gets the vapors and, oh, I met my 6'5" with a blue eye. It was fate. It was destiny. Not no tap on the shoulder. Hey, bitch, what's your name? And then how did you meet? Oh, he tapped me on the shoulder and said, hey, bitch, give me your phone number, bitch. I'm running. I got to meet the train. And then she fell in love. In fact, if you meet a woman on a dating app and then you have a relationship with her and then you meet your family and friends and you will literally be like, if people ask how we date, say it was we met on Starbucks. Like we just met serendipitously. We didn't meet on a dating app where we went through and we fucked 50 people before we got to each other. And then we were like, let's just meet for a motherfucking, let's go to Quiznos. Right? That type of shit. They want a story. So this is why when you approach a woman, there's no serendipity. There's no story. There's no buildup. That's why when you drive next to a woman in her car and you be like, what's up? That's not how she wants it to be. It doesn't live in the land of make-believe. That's just too easy. He just drove up in his car. There's no story. There's no lead in. He didn't see you from across the hall. And then she didn't drop a napkin and give you the hint and fix her hair, drop her pencils over there. Okay. So this is why this advice of meeting women, excuse me, miss, may I meet you? You know, this is gone. We've missed those days and years. And not only that, we've done it before and found out those relationships are just as shitty as the relationships that were pre-planned. Same thing as when women go to a nightclub. What do? They build a wall. They build a wall up around them brick by motherfucking brick. They're on heightened defense. They're waiting for all the guys lurking, and they go there purposely, scantily clad, wearing the most ill-fitting outfit to have their cleavage or their legs out or their toes or their feet out. All right, face full of makeup and hair, knowing full well they about to reject 99% of guys, if not 99.9%. You look at her the wrong way. You come up, they already like, what you gonna say? You gonna say what? They're already coming up. They got a wall. And then all the bitches is protecting them. So that if you having a conversation with one, all the other women coming over there, what you talking about? She got a man. You can't even get two words out. Bitches like, what you gonna say? Oh, he just tried it. Okay. Oh, all these other niggas. So you got to come over here like Atlantic Star. May I have this dance? And you out there, play another slow jam. This might make it sweet. And a slow jam. A slow jam for me and my baby. Yeah. This ain't the time for this shit. All right. Where we just dancing and she just waiting off on the sideline, waiting to be asked. May I have this dance ass bitch? Take her out to the dance floor. This shit don't happen no more. That happened in the late 90s and the 80s and 70s and shit. Okay. This is where this advice goes haywire. May I meet you, ass bitch? Like, come on. Can we talk for a minute? Kevin said right here, Tevin Campbell. I love to know your name. May I meet you as your meeting is comedy. He says, I like to get to know you after a brief introduction makes more sense. Comments are a perfect example of people who have no etiquette whatsoever. And here I'm gonna tell you, man. We used to, and I've said this, I've been saying this a long time, and I know people don't hear me all the time. I said there used to be an etiquette, a decorum that we were taught when we were younger. People would call it simp programming, but cotillions, churches, they used to teach people how to introduce each other. How do you introduce? This is what you say to a lady. This is what you say to a gentleman. And we used to do this. We don't do this anymore. Like, we don't have that in the church anymore. We don't have it in the cotillions. We used to be taught how to respectfully talk to each other when we were taught younger to do this, right? Even the whole pulling out the chairs and putting coats over puddles. This is all like programming that we were taught. But of course now, you know, hip hop, hypermasculine culture has erased that as simp programming. Then the women became harlots and whores and chasing down Naughty by Nature, Tretch, and Tupac. And they begin to look at the old code approach as the best strategy. Even women say, oh, he ain't got no game. He didn't know what to say. He was nervous. Where being nervous used to be an endearing thing for a woman. Okay. If a woman saw a man and he was nervous, she would be like, oh, he's such a sweetheart. He was nervous to talk to me. You walk up to a woman and you're nervous today. She like, this nigga. Because we haven't been taught to respect a guy that's going out on a limb to approach a woman when he normally doesn't approach. Who do they take? The guy that's good at approaching. If he's good at approaching, he approaches 100 women. But they go with him. They go with that guy. Oh, he was good. He knew what to say. Okay, do you think this nigga does this for a living? He does this. That means he gets a lot of bitches. You might want to go with the nervous guy. It's the first time you approach a woman and he was like, I'm going to go out on a limb. I can't miss this one. So we've lost the art of even the conversation. Like the guys will tell men how to approach, but we've never had a conversation of what women are supposed to say properly in the approach. This is why game is ridiculous, because the women, even the women that intentionally, like, let's say she doesn't want to intend to be a whore and she falls for the game. And she's like, oh, he was doing this and he said that. And I really felt good about him. He started to make me comfortable. He made me laugh. And then he fucks her over, pumps and dumps her. And then she gets broken relationship trauma, fucked over by the fuck boys and all that stuff. And then she ends up being what? Imprinted by that guy. And then now she wants that guy. And now she says a pimp Mac guy is her type. And she's a good girl. She was a good girl until these guys kept manipulating her, getting in her draws. And then now she's just a harlot. The problem with it is what this guy is saying, and it's true, is that we used to have etiquette. There used to be a way to do this where even the man knew how to say something and the woman responded. There's no more of this. The women are playing where they're in the wild. They're the wild card, and you're coming in doing strategy 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. And she gets to say whatever the fuck she wants to say. If she's on her period or not, she gets to throw curveballs and she gets to play a game and toy with you like a kitten with yarn. Okay. She gets to say whatever the fuck she wants to say. She gets to throw you down, humiliate you, discourage you. And she's the wild card. And so some guys wouldn't say, well, I'm good at it. I'm good. I'm successful with 10% of the women that I approach. But at some point, what this person is saying, there needs to be an etiquette on how to do it. That will prevent all the stuff. And people say, I have no solutions. Okay. They have no solutions. But then what'll happen is it'll work on that woman when she's 21, but she's 26. It doesn't work anymore. Right? She's like, I'm over these type of niggas. I want a mature guy that approaches me with respect. Well, those guys have been completely humiliated since 14 all the way to 26 and 28. How are they going to approach you with respect when y'all bitches been telling them these niggas out here don't approach, must leave us alone? So what guy's going to approach with respect? Hey, may I meet you? Excuse me, miss. He's just going to wait to hit you up in the DMs. He's just going to wait to go get you on Instagram. He's just going to wait to get you on Tinder and Bumble. He's just going to wait to get you on Hinge or a sugar daddy yet. He's already figured out that ain't the way to go about it. And he's got 10 years full of receipts that tells him that ain't the way to go about it. The guys that kept winning were doing manipulative strategies and dating strategies and tactics, and it was working to a very low percentage. And what he was doing, being respectful gentleman, when she was 21 and 24, it wasn't working. It didn't work. Now all of a sudden she wants a that's you guy, a classy guy, a guy with etiquette. Well, that's when sugar daddies come in. By the way, I don't know if you know, sugar daddies fill that void. The sugar daddy industry, the monetized dating has filled that void for women. Because when they want to go with guys with etiquette and gentlemen and want to take her out on a date with that, excuse me, miss, sir. Now that works for me. That works for me. That's my lane all day long because I'm young looking 50-year-old. I have etiquette. I'm a gentleman. That's going to work for me from women 24 all the way up to 40. We're cleaning house. So what are those women are doing? Oh, I met this nice guy and he was a gentleman and I'm tired of these young niggas, these video game graphic t-shirt wearing ass niggas. And he asked me out and he was a gentleman and he said he'd take me out on a date and he'd give me a couple $100 to run through my pussy. Game over. Because that's exactly what the women ask for. I'm just giving them what they ask for. And guess what? It's like, what did they say? It's like catching fish in a barrel, shooting fish in a barrel. I don't know it's easy business now. That's an easy ass lane because I have the ability to do it. I'm not a young thug. I'm a gentleman archetype and I got a little money. All right. I'm a clean up. Even a woman that's not a sugar baby is going. She thinking about it. What does it cost me? A couple of hundo? And folding their ass up like a love letter from the second grade. It's going to be easy peasy, easy work because they've opened up that lane for that to happen. So men that are 28 to 40 struggling, they can't get in there. They ain't got the money. They don't have the presence. They don't have the etiquette. They don't have the gentleman. They don't have it. So people think it's like a pussy selling marketplace over there, but what I call it is it's the void. It's the void left by what people are struggling with dating. And so they're not tired of dealing with the bums and the young thugs and the dorm chads. When they want to mature, they come over there with CGA. Right? They've created this void. And now they're going to have to live with it. And they're going to have to live with the fallout of that void too, because there's going to be a fallout. Because they'll realize all they doing is getting dusted and ran through over there. All right, just the same way. Yep, they're tired of the jerks. They're tired of the jerks. But that's a lane that I've opened up over there on the monetized dating marketplace, because being a gentleman is easy peasy. All right, and it'll be like that. All right, right there. That's somebody's 21-year-old daughter right there. But that's neither here nor there. May I meet you? All you got to do is throw out bird seed. I got food and drinks. Come sit in this comfortable section. What's your phone number? And they be over there fighting over you. All right. They be fighting over you. Dating advice from the 20th century. I got it. From the 20th century, giving you 21st century dating advice. By the way, how many men do you know that are in their 40s and 50s that were born in the 20th century that is giving you 21st century advice? You cannot find men like me. Now, even older guys, or you can't find a guy that was alive in the 90s that is single today that is giving you advice for today's marketplace other than me. I'm the only one. There's not many men like me. That's why I'm out here winning. Now, you have guys that were born in the 90s or an adult in the 90s giving you relationship advice of shit they did in the 90s. And it ain't working. It's not working. Bill Ackman, Game Guys, Spin Plates. Kevin Samuels is not alive, guys. Come on, stop. He's not alive. He's not here. Rest in peace. But his advice was from the 90s. His advice was archaic as well. His advice was not for today's dating marketplace. And no shade. No shade. There's not many people that are my age that were in the 90s not trying to tell you to do some 90s shit. I'm telling you to do it in the 21st century, in real time, how it's going to work. How it's going to work. It's not that many people that are doing that. That's why what I'm doing is still strange, right, to a lot of people, because they're like, wow, what's going on? Anyway, we got more problems in the 90s here. We have a woman that says, we have a sister. We have a sister that says there's a problem. She's interested in the guy, but he's not approaching her. Apparently, she looks like she's in a Home Depot or something like that. So women are looking for men to approach. They're out, but they're actually, I think women look defensive when you see them, and you can't deny it. So women will say, I want men to approach me, but their nose will be in their phone. They'll have headphones on, right? They'll have 2 earbuds on. They'll have a hat over their eyes, big sunglasses, right? Walking fast, all right? Walking from their car, going to pick up matcha, back to the car. All right. So women will say they want to be approached, but literally will look unapproachable. Okay. They'll be at Starbucks, earbuds, all right, glasses on, typing on a laptop. They want you to be like, excuse me, miss. Excuse me, let me interrupt you from all this shit that you're doing, talking on the phone, having a phone call. Why don't men approach? Like, you look busy. You look like you don't want to be approached. They don't get it. All right, so what she's going to say is, why are guys afraid to shoot their shot? Okay, let's hear what she has to say.
I love when I make deliveries at hotels or at buildings and there's like a security guard right there. And it's, of course, the opposite sex. And he looks at me like a deer in the headlights. Just like he ain't never seen nothing like this before. It is so funny. It's so funny. But my question is, why don't you say anything? Why don't you ask me out on a date or something? Why are you staring at me like you just seen a star?
Oh, my. Wow. Wow. Why are you staring at me like you just seen a star? See, this is, again, This attitude is exactly why you're not getting approached, because he sees that. So he's this is bad news. Okay. Men, we've all done this. We've all done this. We've all seen a woman we wanted, and we started to proceed to eye rape her, right? We looked at her, we stared, we tried to see if the moment was right. We seen if our breath, all right, let me see. Is this the time to approach? Okay, bitch, look busy. She's looking like she needs to go here. Okay, and you leave it alone. But she's walking around thinking she's the best thing since sliced bread because a guy stared at them. Now, a guy that stares at you doesn't mean they're interested in being your girlfriend. It just means they're doing their early work here. Let me let me put her in the spank bank. All right, let me fantasize about her. Let me address her with my eyes. Let me see if there's any flaws. Let me see if I'm interested. Let me see if she has a man. Let me see if she has a wedding ring. That doesn't mean that he's ready to go in, that he's ready to take you. He's just doing his early work, and he's making sure that the environment is right. The environment might not be right. Okay, he might see that she's the right one. Environment is not right. I'm on the clock. She's on the clock. She's working. I'm working. So there's a lot that goes into just a stare. But the woman thinks, oh, stare, light camera action. Okay, light camera action. And he's staring at her like he just seen the star. Of course, in the woman's world, main character syndrome, she thinks she's the best thing since sliced bread, right? She thinks she's the best looking woman. I don't care what this woman looks like or is shaped like. All women think they're the best woman in the goddamn place. At the same time, they got low self-esteem. So he's looking at me like he just seen the star. Okay, so let's go tell you what her mindset is. You can see her mindset is bad, but here we go.
A famous person. I don't understand that. Like, shoot your shot, sir. Shoot your shot, sir.
Problem with this advice is we don't know if you have a boyfriend. We don't know if you're married. That's why I'm staring. I might have to try to gather this information. What if your boyfriend's 10 steps behind you? What if he's 10 steps ahead of you? How many times have you done this? Right? You see a girl, you're watching her, you watch her for about 30 seconds, watching you, and then her boyfriend appears out of nowhere. Right? That's weird. Okay. But he's supposed to just go up and shoot your shot. Like you said, you got a single, I'm single on your goddamn shirt. Now, I'm going to tell you again, cultures have realized this, and they have ways to symbolize this. This is why I say American culture is ass backwards. And this is why you guys are going to continue to struggle. And I think Polynesian culture, what does Polynesian culture do to signify an available woman? By the way, we do this, but the women don't know they're doing it, and the men don't realize it either. But we do this in American culture too. What does a woman do in Polynesian culture or Hawaiian culture to signify she's available to be approached? They've done this for centuries and years. What do? They put a flower in their hair. Depending on what side the flower is in their ear will signify if she's available or not available. Okay. That is a way society, they've trained each other to now, okay, so if she has a flower on this side, she's married. Don't approach her. She has a flower on this side, she's now available or willing to be approached. That's a simple thing to do in our society. Instead, we play Russian roulette with approach. All right, approach me, but I got a boyfriend. So what we do in our society is that women, no matter if they're single or married, will dress like they're making themselves available. They'll wear a red dress, red lipstick. They basically will monetize. They will look like a hooker. Hookers to make themselves available. High heels, eyelashes, red dress, red heels, red lipstick. This signifies for the hooker in past culture that she's available. Short, revealing outfit, cleavage out. Dancing on the street corner. That would signify that she was available. What do regular women do? Oh, she's getting attention. So they copy it. Then they come out and claim they have a boyfriend and dressing available. You're literally telling me you're available, but then when I approach you, you're not available. Okay? This is why our culture has gotten everything screwed up. People are sending mixed signals. And then you then go to her hoping she's available and she snaps at you. Yep, Lululemon, revealing outfits. This signifies available. This has always meant you were available. But now regular women wear it. Married women wear it. Even in Roman times, blonde hair signified prostitute. But what did the Roman women do? Oh, the blonde hair women are getting attention. I'll dye my hair blonde. So they wanted to look like the prostitutes getting attention because the men were giving them attention. So they were like, we want attention too. They dyed their hair blonde. To look like the prostitutes that were getting attention. So this is what's happening in our world. Cheetah print, leopard print, cheetah print, the whole monarch butterfly, tattoos, available woman, whore, skeezer. Now it's a regular woman thing. Regular women got back tattoos. I'm not a whore. But that's what whores do. Okay. Tramp stamp, whore, tramp. Tramp stamp, low back tattoo, tramp. But I'm an honest woman. I'm not a tramp like those, but you got a tramp stamp. You see what happens when you're sending these mixed singles. Yeah, big earrings, big hoop earrings, available. That signifies available. But what do regular women do? They do it, then they get the attention. I'm a celebrity, but I'm not available. So these are all things that people do to market. But then we wonder why people get mixed signals. So she's saying the guy should just shoot his shot. Well, he don't know anything about you, ma'am. And he's at work. He's supposed to cold approach you at work. Like, come on.
Don't be afraid. You can do it. You can do it. You might get it. You might not. That's life.
Okay, so there she is again. I'm a celebrity. He was gawking at me. He didn't shoot his shot. Then she said the magic words that are going to make people quit. He might get it. He might not. That right there will seal the fate for 80% of men. Okay, wait a minute. Ma'am, you just said the man should approach you. Now you're saying he might get it, he might not. Guys, men are going to check out on that. I'm going to tell you. Ain't no man about to go through that humiliation. I'm supposed to approach you and have the guts to approach you. I get it from their perspective. It shows that he's willing to take the risk. Now you just said he might get it, he might not. So the guy you said was interested in you, that you wanted him to shoot his shot, that was staring at you like you were a celebrity. Now you might get it, you might not. So you're using him. So you're using him to feed your ego. Unbelievable, bro. Yo, I'm telling you, most men ain't going for this shit, bro. They not. I'm sorry. I knew you dating coaches want to sell your confidence course. Most men are not going for this shit.
Don't be afraid. Yeah, I love when I make deliveries at hotels or at buildings and there's like a security guard right there. And it's, of course, the opposite sex. And he looks at me like a deer in the headlights. It's like he ain't never seen nothing like this before.
First of all, you look and talk like a Lily Lintlicker. All right, let me just say this. You sound like your Lily Lintlicker. You look like a Lily Lintlicker. You dress like a Lily Lintlicker. But that's neither here nor there, Whoopi Goldberg.
It is so funny. It's so funny. But my question is, why don't you say anything? Why don't you ask me out on a date or something? Why are you staring at me like you just seen a star?
Star delivering DoorDash. Okay.
A famous person.
A famous woman delivering DoorDash.
I don't understand that. Like, shoot your shot, sir. Shoot your shot, sir. Don't be afraid. You can do it. You can do it. You might get it. You might not.
And by the way, listen, she's a good-looking woman, but I would pass on her about 98% of the time. She's aggressive, masculine. She big as a motherfucker. Like, you know, she got a terrible attitude, and she ain't feminine enough for me. I like feminine women. All right, I'm only approaching feminine women, not bull daggers. All right, just to say that real quick. So we got our brother Yamin Sanders is in the building. Shout out to Yamin. He coach gang. Yamin Sanders says this. He's a very popular guy. He was on the show Love Island. All right, back in the day, I believe on one of those dating shows. I think one of the first seasons of Love Island. And so there's his channel there, his YouTube or his Instagram, Yamin Sanders. He says 5 reasons the dating marketplace is a disaster. I believe he is probably about 30. He's in probably his early 30s. Sometimes he has a girlfriend, sometimes he doesn't. He had a nice piece of Latina flatback on here one time. All right, but I think they broke up. So let's hear what he has to say. The 5 reasons the dating marketplace is a disaster.
Here's 5 reasons why the dating market is a complete disaster in 2025. Reason number 1, nobody knows how to communicate nowadays. Instead of communicating your boundaries, standards, wants, needs, or what you like and what you dislike, when someone does something we don't like, we just ghost them instead of having a conversation. When if you had a conversation or a little meeting of the minds, maybe you could come to a solution and things could work out.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop him because he has 5 things and I can't just let the whole video roll. So we'll stop him and kind of break down what he's saying here. All right, communication. We don't kind of make things work. All right, I talked about that earlier. We're not making things work and build. I mean, there's people that are doing it, but they're probably in their late 30s, early 40s, or 50s and 60s. All right, but he's saying when things go wrong, we ghost, which is a very common thing to do, male and female. It used to be not a good thing to do, but we're kind of used to ghosting because we don't want to confront the individual, and typically people don't want to actually take a look in the mirror with whatever you're confronting them about. So you tell them something that you didn't like, and then, oh, well, you know, they might attack you or make it about them instead of you. So we don't want to hear bad advice and bad things about each other. So people typically just say, I'll just walk away. Now, once you do that, just know that other people are going to do that to you. So we've become quite accustomed to ghosting each other and not communicating. Also, women tend to not want to communicate to men, because if they tell men what to do, then the man's only going to do it because she told him what to do, right? So again, serendipity. She wants the man to naturally, again, this is why people get mistakes in relationship, to naturally know what to do. Let me naturally know what to do. That means you love her, you like her, you listen to her, you're listening and considering her feelings. So if she tells you what to do and you do it, she's going to say you only did that because I told you. Very complicated thing. This is why I say relationships are not easy. They're the hardest thing you're going to do. So woman wants to communicate. It's basically about her. Or she communicates what she wants. You do it. It's that you only did it because she told you. Or let's say she communicates something and you didn't do it. Well, you obviously don't love her. You obviously don't love her. So now we go to the next option. She doesn't wait for the next, excuse me, miss, may I meet you? She just goes to the next DMs, the next website, the next app, and then it's on like Donkey Kong. Right? It's on like Donkey Kong. So that's where we are, and we've been this way for the last 25 years, really for the last 15 years. And unfortunately, generations that this guy is in, he's born into this. He's born into this. So this is their reality that they're born into. They're not getting the Disney fantasy. This is their reality. Let's hear what he says about number 2.
But instead, we do this with everybody and then go to the next person, have the same problem with the next person. Reason number 2, everybody has some sort of dating strategy. And everybody's listening to these podcasts on what you shouldn't do, what the man should do, what the woman should. You guys, relationships are not one size fits all. And what doesn't work for you may work for somebody else.
All right, this is true what he's saying here. What tends to happen is because people have this problem, you get more people trying to solve the problem. Okay, providing solutions, providing tactics and strategies around this, which does then lend to bad advice. It does lend to positive people wanting to be overwhelmingly positive and put their head in the sand. Nihilism. It then depends on people that it then will result in people saying that the undergender is evil. Right? How to manipulate people. We have sprinkle, we have drizzle, we have run game, we have spin plates, we have MGTOW. We have a lot of people that are speaking about these relationships, and thus then people get educated and then they go, what's the point? Or it's over, or this is how I'm going to manipulate this person. This is how I'm going to get over. So it's a lot going on. So he's not wrong about that. But the reason why these exist is because people have the problem. So let's just say this. Let's just say there's no more podcast. Does that eliminate the problems? It doesn't, because we're far too gone. So all the podcasts can disappear tomorrow and they can be gone. You're going to still have these issues. All right. Now, let me just say this again. Before there were podcasts, there were magazines and books. So just because we have a modern philosophers that use a different media vehicle doesn't mean it's evil. There were people writing books with no qualifications either. There were people writing magazine articles in Cosmo, in Teen Vogue, in Vogue, in Maxim, in Playboy. They had the same thing. It's the same as social media and podcasters. Podcasters are just a different way to say author, news writer, magazine. You just have more people able to do it. Now, I know people like to make these things evil and podcasts and stuff, but podcasts are the same as GQ and Teen Vogue and Cosmo and Maxim, and it's the same thing. It's just a different way. And authors of books, The Rules, Steve Harvey, what is it? Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Same thing. Same thing. Just people just qualified to think they can talk about it and then publish a book and then the information gets out. Same goddamn thing. All right, so let me continue here. I know we like to make podcasts evil, but yeah, I'm going to defend my goddamn self.
Or vice versa. Relationships are nuanced and circumstantial, and ultimately nobody should be telling you how you should be dating. You shouldn't be listening to anyone else's dating strategy based on what you want. Reason number 3, everybody's moving out of protection. Everyone's afraid to get hurt. You guys, dating, love, marriage, all this stuff is a risk. You take the risk of getting hurt in the process. But if that's something you really desire, a relationship, a marriage, something like that, you guys, you have to take the risk of.
Yeah, they see this is a big one right here. This is true. You have to take a risk. There's no avoiding risk in relationships. I don't care how much knowledge you come in with. You can come in with red pill knowledge. You can come in with sprinkle knowledge. You can come in and say, I don't want to get hurt anymore. Guys, here's the thing. If you want to get involved in a relationship and you open your emotions up, male or female, you're going to get hurt. All right. You're going to get hurt. All right. It is a damn near guarantee. It's like trying to play football and not get a concussion. Sorry. You're going to get hurt. Okay. That's why when they hear people speak out about relationships and they don't like it, one of the first things they say is who hurt you, because they know hurt. You're in the hurt business. Hurt is a part of the game. Putting your emotions out and opening up is a part of the game. Now, some people will say, I don't want to get hurt. Okay. I'm not going to play the game. Well, cool. You made a decision. Yeah, it's like investing. You're going to lose money at some point. You got to, my homeboy, who's a high level gambler here, he's like, yo, when you lose, it's part of the game. You lose 5 bets in a row, it is what it is. Tomorrow's going to be a better day. You got to be willing to lose a lot of money. You got to be willing to let thousands of dollars lose in investment if you want to become wealthy in investments. So, yeah, nobody's safe. You're not going to not get hurt out here. If you want love and relationships, you're going to get fucking hurt. And here's the funny thing about it. I don't care how rich you are, how good you look, how tall you are, how many blue eyes you got, how many abs you got on your motherfucking stomach. I don't care what it is, how tall you are. If you put your emotions out here, they're going to get fucking crushed. There ain't nobody not getting hurt. And I want you to know this. Go to a person that has been married for 25 years and watch them be jealous with each other. Like, they'll exhibit characteristics of jealousy and they're married for 25 years. Oh, you looking at that little young girl? Or he'll be like, I don't like you talking to that guy at work. Like, they still have their emotions built into that relationship to where they can still be hurt 25 years in the game. You can't avoid it. You cannot avoid it. You in the hurt business. So he's right. People are afraid to get hurt. But let me tell you something. How many times do you got to get burned out here? That's my question. How many times you got to get burned? How many times you want to be hurt? How many times do you want to be hurt out here? Shit. You get 1, 2 motherfucking hurts. You like, woof. What do they say about a man? A man really only has one. He can only love one time. All right. He falls in love one time and that bitch hurts him. He good. That was it. Now that doesn't include all the times he hurt her, because he could have hurt her 10 times. Right. And she could have said, I still gonna make this work. She hurts him one time. He's done. 100%. All right. So you get screwed over once, good. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. All right. Hell no. But yeah, I don't think you can avoid this. You want to get in there and you want to get into relationships and love and happiness. Be ready to get your motherfucking feelings hurt out here and your ego crushed and be embarrassed, because that comes with it. Let's continue with Yamin Sanders.
Being hurt. If you close off the entire time, it's never going to lead anywhere. The other person's going to feel you being closed off, and you being closed off probably makes them feel closed off. Reason number 4, social media has completely cooked us. Nobody meets in real life. Nobody approaches. Nobody talks when we're out. Everybody's just got their head down on their phone 24/7. There's no regular or normal human interaction anymore.
All right, so listen, this guy, man, and let me tell you, tell you his background. First of all, he's a good-looking guy. Pause. All right, he's tall. I'll show you his profile. You would think he would have no problems. And let me tell you, I've seen him. I followed him. He's Coach Gang. He actually knows who I am. And he's been on the show Love Island or Temptation Island or one of these shows. I can't remember what it is. I would think it's Love Island because he's kind of being popular now, making videos. You would think he has no problem. And he still has the same problems as the regular average guy. Okay, so this is him right here, pause. He has his shirt off. I think he must be Nigerian, right? Nigga got sick. He ripped. He's tall and ripped. And he still got the same problems. Like, think about this, how fucked up the game is. He still got to deal with bitches on social media and cold approaching and all of that shit. And he tall, lean, and ripped. So if he's dealing with this, you ain't got no motherfucking chance. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And yeah, somebody could be like, well, it's the way he's doing it. I don't know, bro. It is what it is. But if he's having this problem, the game is fucked up. All right. He said nobody's approaching anymore. He was on Love Island. Come on, man. The dudes would be like, I approach. Women would be like, I get men approach all the time. Okay, you get bums. Men with nothing to lose. All right. No job having ass niggas. So he's having the same problem. Social media, women in their phone, not being available to approach, same as the men, so forth and so on. Okay.
Everybody meets online or is on dating apps. All the dating apps are a complete dumpster fire. Get off the apps and get into the real world. How about we try to meet people doing things that we like, right? Maybe a run club, maybe you have certain hobbies, things you can relate about. Go out into the world. And reason number 5, everybody thinks they're too good for somebody else. Oh. Everybody's afraid to pursue or afraid to chase or don't want to be a pick-me or the guys don't want to be a simp. You guys, if there's someone you want, go after that person. Who cares what other people think? Who cares? Oh, I don't want to chase and forget all the games. We too grown for that.
All right, shout out to this guy right here. To me, this is not, I would say this video is done very well on this platform. I would call it, dare I say, obvious advice, but it's obvious advice that we all see, and it's heartfelt. His delivery is heartfelt. It's not manipulative. So he's telling the truth. Men and women can agree commonly that these are the problems, but guess what? What are the solutions? The solutions, let's not, he's saying, let's get rid of the simping and the pick-me idea. Everybody chase each other instead of the woman wanting the man to chase and the man wanting the woman to chase. I mean, it's obvious. Here's the thing. And there was a comment here. And this is the comment that was one of the most popular comments. Shout out to him. No disrespect. I'm not disrespecting him. It says, how does everyone agree, but no one is listening? Exactly. Exactly. It's kind of like, yeah, we all can have a consensus to agree that what he's saying is true. But guess what? No one's going to listen. No one's going to take his advice and put it into play. No one's going to delete social media. No one's deleting dating apps. Not many people are going to go back to cold approaching. Not many people are going to stop this idea of who's chasing who or who's the prize or who's the table, who put something on the table. You're going to have us say, yep, we see that. But guess what? We're doubling down on safety, protecting our emotions, wanting to go to peace. Okay. We know that this pep talk that he gave everybody, we can be like, bravo, the slow clap. All right. We give him the slow clap. All right. And then in the dramatic buildup where you're like, you're right. Oh my God, Yamin Sanders, you're absolutely right. You know what? We should do better. Nope. No. We heard the video, we hit the like button, we dropped the comment, and we back out here hoeing and skeezing. We back out here talking about who brings shit to the table. We back here talking about monetized dating. We back here talking about I'm going free agent lifestyle. I'm getting my passport. We back up here, bitches talking about sprinkle. Back out here talking about 100K is broke. All right, so shout out to these people here. Dating advice from the 20th century. We do have a problem, Houston, but I don't think it's going to get solved. I don't get it going to get it solved in our time. All right, we do have an evil world we live in coming up, but let your voice be heard. We got 2 hours left. We're going to get through this show. Shout out to you, man. And I need to stretch my legs.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
Pause. But I'm going to my stretch therapist today. Pause. She going to take care of her brother. Well, let's get to these super chats here. Welcome to the real world. I don't think we correct these problems. I don't think these problems get corrected. All right. I don't think so. There's going to be, I just don't see it. So I'm going to be in business. I'm not saying it to be in business, though. You see what I mean? I'm trying to help. Wake people up. Let me check Venmo, then Cash App, then PayPal, then Ko-Fi, because that Ko-Fi going to have the big time work over there. So we got we have Venmo. He says, you probably already covered this, but Vogue recently released an article titled, "Is Having a Boyfriend Embarrassing?" Yeah, I covered it. I did a whole show. Women are starting to post pictures with their men with their faces blurred out. Free agent lifestyle is the only way forward. Yep. So yeah, you have that. So you have that take, and then you have boyfriends and embarrassing. I actually covered that in the fallout of that last week. Shout out to our brother here. Kuda says, invest this money. Shout out to our brother. Eric Scott Sermon is back again. Shout out to you. KD Williams says, keep your foot on these Mitch's neck. Shout out to you, man. Stay strong in the gym. All right, stay strong in the gym. And let's take a look over on PayPal. We have, let's see here. We have one person over on the PayPal. Coach, I just asked my work crush, may I meet you? I just received a mail from Human Resources. Am I cooked? Yes, you are. All right, you're cooked. And I'm going to tell you one thing I said.
How dare you?
One thing I'm going to say here. The problem with men and women interacting with each other the way people wanted to, Bill Ackman, Yamin Sanders, and that woman looking like a woman from Poetic Justice, is that since we are now co-ed, all right, a lot of our lifestyles have mixed. You could say women have encroached into the male space. Because of most of our interaction are people that we work with, that we're in transit with, that somebody's a client or a customer, we're rarely socially interacting. Even when we're socially interacting, we have our guard up. The women have their wall up, men or somewhat have their guard up. So we're very rarely in situations where we can approach a woman. She's either working or I'm working, or we're both working. We work together. So there's lines drawn. Okay, we want men to approach, but you work 40, 50 hours a week. That doesn't even count the amount of time it takes you to get to and fro from work, where you're, focus on this, you're typing on that, you're looking at that. What about the gyms? Don't approach women in the gym. How many times have we heard that advice? Oh, this creep approached me at the gym. So now we have during recreational periods, not just work, but now while you're at the gym, which most people are doing. They go to work, gym or work. So now I'm not supposed to approach you there. I'm supposed to approach you in the middle of you grabbing a juice. All right, you went to the gym, you're grabbing a juice, you're about to go on your way to work. I'm supposed to approach you there in that small window. Now, I also can approach you while I'm driving a car. Okay. The grocery store, hit or miss. You're grocery shopping. Don't you see I'm busy grocery shopping? Okay. Okay. How many places where we're not supposed to approach you? I can't believe I was just shopping for my groceries, and every time I'm here, these niggas be approaching me. Every time I'm in my car driving, some niggas bunking their horn at us. Every time I'm walking down the street, some nigga hanging out the side of his passenger side. Every time I'm going to work, some niggas talking to me. Every time I'm at the gym walking on the treadmill, somebody's trying to tell me how fat my ass is. Every time I'm at work, everybody keeps approaching me. Don't they see I'm just trying to work? Okay. Like, were we supposed to You know, they come up here with these videos and the women, they're embarrassing you. So if the women who want to be approached, these women here, you got to tell them you're literally shutting off all lanes of communication. Where's the approach supposed to be at? Now, the game guys are going to say, don't listen to these bitches. And they're right. They're right. They're just throwing up some flares. But you obviously don't want to approach at work. All right. You definitely don't want to approach when you're working, right? Because it's a hit or miss. It's a hit or miss. So once we became co-ed and integrated our lives together, well, then that made it difficult for us to meet each other. I played a video of this. There was a video of a timeline. It's one of those timeline videos that'll have the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, and so forth. And it shows you how things are done. And one of them was, how do people meet? How did people meet their husband and wife? See if I can pull that up. How did people meet? Timeline for dating. Let me see if I can pull this up. Oh, I got it. How people met from the 1930s to the 2024s. All right, so this is an interesting video here. This shows kind of how things are messed up. So how couples met from 1930 to 2024. All right, and as you can see, the 1930s, family, school. You can't even approach that school. Family, school, friends, neighbors, church, bars and restaurants low, college low, all right, because most women didn't go to college, co-workers, and so forth and so on. Let me turn the volume down on this.
And touch the sound. And touch.
All right, hold on for a second. This is crazy. Let's see here. I gotta turn the volume down. Okay, so you can see it right here. So you can see through time how things change. All right. And so when people say get off social media, meet in public, well, that's 20th century advice. Okay, we're in the 50s and 60s. We're ecclesiastically getting married here. And family, friends still in school is the top one. Bars and restaurants are moving up. All right. And so as you can see, now we're in through the 60s. Bars and restaurants moving up the charts here. Co-workers moving down. So it was common for co-workers to meet. By 1974, it has moved down and bars and restaurants have moved up, running game. Family going down. So there's the co-workers going back up. Family has taken an L. All right. Families but friends, social circle is still the top at this particular point. We're in the 2000s now, 1999. Still friends, social circle, co-workers before sexual harassment. Okay. Families going down, schools going down, college going down. All right. So online, look at that. 10 years later, online. Where's church? Bottom. Ecclesiastically, the bottom. Neighbors. Can't fuck your neighbors because why? Secrets. Okay. People don't typically fuck people who are close to them anymore. Same thing as families, college, school. What happens here? Most people want to meet strangers now. You see, it was first you're meeting people you're familiar with. Now it's strangers. Why? Because women can be whores. They can be whores, right? And they can hide their whoredom and come back and then meet through social circle later. All right, we'll just be whores first. All right, we're not meeting. They're not fucking with people close to them as much. They'll fuck with people here and there, online, behind closed doors. Okay. Look at online takeover. Look at that. Okay. This is why we say deleting dating apps and online, it's never going to happen. Never going to happen. So online is now taking over and coworkers is declining as well. Look how fast. Look at that. Look at that. By 2024, take a look. Okay. Again, this is why, again, we look at it and go, yeah, we're not coming offline. People are far too comfortable. Look at where college is. Damn. Look at where neighbors are. Can't even meet your neighbor no more. Okay. Can't even meet the girl in your apartment building anymore. Now people do it, but as you can see, look at church, ecclesiastically. Look at school. Can't even meet your girlfriend, your future wife at school. Can't even meet her through your family anymore. Social circle has declined. All right. Still through the friends. Co-workers are declining. All right. Bars and restaurants even dead. All right. Bars and restaurants dead. It's almost all online through a variety of ways. Okay. Through a variety of ways. I know we don't wish it to be that way, but that's what it is. Okay. You got to deal with what it is. The only way you stop it is to eliminate internet. To eliminate the internet. That's what you have to do. Somebody have to unplug the internet. Oh my goodness. Shout out to our brother here. It is Mr. Memphis King says, is it wrong that I believe that top tier men owe it to the dating ecosystem to run through these modern women if y'all can do so? I believe it deflates the 4s and the 5 women egos, the 4s through the 7s egos, that they aren't better than regular men. He says, when I get there, I'll be doing God's work like you, coach. I believe so too, like Memphis King, and I'm sorry I chopped it up. But what he's saying is the 80-20 rule should be good. It's a good lesson for women to learn. And I agree. Now, that's why I always tell y'all to boss up, because that's the only way y'all going to have tremendous success in variety with women. Like, if you just want to settle for the first woman that sucks your dick, all right, go for it. All right, but I think that's a bad way to go out. That's settling. I believe then, you know, a lot of guys say you're messing up the game. When a guy says you're messing up the game, that means they're being priced out or they're being put out. So, you know, red pill guys, these guys are messing up the games, the simps. The game guys, these sugar daddies are messing up the game. What does the incel say? The 80-20 guys are messing up the game. Guys, no one's messing up anything. It's where you are. What he's saying is it's your job to do whatever these women are making themselves available to do. So in essence, if a woman's a 4 and she goes after Yamin Sanders, okay, let me see what we got. If a woman is a 4, and we see this happen all the time, because what these guys are really Captain Save-A-Hose. If a woman is a 4 and she fucks around with him and gets dicked down or in a rotation and he starts hitting that bottom, but he never gives her the relationship, and then she wonder what happened, that's her fault. Okay. She should have knew what the fuck she was doing. She knew she was batting out of her league. She should have known better. That she was not in the appropriate relationship there. When he never takes her out, he's never seen with her in broad daylight. All she is just coming over and getting dick, and he takes advantage of that. He ain't taking advantage of it. He's playing the cards that she dealt to him. Now, she can't be mad. Neither can you guys be mad at him. She can't be mad at him. She was playing outside of her league. But why would a man do that? You made it available, baby. That's your fault. Your fault. So I think men, he said the top tier men owe it to the dating ecosystem to run through these whores. And I agree. Because what they were trying to do was manipulate him, right? They were trying to say, oh, I got me a good one. All right, I'm going to use this pussy to keep him. All right. And then guess what? She got. So I believe, yeah, you're right, Mr. Memphis King. Men do owe it to the ecosystem to run through these whores if they let it happen. Now, if the women want to change the game, all they have to do is stop letting these top tier men run through you. Stop making your pussy available to them. That will stop the bullshit. Is it raining? It's raining. And somebody said, do they even care? That's a good question. Great question. Do they even care? I'm of the opinion that they don't. I think they care when they don't win. Remember, when I'm educating you, you got to take notes. Women don't care about what happened. They care about the outcome. They care about the outcome. They don't care what happened. How did it happen? Who cares? What was the outcome? That's all they're concerned with. That's the same thing with gender pay gap. They only want to know about the outcome. Who cares what happened up here? Yeah, so I got tossed. So I was batting outside of my league. Yes, I gave 10 niggas some pussy and didn't get a relationship. Who cares about all that? What's the outcome? The outcome is I got hurt and I didn't get what I wanted. And I thought it's always the outcome. It doesn't matter what they did. And you men are being coached to do this by these socialist Marxist women. You guys will fuck up your life for 20 years, and then the outcome doesn't end up being the outcome of the guy who made the sacrifices took 5 years off of dating, took 5 years and got his life together so he can live the next 50 years in harmony with himself and in peace and winning. You don't care about that. You don't care that he took 5 years off and you kept smoking dope and partying for 10 years. You then look at the outcome. Hey, why does he get the money? Why does he get the young bitches? Why does he get to pay for this? Why does he get to travel? Well, I did 5 years, took myself off the marketplace, focused on my craft. Now I'm winning. Now I'm going to keep winning until I don't. And now you peaked at 16, 18, 24, 26, and now it's harder for you to compete. Now you want to blame the trick-ass millionaires. You're worried about the outcome. Women worry about the outcome. I didn't get this result. What did you do? That doesn't matter. Okay. Shout out to Iggy G. Highest body count states are the same states with the most JUCO on seeking. Any man with his money up can easily rack up 60 plus different fine pieces of calico in Los Angeles in less than a year. Not a problem at all. Guys, you got to boss up, join locals in the money mindset, and become above average. Again, a lot of people have fought that messaging for a long time. Any guy that told a guy to get better, become better than average, become the top 20%, men lose their fucking mind. All right? They lose their mind. We shouldn't have to do all that. Let me tell you something. As a guy that's been on the JUCO for damn near, it's going on 7 years, starting in 2019. Okay, these are the links to Patreon and Money Mindset. And Locals. Locals is the JUCO, Money Mindset is the financial one. It's easy to get. You can run through 60 to 100 women in less than 2 or 3 years at the JUCO, depending on how much money you got. All right, easy peasy. Because to me, what you don't understand is women have literally told you how to get to them. Now, if you use an alternative way to get to them, that's a man's strategy to get to them, which results in some sort of confusion and manipulation. Women have told you what it is. By the way, it's storming out in Las Vegas. It is storming. If you're in Las Vegas, press 1. It is storming right now. All right. It is going crazy. I've never heard rain like that in Las Vegas. All right. I'll be surprised if our fucking infrastructure can resist what's happening outside right now. But women have told you what it is. And like that guy asked, do women really care? I'm of the opinion that they don't. They don't care. They just care in the end when they want to pivot and find a simp. That's all they care about. Shout out to the people out here in Vegas. So when they want to pivot and find a goofy to manipulate, that's when they care. They don't care when they're doing it from 15 to 29. They don't give a fuck. Trust me. They don't care. Right? I can prove this. They don't care about who they fuck. The top dog, the ab nigga, the personal trainer nigga, the millionaire nigga, Chris Brown, the football nigga, all of them. They don't give a fuck. The nigga with the plane, the helicopter, nigga at the top of the suites, of the Caesar Palace suites. They don't give a rat's ass. And I'm going to show you this when we get to the main event. They don't care. They got what they wanted. They got in there. When they went to Dubai and got shitted on, they don't care. When they sold some pussy, they don't care. They don't give a fuck. What they care about is why they don't got the man that they want now. When they was getting Pookies and having Pookies babies, they don't care. You got to accept them at their worst. So never feel sorry for them. Never feel sorry for them. What we have is a bad case of Captain Save-A-Ho out here between the red pill guys, the guys that don't want the millionaires to get the hoes, the incels that don't want to get the top 20 ab niggas to get the women. We just got men that believe that they can save these women from making better decisions with their pussies in their lives. What I'm telling you is that's not true. You cannot save them from making bad decisions with their pussy in their lives. You can't, because the reason why you can't is because they want to do it. It's not something they didn't want to do. If they find a guy that can dick them down real good, they're going to keep going and going and going and going back to that dick. You ain't going to stop her from going getting that pussy throttled. You ain't going to stop her from sucking dick. I don't care what you tell them, where shame bring back, prevent these bitches from jumping on Instagram and OnlyFans. I don't care what you do. They going. Tell me I ain't lying. Now, what's going to happen is they going to come with a sob story. They didn't get the outcome. Oh, you poor dear. These men just manipulated you. No, they didn't. Them bitches was volunteering, Cassie, to go get that pussy throttled and ate up. That's what they was doing. Picking, volunteering. So stop being a Captain Save-A-Hole. Let these women throw their fucking lives away. Who gives a fuck? It's going to destroy society, and we got to stop them from doing it ecclesiastically. I don't care, bro. I don't care. I'll just be over here, nigga. All right. Who cares? We need to solve problems. We need to solve the solutions. You're solving solutions of women aborting their kids. I want you to think how stupid that is. And your solution is to ban them from doing it. Captain Save-A-Hole. That's a Captain Save-A-Hole mindset. We got to stop them from doing this. Okay, ladies, do y'all want to stop doing this? Nope. Okay, they don't want to stop doing it. Which means in effect, they're going to still do the dumbest shit that they were previously doing, whether you banned it or not, you goofy ass nigga. They still going to do the goddamn same thing they was doing. All you do was made it illegal. It ain't going to stop them from not doing it. Now you got these bitches having babies. Now you're going to complain that they're having babies they can't afford. What you think is you're going to make a law to make these women be more responsible with their vaginas. No. You're just going to create another welfare system. The fuck? You men are dumb. He's coming up with decisions. He's coming up with solutions. It's like, what the fuck? No, he's not. That's not a solution. That's not going to make women go, damn, they banned abortions. Let me get married at 24. No. No. They'll just start taking hangers in the bathroom and fucking. It's just stupid. Men are so dumb. I blame men for the degradation of society. You guys are stupid. Jesus. Now I'm the nihilist and shit. He doesn't believe he can save. No, I don't believe I'm going to save any goddamn thing. What I do is save myself. Jesus. All right. Anyway, Michael No Excuse says, hey, coach, I started watching you since 2019 and I was married since then, started my gym business, but my Filipino wife started to interfere with my female clients and started running them away. So I divorced her, never getting married again. She said, hey,
what kind of fuck you give me?
So your Filipino client, your Filipino wife started interfering with your female clients. Man, Filipinos are jealous. All right. They're nothing but, they're sea Mexicans. All right. Basically, if you take Latina and Filipinas, same thing. It's the same thing. They have the same blood, the same background, the same jealousy. It's just that Filipino women typically won't cut you. They'll cut themselves. All right. They'll stab themselves before they stab you. All right. They'll threaten themselves with a knife instead of threatening you with it. Mexicans will just threaten you with the knife. Filipinos will threaten themselves with the knife. They're majorly jealous women. But the problem is so many motherfucking 4'8", 4 foot, 5 foot Filipinas. I want to fuck all of them. And I'm like, Filipina chick, don't you understand? I got to fuck all of you. I can't just have one. It's like a bag of M&Ms. I got to have them all. You understand, don't you? Like, look at all these goddamn Filipinas. I got to have all of them. Like, I can't just have one. You understand, right? Like, I come from the land of 6 foot tall women. Now I show up in a country and everybody's 5 foot tall. I want all of them. Yeah, they're like Pringles. They're like Pringles. I can't stop. Once you pop, I can't stop. I need to fuck all of them. So no, your pussy's not that good. All right, it's good. It's great. But you see all these little goddamn sea Mexicans running around here looking like seahorses and shit. All right, I gotta have them all. Give me some of them. All right, look at these Filipino bitches. All my Filipino ling is all outraged
I
right
cook,
now.
I suck, I shut the fuck up.
She cooks, she sucks, she shut the fuck up. But that's good too. That's not gonna stop me from fucking all the other Filipinos either. All right, I gotta have all of them. All right, I want all of them. All right. Oh my goodness. Where my Filipinas at? I know they're all my penas are watching.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
I mean, come on, man. These are desirable women. I like it. Yeah, these little pocket ling-lings. All right. They're pocket ling-lings. I can put all my ling-lings in one pocket. Here, you get in. You get in too. Here, I got another pocket. Here, come here. All right, give me that ling-ling right here.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, I got another pocket right here. I'll put some in my back pocket right here. I'll take all of y'all. All right, shit, I can feed a whole village. Give me a couple more of these. I'm in Angela City putting ling-lings in pockets. Come here. I got a ling-ling right there. All right, pocket ling-ling.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, anyway. I got a shirt pocket too. Here, you get in there too. Here, I got room for you too. You stay in there. Don't cause any problems, bitch. Make some rice. Get the rice cooker out.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
I had a Filipina chick. She knew I was going to the Philippines and she got scared. And she was like, I'll go with you. She got scared. You know why? Press 1 in the chat, angry man style. If you want to know why, I had a Filipina that I was dealing with. She knew I was going to visit the Philippines and she wanted to go on the trip. She was like, I cannot let you go. She said, I can't let you go. Because over here, she's exotic. Over there, she's like, when he finds out that I'm literally one of a million pocket ling-lings, I'm gonna be through. She's like, I'm done. See, what happens is, unless you're white or black over here, I mean, if you're white or black, if you're not white or black, the people that came from these other countries, they're not the best women from that country. They're not the best looking. They're not the best sex-wise. They're not the best financially. They're not the best. Like, there's some here, they're here. That's like Russian women. Russian women in America, these aren't the best Russian women, right? These are Russian women, but they're not the best. They're exotic. They're great, but they're not the best. Over there, they're a dime a dozen. They cookie cutter. They're stock factory issue. So if you happen to like Russian women and they're here, wait till you go to Russia. Right? Wait till you go to Russia. You're going to be like, what the fuck? I was over there simping for this shit. Wait till you go to Russia. You're going to be like, oh my Lord. They're everywhere. You're like, how do you focus? Same thing as when you go to the Philippines. And she knew that. She like, oh shit. I was exotic here. But when you get over there, I'm below regular. I'm below regular. They got actually the fine Filipinas over there. She was like, I can't let him go by himself. I can't. I'm going to have to go with this nigga. She was going to pay her own flight. She had another trick, buy her a plane ticket to come with me. All right, that's how bad it was. She was like, I cannot let that nigga go over there, bro. He ain't going to come back. And they're cheaper. They're better looking, cheaper. Like they just all out better people. Over here, they can play that game. Oh, I'm exotic and you got to do this and you got to do that. Over there, they're like, oh, hi, Mr. Negro. And I was like, nah, you ain't coming. I changed the date on her. All right. Because she thought it was one date. She tried to change the date so she could come. And I was like, nope. Nope. All right. So that's the same as in Colombia. That's the same as Mexico. It doesn't matter what you're dealing with. As soon as you get over to their country, you be like, oh man, whoever I was simping for in America, they can't hold a candle to the actual source when you get to the spigot. When you get to the spigot, it's a whole nother game. When you just dealing with a drop, you just begging for a drop in hell, You'll take that drop. But when you get to the goddamn tap, all right, it's a whole different ball game. Black women in Africa, same thing. Like, I might think I know what African women are, but then every time I've gotten closer to Africa, I'll be like, oh, I see. I see. All right, these women are beautiful, right? They're beautiful with better personalities. They're down to earth. Anytime I met an African woman that was where I was close to Africa, it was completely different than the African women here. It was like, oh, these women got attitudes. And it's something about America. The woman develops an attitude that they're at the top of the top. I don't care if they're white, black, Puerto Rican, or Asian, or Haitian. The American attitude, even for non-Americans, that it rubs off onto these women. And they make you think you're getting the best of the best. And I'm here to tell you, as a man that's been over to 20 countries, and my totals are going to be like 27 by the end of the year, the best of the best are not here in America. The attitudes are so terrible compared to when I go to another country. I've been to Fiji, even the United Kingdom. It's a different breed. This is why the Passport Bros have been telling y'all to travel. This is why I've been telling you to travel since before the Passport Bros got popular. Okay. That's why I wrote the book, The Free Agent Lifestyle. You got to go somewhere else to see. And then when you come back here, you're going to go, wow. So the guys that say, well, you just can't get women here, you got to go over there. It's worth it. It's worth it. Trust me. It's not even, it's a no-brainer. Getting women here is not a, it's not a like a, oh, wow, you got women here. It ain't worth it. Not for what they put you through and the attitude and what they telling you they gonna do and not gonna do. It ain't worth it. Just to let you guys know. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. Going through what they put you through is not, it's not a flex, as they say. Being able to get American women here is not a flex. All right, to me, it's not the flex they think it is. Well, I could get them here, so I don't have to go there. No, you probably can't get a passport, so that's why. Or you can't afford a ticket, or you don't want to ride 10 hours. All right, the New World Order. Goodness gracious. All right, that's the rain getting me. All right, we're going to get back to it here. We're going to get back to it. We'll try. I got kicked off a little bit. The rain in Las Vegas, right, is on my neck here. We got the rain from Frisco to Maine all the way to Spain and Las Vegas on my neck. Trust me, we'll get back to it. I got to refresh my screen, so bear with me. We can hear the rain. The rain is bad out here, man. All right, shout out to you guys here. Tranisha says, you touched on the problem of the women who fell for the approach and got pumped and dumped. That's her fault for being too fast in the ass to open her legs, and it messed up the game. Accepting a number doesn't mean fast, easy, and free sex like most men assume. Shout out to you right there. Yeah, a lot of women have been fast in the ass. Tranisha says, it's some things I can only talk about with other races. Black people always try to bully you into some stereotype or call you weird. I've been accused of being antisocial by my own family, but I don't want to be around people who think something is wrong, that I eat pomegranates. True story. That's the black culture that I was talking about, which black is not a race. I've actually broke it down. Black is not a race. It's an ethnicity. Basically boiling down to an agreed group of principles. Soon as you step outside of that principles, the ethnic group, you're kicked out of the ethnic group. Right? You live in a white neighborhood, you're kicked out of the ethnic group, as if your skin didn't change. Right? If your skin's not the same, oh, you ain't black. All right. Soon as you go to soon as you say you're not Christian, you're not part of the ethnic group again. You're not part of the so-called race. Soon as you say that you're a conservative or a Republican, all of a sudden, boom, you're out of the so-called race. So black is just a ethnic group with an agreed group of principles. As soon as you say that you didn't vote for Kamala Harris, now you're not black. So black is not a race. It's not. It's just an agreed, it's basically a communist ethnic group. It's a communist, and it's a community, if you will. So that's the black community. It's agreed principles. Right. As soon as you do anything different from that, you dress a certain way. Let's say if you're black skinned and you can't dance. What do they say? Oh man, you ain't black. Like that's so again, you got to be able to dance. Let's say, for instance, I'll give you an example. Let's say you go to a black function and they start doing the electric slide, and you don't know the electric slide. You don't know the steps. You don't know. And you go there and they say, they're doing the electric slide. Let's go to it. And they tell you to get in, but you don't know the steps. You ain't black. You're not black. They're literally going to kick you out. What kind of black nigga are? So it's not a race. It's an agreed group of principles or circumstances or culture that then if you are not agreeing with it or you don't know it, you're kicked out. Let's say you were sitting around with a group of old OGs and a bunch of young niggas, and everybody said, let's play spades. Let's bust some spades. And you like, spades? Yeah, man, you team up with Unc, and I got a little nuck right here. And they start playing, and then they get the picture, they get the page. Hold on for a second. They get the page like this, and they start keeping score. They start dealing like this, like they think you know how to play spades. And you say, well, I don't know how to play spades. I know how to play hearts. Because white people play hearts. All right, I don't know if you know that. White people play hearts. So I don't know what spades is. How did you play? You out. You're out of the group. Now, don't let there be a white person that know how to play spades. And they put a white person says, I know how to play. Okay, hold on for a second. There's a white person that says, yeah, I know how to play spades. And they put the white person, he says, get you out of the chair. And that white person plays spades. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to say he's black. They're going to say the white person that knows how to play spades is black. Now, you're telling me black is a race? Black, at that point, black is not a race. He blacker than you. Don't let him rap some T.I. lyrics or Nelly lyrics. He's blacker than me. So black is not a race. It is literally a group of principles that y'all agreed upon without my motherfucking consent to participate in. Soon as I do the opposite of that, I'm kicked out of the motherfucking group. All right, like that.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
So I keep telling you, just because you see me with dark skin doesn't mean I'm black. That has nothing to do with race. It's literally the goofiest shit that y'all agreed upon. If I say, I've never owned a pair of Jordans. Guess who ain't black? Me. I've never owned a pair of Jordans. Now I have, but I was damn near my 30s or 40s. All right. I didn't have any as a teen. I never wore a pair of Jordans. I never wore cross colors, Drabots. I never wore any of that shit. Carl Kanai. I listen to Metallica. You see how fast you're not black? I don't know how to Dougie. Just like that. Fubu, you ain't black. I don't drink Hennessy. I don't know how to play dominoes. Bid whisk, nope. Just like that, you become less than black. So is black a race? No, it's an ethnicity. It's really a cultural ethnicity or a social construct. Yep, I ain't never been to prison. I never been put on probation. I never lived in the inner city. I don't know 2 gangs. I don't know a name of a prison. My favorite rapper is, you say your favorite rapper is Drake. Like, you're literally getting kicked the fuck out of the community. Okay, just like that. All right, anyway, I never done the crate challenge. I don't know what a bodega is. The corner store, no, I never lived above the corner store. No, I didn't eat motherfucking sugar and syrup sandwiches. No, I don't know anything you're talking about. No, I always had food in the motherfucking refrigerator. I came from a 2-parent household. I know my father. Okay, you see how fast you're not black? My credit score is 700. You know what I mean? I never motherfucking took the city bus. I never took the city bus. I've never been on the city bus. No. I never took the train. I never took the elevated train. What's the L train? Okay. All of these things make you not black. I never ate top ramen with the hot sauce on it, you bitch. All right. Never. All right.
You bitch. You bitch.
Never. I never been to Compton. I never eat Roscoe's chicken and fried waffles. Fried chicken and waffles. Never. Never ate fried chicken and waffles. Why would you eat fried chicken and waffles together? All right. So just that fast. I don't drink Kool-Aid. I don't drink Kool-Aid. No, grape. That's not the red kind. That's cherry. That's not purple. That's grape. Okay. All right. So anyway, Kool-Aid, fuck no. That's too much sugar in one drink. You're going to put a cup of sugar in that fucking thing? That's crazy. That's going to cause diabetes. You're not black. All right. So anyway, I'm never drinking scissor. I don't know where a trap house is. No, I don't know any of this shit. I don't fuck ugly fat white women. I don't do any of these things. Look, hey.
Skinny black dude, big white girl. Skinny black dude, big white girl. Skinny black dude, white girl. Skinny black dude, big white girl.
What about this? What if you say that black women are obese? You're like, ugh. All right, I can't deal with fat women. Just say you can't fuck fat women and be a black guy. I think that woman's fat. They literally be like, huh? You literally kicked out of being black. You know, I can't fuck women that fat. All right, that woman is not thick. That looks like obesity to me. You're kicked the fuck out of the group.
Skinny black dude, big white girl. Skinny black dude, big white girl. Skinny black dude, white girl. Skinny black dude, big white girl.
All right, anyway. Can't play basketball. Oof. You definitely not black. You can't play basketball? Out. Out. You are kicked out of the whole entire race if you can't play basketball. As a matter of fact, you seen that video of Tupac playing basketball? That literally took away all this black credibility. He a ballet dancer, all right? And he was trying to play basketball, and it was like, damn. Like, you can't play basketball? Yeah, if you can't play basketball, you are out of the race. AKA black is not a race. Stop saying that a person is dark skinned like me, melanated, that he's black. It's a misnomer. It's not true. Because you can lose your blackness on all of these most ridiculous things that I brought up. My aunt can't fry fried chicken. All right. Nah, my aunt can't make fried chicken. All right. We use shake and bake. All right. Shake and bake. Fuck all that greasy ass Crisco and shit. All right. We bake our fucking fried chicken. We put it in the shake and bake and we put it in the oven. Right. All right, shit. That fast. You could drop out of blackness just waking up one day. All right, waking up saying some shit. What? Football? I don't know nothing about football. Fuck that. Let's see here. Let me do this. Somebody said right here, I speak fluent American. Yep. You pronounce your E's and your R's. You're not black. We got It's an Evil World We Live In. More Evil World here. And in the main event, how many videos do we have? Oof, I got to call that. Oh, if you can swim. Yeah. If you can swim, you ain't black. That's true. If you know how to swim, you definitely didn't grow up in the hood. We got It's the Evil World We Live In. How many hours we got? We do. All right, we could do this shit.
It's an evil world we live in.
Just say you hate pimps and you are not black. Just that fast. We got It's the Evil World We Live In. We have a woman out here. Man, this comment section is absolutely horrible, deplorable, and disgusting. But it tells you the state and the weight of the world. This woman says, I quit my 9-to-5 to sell pussy. All right, that's what she said right here. By the way,
because I got the pussy for the money.
if you got the money for the pussy.
All right, so there she is right there. You can see her right there. I quit my 9 to 5 to sell pussy. It's right there on the internet. I told you this was going to happen, and it's happening right here in real time. The economy is roughing these people up. All right, let's say you never been. All right, here we go right here. Look at that. Right on the internet. No shame. We need to bring back shame. We need to stop OnlyFans. Holy mackerel. Somebody said, who's buying that? Sad part is, man, pussy, all pussy can be sold. All pussy can be sold. There's some dudes that will buy. Dude, there's some dudes that will get. Look, hold on for a second. Somebody said, who's buying that? Let me go ahead and remind you. Let's go. Let's remind you. I can see you missed the early part of the show. All right, here we go right here. Who's buying?
Hear what you said again? I said, I'm so tight, you'll be done in less than 5 minutes. When I give you head, I'm looking rub your balls. I've been told 1,000 times I give the best head they've ever had in their entire life.
Damn.
Yeah.
I ain't got no house.
Oh, sorry. I just thought.
Yep, somebody buying it. There's a lot of dudes out here that are completely nasty. All right, somebody is buying. Okay, who you gonna ask me who buying? She said been told she get the best head ever. $40 goes a long way. Okay, $40, and y'all was claiming that who's buying that, but earlier on in the show, y'all was gonna smash this, the cerebral palsy lady. Y'all was about to smash her earlier on in the show. Y'all was pressing 1 in the chat. So don't tell me ain't nobody gonna buy Punani off that. All right, that is an easy. All right, that's an easy. Somebody gonna buy that. That's an easy buy. Okay, $40 holler. Somebody buying. Now she can't charge top-notch price, but yes. Now here's the sad part. This ain't the sad part of it because I'm gonna show you the saddest part of that particular video. Okay. All right, the saddest part of the video. We're gonna go to the comment section. Let's go to the comment section. This is where you're going to see how disgraceful our world is. It says, what if nobody buys? He says, now you know damn well these men are too easy out here. Men buy it from much more chopped women than that. She'll be just fine. This one says, how much is it going for? I'll leave a review as well. And they got the money out. Okay. And let's see here. Let's see if I can find it. It says Uber Eats is still a thing. Go get to a temp service. Let me see if I can find the comment. Okay, damn, where's the comment? I gotta find it. Bear with me. Oh, here it is right here. Here it is. Oh my God. Here's the comment. It's 2025. That's all they want to do. Now, if she put her child up, that's the real money maker. Holy new world order. Ring the bell. Because she's a single mother, by the way. She's a single mother. It says right here, I'm going to feed my daughter by any means necessary. Ring the bell. When I saw that, I damn near fell out of my chair. It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
Holy shit. Yeah, and it got 10 likes. Putin. Yo.
It's an evil world we live in.
Yes. It got 10 likes. Now we don't know the age of the daughter, but I'm just looking at the age of the woman. That's not an older woman. That's a young woman, and we know the child is young. And the comment section's following that. This person says, somebody needs to check this Ninja hard drive ASAP. For real. I can't believe 10 people like that. God. It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
It's getting sick out here, y'all. It's getting bad. We got to say evil world we live in. Have you ever been to a freak off, a sex party, aka Well, we're going to take you to one. Shout out to our brother. It was a brother here earlier this week that was saying he wants to get into BDSM or sex, and cultures. And I said, it's not what you think it is. Now, this one here, this is apparently a party in Los Angeles, a Naughty Nights. They call it Naughty Nights. And it says right here, you're at Naughty Nights. And I'm about to tell you exactly what the vibes are: consent, communication, respect, hygiene, testing, and all of that. Now, this woman's going to go through what, the beginning of the naughty night. Now, you don't have to look very hard to see what's there at the naughty nights. You don't have to look that hard, but take a look at what you nasty niggas is about to be smashing at naughty nights. All right, and I'm going to just do this. Let me take the volume down. They're going to pan the room, all right, of you nasty niggas. All right. And trust me, the first naughty nights I've been at, it was a bunch of fat women. All right. And a fat woman took me. So there goes that. All right. But ain't nothing wrong with a fat woman. But don't think y'all gonna find young hotties at these damn places. Take a look right here. These are your future. Look at y'all future wives. Bitches y'all go to church with. I've been trying to tell y'all. These are the so-called good girls, not the harlots and the whores. These are your motherfuckers, bitches you work with that are looking for a husband later. All right, getting dick down and trains ran on her at the naughty nights. Train. Look at these girls. These aren't the fine strags. These are regular girls. All right, y'all think y'all can find out? Let's take a look here. All right, they pan the room here. Let's see if they pan the room. Take a look at, let me see if I can find, look at this. Overweight, regular bitches. Look at somebody's auntie is off on the side. Right there on the side. Look at that. Look at that. You know she got a mustache and a beard. All right, look at the fat bitch back behind her. All right, the little corporate bitch right here. And look at this couple of Duke shooter ass niggas in there too. Ain't nobody in there at 9 or 10. Look at the nasty niggas in there. All these 6 feet and above niggas. Hat to the back, do-rags. Then look at this, a reading rainbow bisexual Duke shooter nigga in there. There's a fat bitch right there. Look at that, bro. Look. Ain't nobody in there over a 9. I mean, over a 4. Wait, over a 6. Let's just do it right. There's a white dude in there, a cuck. Okay, this is the naughty nights. And look at this big snuffleupagus in the front. And tall, big bitches. Like, look at these big-ass Amazonian bitches. Look at this bitch in the back right here, and the granny. Like, what do we got going on here, bro? All right, I don't even have to play the video. This woman got a fan. Look at how, shish. Again. All right, I'm not even going to play the video because we're running out of time. But there you go right there. All right, she was telling everybody to stay clean, to stay safe, and consent, and all of that stuff right there. Ain't no good-looking people in there. And if it's one good-looking nigga, he fucking everybody. And he is not going to be out there. I think you're a little too big. He plunging in that shit too. All right, he plunging in that big overweight woman too. Fetish shit. But there's your black community for you. Hey, Andrew Wilson, how are you solving this? How are you solving the black community with this? All right, let me see here. You know what? We're going to skip this story and save it for tomorrow, but that's an evil world we live in. We got the main event coming up here. Well, let's get into it. It's at the 4-hour mark.
It's an evil world we live in.
And you already know it smells very nasty in there. You know it smell like padussy, all kind of nasty douche. All right, it's going to smell just absolutely miserable in there. All right, shout out to our brother Gary. Says, you're right, coach. All these countries hide their hot women. He says, when I was in the military, Dubai, for example, the hot chicks were covered up with veils. He says, if you were blessed, they showed their face. And you see hazel eyes, juicy lips, and a beautiful smile, and that cake moving in that robe. 100%. Even in America, you know, I tell you about monetized dating, and you guys automatically jump to prostitutes. But I say, guys, it's a little deeper than that. And dating apps is monetized. Dating apps are monetized, meaning that the best looking women are hidden behind a paywall. Even they know that. Dude, it's just like Playboy magazine. You know, it's not a magazine, it's a brothel. They're hidden behind the paywall. To go to the party, you have to qualify. Sometimes there's an income qualification to get to the hottest chicks. And then there's paying off. Just like when you go to Thailand, you pay the bar fine to get the woman out of the bar. So on the dating app, what do? The dating app hides the hottest women behind a paywall. Sometimes when you're swiping on a dating app, you will get to a woman and you be like, she's beautiful. You will swipe right, and what it'll say, oh, she's a popular person. In order to get her attention, increase your chances, your odds, send her a super like. That means sometimes you have to pay for a super like, or you'll run out of a super like, which is a currency. To get her attention, super like her, pay. So the best looking women are hidden behind a paywall. Even the algorithm, if you swipe a whole bunch of fat women, you'll be hidden. The hot women will be hidden from you. So that means the algorithm then knows that, okay, you'll settle for less. So let's show him less. So that's an example of monetized dating. If you want more swipes, they make you pay for it. That's monetized dating. That's called monetized dating. That falls under the characteristics of all men pay. So they only give you 20 swipes. If you want more swipes, you get a premium account. It is what it is. He says, yep, a programmer told me that. AI is controlling this. Damn, how you know? I know this. I'm the king of kings of this shit. But I'm telling you what's going on, and people tell me contrary. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're talking about an exception to the rule, not the rule. I'm telling you the rule. You're telling me the exception. Well, I had success doing this, and I was able to do. That is not the rule. That is the exception. Okay, I have exceptions that happen to me as well, but it's not the rule. I'm telling you what the general rule is, what the reality is, not what the exception is. You're telling me marital virgins. 7% of women are virgins that are marrying age. That's exception to the rule. Okay, monetized dating is the reality. And we've been already doing it, but we are now doing it overtly, not covert. Covert would mean we didn't know that Tinder was monetized. Tinder. All right, we didn't know that was a way for them to hide the hot, attractive women behind a paywall. We didn't know that my actions triggered only the ugly, fat bitches to be shown to me because I was thirsty and I said, swipe right. Now you're going to deal with ugly, fat single mothers. And you're never going to be shown hot bitches. Oh, if you're black and you select, I'm a black male, guess what you're going to be shown? Mud sharks and pogs and fat black women. That's what you're going to be shown. All the flatbacks and the Asian bitches are not going to be shown. You might get another onesie twosies here and there. Okay. You might get a few, but you're not going to get many. But if you show up 6'5" with the blue eyes, guess what? You're going to get blonde bitches, flatbacks. That's called monetized dating. Monetized dating. And they got y'all playing the fool the whole time. If you get an Asian bitch and you're a black guy, she's going to be 40. She's not going to be 26 and 22. Dude, look, in order for me to hear you, for you to hear me on this one, I'm telling you the rules here. In order for you to beat this, you'd have to be exceptional, right? Which means you would have to promote the exception to the rule. Join me on CoachGregAdams.locals.com. By the way, all dating apps are like this. All of them. There's no exception. They're all monetized. Okay. I break all of this down. I show you the receipts. I show you my receipts. I show you how it works. The marketplace is monetized. In order for you to beat it with no money, you just have to be a low life nigga with low life women. That's it. And some thirsty, starving bitches and some 4s and 3s and 6s and 5s. All right. Anyway. Yep. And most of them are owned by one company. One company owns most of the popular apps. It's just, I mean, you can't beat it. You can't beat it, guys. It is what it is. But look, I don't want to tell you too much. I got a course coming out about this. It is the future. It is the future. The exception proves the rule. It's like this one bum dude's a one bum nigga will be like, I got bitches for free. I got blah, 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 blah. And it'd be one bum dude. I see one bum. You guys know one bum nigga that fucks a lot of women. One. Do you know 50 bum niggas that fuck a lot of women? 50. Do you know 50 bum niggies getting all the pussy? You don't. You know one. I know this one bum nigga. I know that one bum nigga over there. You know one. That means it's an exception to the rule. So don't be a bum nigga because you know one or you know a bunch of hoes fucked a couple of bum niggas. That is the exception to the rule. Do not become that because you're going to fail. He's just a better bum nigga than you. It is not the rule. All right. Anyway, shout out to our brother here. It is Taylor Gang in the building. Coach, I missed yesterday's show due to work, and I don't know if you covered it, but I did catch the Devrin Michael sentencing. Washed up prawn star with the married will marry your kid and decapitate your ass. Stay safe out here, brother. Send it. I did see that. All right, I haven't covered it though. Shout out to Taylor Gang with the co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
Right. And so men always try to use these things to argue against me. And I'm like, dude, man, listen to what I'm telling you. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying it's not possible to be a bum nigga and a broke guy and win. What I'm telling you is don't become that to try to think you're going to win, because that's a long-term L, right? That's you. Why lower your life to win with bottom of the barrel skeezers? And I want to say this, a lot of the guys that you say get a lot of women, I want you to actually look at those women one by one. Look at them one by one. For real. Like I'm just being honest with you. Now, if you just have a narrow view of women, meaning that you're not exposed to very attractive women or high status women, like look at the women he's banging one by one. Don't listen to him and he say he got 100 women. Okay, I got that. Just look at them. Look at the woman, the quality of the woman. They aunties, super fat, super sized big women, ugly buck tooth, skinny bitches, crackheads, a couple of nice looking women you call thick but are fat, single mothers, 49ers. They're not top of the top. Yeah, they're pussy. It's pussy. Yeah. And they ain't fucking you neither. So I get it. So I would be frustrated if I was you too, because you would want to fuck them. So I get it. But yeah, they're not getting the top quality. Some of them are scab peeling skeezers. They got herpes. He getting gonorrhea here and there. So I get it. I understand. He looked like he winning, but trust me, if you view it from a lens from a man that has had a broader perspective of women, he not really winning that much. He's not winning that much. He's winning with women that nobody's really going after and choosing. Yeah, bitches that got felonies and shit like this, dope fiends. And this is not even the exception. This is literally what happens here. He said bust down some Dollar General, Dollar Tree bust downs. Dollar Tree bust downs. Facts. Aunties that work at Target in the DMV. Yeah. All right. Shout out to our brother Kevin Sullivan. Last one says, what's up, coach? For the member that said, do they care? I asked the girl at the JUCO, by your bio. He says right here, I'm not your type in her words. She said, I don't have a type when it comes to money. For real. Do you have the stomach? You don't got the stomach. She said, I don't have a type when it comes to money. See, again, men don't realize this, dude. Oh, man. We got the main event coming up here. Pussy does not have a heart. Women do not have to have sex based on attractiveness. They don't. They don't have a heart. It is not a heart of stone. They do things that you would think they don't do. She's like, I don't have a type when it comes to money. You can get in. And it's been that way since forever. Ooh, wee. Shout out to Hustle Every Day. Says you dropped so many gems today. It's amazing. Free agent lifestyle for life. Let's see if these guys want to get the real story. They don't want to get the real story. Okay. Dude, I had a woman one day, she visited me. Now, this is a funny story here, and she claimed innocent. So she visited me one day, came over, I sweated all over her, bust that thing out and whatnot. Afterwards, she goes home. It was a good little marathon session. You know, I worked my way through it. I got through it, finished up. She texts me with the I got home text. So I go mind my own business, right? I'm going back to what I'm doing. I go back to work and whatever. Then she texts me, I'm on my way. What? And you know I didn't let that slide because my heart ain't in it. My emotions ain't in it. So I didn't let that slide. I was like, damn, that kitty cat busy. Woo! I was like, damn. I was like, yo, we just hung out. I just smashed. We've been hanging out for the last couple of hours. I beat the brakes off of that. You drive home 30 minutes and then you send a text. It's like 10 o'clock. We was hanging out from like 7 to 9:30. It's 10 o'clock. You get home, barely shower, and you send a text, you on your way. I was like, damn. Ooh, wee. I said, and I didn't let it slide, bro. And she was a normie chick. She wasn't even a JUCO. She wasn't even a JUCO. This is a normie. When I tell you it's the normie chicks, guys, it's the normie chicks. It's the normie chicks. Y'all guys worried about the JUCOs. It's the normie chicks. This is a normie. It wasn't a JUCO. I was like, damn. Y'all worried about catching STIs from JUCOs. It's the normie chicks. Because I was like, holy shit. So I hit her with the whole, I said, damn, that cat busy. And she was like, oh, no. That wasn't meant for you. I meant to pick up my niece. Really? At 10 o'clock? And then she was like, I don't like what you're insinuating. I don't like what you're insinuating. She got offended. And I was like, now, bitch. Now you know. Now you know. She tried to act offended. I was like, woo-wee. I said, damn, bro. Damn. I was like, yo, that is crazy. Now, dude, what people don't realize is I talk about the JUCO. Not all women I deal with is the JUCO. I know. It's hard for you to figure it out because men, you have one-dimensional minds. Not everybody I deal with is JUCO. All right, so I have normies in the mix. So she was a normie chick, non-JUCO. Right? I was like, God damn. I said, man, dude, that kitty cat busy. And she was like, what? I don't like what you're insinuating. Yeah. I was like, man almighty. I was like, you done went home, wiped the pussy down, and jumped out right back out into these streets. But she claims I was wrong.
In these streets.
She got offended, and I was like, it ain't none of my business. You're not my girl. All right. I was like, you're not my girl, so you can do what you want to do.
How dare you?
I just thought it was funny. She hit that, I'm on my way. I was like, damn. I was like, I think I messaged her. I was like, this message was not for me. I said, that's a busy pussy right there, bro. And Thomas the Tank T says, Coach, you are right. These women are volunteers, all of them. And he says, I'm of the mind that we should not cater to the ones that are going to use a coat hanger. All right. He says right here, and I say, let them kids starve too. Consequences are a bitch. He says, I say, let them watch they kids starve. Free agent lifestyle for life. Hashtag boss up 2026. We ain't got no heart out here, man.
Better boss up, nigga.
We ain't got no heart. No heart is out here, man. All right, do me a favor, man. Hit the like button. What a show. What a show, man. That was crazy stuff. But yeah, man, shit like that happens to me, and it basically just gives me confirmation. Yo, there's no relationship material out here. All right. Even if it was a slip up, it was not meant for me. It was a niece. I just be like, whatever, man. I don't have no emotions in this. Whatever. It is what it is. If you want to just keep smashing, we can keep smashing. If you don't want to, fine with me. Next batter up on my side, I'm good. All right. I'm good. Do what you got to do out here. I have no judgments. All right. Stay tuned. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor.
Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard, you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace, and coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view. And yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out. People left. It's over. The show's over. You missed the main event. Let's do it, man. You missed the main event, but it's okay. I don't mind. All right, y'all come back. All right, the main event right here. How to unlock a woman's secret past. The Bruce Wayne method. This could save your life. All right, check this out right here, guys. All people have a past. Men have a past. Women have a past. So sometimes in relationships and dating, you have to accept the person's past. All right. You do have to accept the person's past. And a lot of men, if they are in scarcity, have to accept the woman's negative past. Right. So they're like, oh, I got to accept their past. I'll overlook it. Or they may be desperate or a sucker for love, or they just might generally like the woman. Well, unfortunately, some men say, man, a woman's past matters to me because I don't want to know something about her later after I become emotionally involved with her. So you become emotionally involved with her, you learn about it later on, and you feel like you were misled or she hid something from you. Also, same thing happens with men to women, right? The woman finds out something about their past, typically because a woman has a negative past. She's willing to overlook his past. So I understand that, especially as you get older, right? As you get older, you have to understand that women have a past. All right. So when you're dealing with them, you just have to decide on what level you're dealing with them. Am I going to get emotionally involved? Is this just going to be physical? And sometimes a woman doesn't realize that you know something about her past and you're not willing to commit, right? I'm not willing to commit to you, but I'll fuck you. All right. And we've all been there before where a woman has said something on a date or a relationship and it canceled her out, right? She said something, you know, when I was young, I was wild. All right. You've heard that before on a date. Now, it probably was date 12 or date 10 or date 5. It wasn't up front, but she might say it later on. She might let that slip. And she'll be like, you know what? When I was young, I was wild. Okay. I've heard that many times, and it just immediately says, okay, she ain't getting a commitment from me. All right. But I didn't tell her, hey, I'm not giving you a commitment, but you just let it register. You're like, okay, that's great. You know what that wild is. And you know Yeah, it probably came with some very negative consequences. All right, so what we're going to talk about today is unlocking a woman's secret past. And there's a lot of demons that a woman will experience in her life, unfortunately. And it lines up with what CGA has taught you. Number one, take a look at this. Goes in here. It says right here, when do most young women experience trauma? It says most young women experience trauma during childhood, before 12, and adolescence, 12 to 18, with rates of certain interpersonal traumas like sexual assault being highest during these periods. Unfortunately, research indicates that approximately 2/3 of children experience one traumatic event by age 16. While trauma can occur at an early age, early and repeated exposure is linked to a greater impact and is most likely to lead to conditions like PTSD and all of these things, which we hear women admit. Okay, adulthood, 18 plus, while childhood and adolescence are high risk periods, trauma can and does occur at any age. We know this. And what is trauma that we're talking about? Sexual assault, related to party lifestyle, related to choices. Unfortunately, sometimes that happens. I'm not victim blaming, but it is what it is. Promiscuity. Let's take you there. All right. Let's take you there to promiscuity. When does promiscuity tend to occur in women? It says while promiscuity is a subjective term and varies by individual, research suggests women's sexually activity peaks later than men. All right. It says studies right here say this promiscuity happens between late 20s and mid 30s. All right. And sexual activity may be more frequent in this age range compared to younger and older groups, which some evidence point to higher sexual fantasy frequency in women up to age to mid 30s. But it says right here, age 20 to 29, this period of high sexual activity for many, with a significant portion of women in their early 20s reporting multiple partners. Okay. So high period 20 to 29. All right. Trauma, traumatic events, drama, drug use, alcoholism. Most of the things that happens to women is typically going to be in that age range, which they say right there, which they said the early one, first one says 12 to 18, which that lines up to what I'm telling you. And then high body counts age in their 20s. Okay. With peaking 27 to late 20s to mid 30s. Okay. So it's not women that are 30, 35, 40, 45. They've already been past the trauma. All right. That's why they typically want to look to settle down.
And that's
to get rid of party lifestyle. And so the women that I deal with, JUCO or non-JUCO, they nearly are kind of exhausted by 27. 27, they're ready to cash in. This is why I call these women dangerous to me. They are highly manipulative. Sometimes they're hiding a coke habit. Okay, I've had women in this age group and a little slightly younger. They were like, "Oh, I was on coke when I was in my 20s, early 20s, and stuff like this." All right, so it is possible that a lot of you guys don't realize that a lot of the trauma that women experience is in their youth. In fact, let me just say this: self-harming themselves, cutting themselves. It's normally going to be teenage years. Not only that, let me just add this: how about when women date older men? They're normally going to be 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Right? 20, 21, 22. It's not going to be 29, 30, 34. How about this? Can I add you this? What's the most common age for women to experience an abortion? Well, the last 5 years, prior to the last 5 years, it was 14 to 19. In fact, if you ask a woman if they are going to open up to you, which is going to be one of the ways, if you ask them if they've ever had this and they're truthful, they're going to tell you 16, 17, right? Not 30, not 32. Not really 27. It's going to be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's when the first one happened. All right. That's when the first one happened. Sometimes it's multiple. Sometimes a woman will open up and they'll tell you, yeah, they've had multiple. And you're like, holy shit. Sometimes you won't find out until the woman's married and they say there's a ghost baby. Well, I didn't tell you this, but when I was 16, I had an early termination of pregnancy. I'm still friends with the guy. You'll find out she still talks to the guy because soul ties. The guy that impregnated her when she was 16 happens to be one of her friends that she introduced you to. But then when you have kids with her, she now has a ghost baby. Okay. Now you have a family and there's a kid, a missing brother, a missing sister. Trauma. So what happens here? You have to unlock these secrets to her past early on in the vetting process. The number one way you do this is to give her a safe space. Okay. And the way you do this, and most men cannot do this, is you have to be non-judgmental with her so she can open up. Now, some women know that you're doing this. This is why you're that's why I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish. Okay. Some women will still be guarded with their information, just as men are. I mean, most of you guys don't tell women what you do, but most of us women will typically want to be relationship with you. So they'll overlook it, like, because they're relationship oriented. They're like, whatever, I just want the relationship and the commitment. I'll work on the rest later. Men typically want to know up front what it is. Let me know what it is up front before I give you the relationship. So this is why it's judged differently. So when women say, well, men have a past too, well, it doesn't matter. You guys get in relationships with men with shady past all the time, and then you try to work through it. Okay. As opposed to men, we want to know that shit up front. So in a lot of the things that they say early on when you're meeting with them, you have to be non-judgmental. You can't be critical of them. You can't try to solve their problems. You can't call them names and whores and skeezers and scab peeling. You can't do it. You can't do it. So then when they realize that you're safe with their information, you didn't run to the internet, you didn't blast her out, you didn't call her all kind of names, you didn't try to cuss her out, she's going to test you with bits of information. And then when you're not judgmental, she's going to feel like it's a safe space. Okay. Also, when she tells you things, she might think that you might be judgmental and call her all kind of names and kick her out and stop having sex with her or stop not interacting with them. But if you continue interacting, she might say, for instance, well, I told you. For instance, let me tell you something. I had a young woman that I was dealing with, and this one was a JUCO. She told me that she had a wild past. Now, I didn't think she was talking sexually. I thought she was talking criminally, like she was out in the streets and fighting, because that's what she would say. I'll be fighting and I was aggressive and people thought I was immature for my age and whatnot. She was a pretty woman too. She still is a pretty woman, but you can kind of see it based on how she lives her lifestyle. It's still in her. So she's trying to correct it. I can see her maturing herself. She's trying to present herself in a certain way. She's trying to introduce herself to a normal lifestyle, but she still hangs out with a rough element. And she still hangs out with these people. She finds them entertaining. She can't separate herself from it. Well, later on, I end up doing a background check on her. And yes, she had a criminal background. Right? She had a criminal background. But what happened was she had mentioned something and she didn't let it slip. But because I'm not judgmental, she said, oh, they're going to start pulling up my mugshot. So that's what she said. And then the conversation went, and I didn't say anything. I didn't say nothing. All right. I think I was driving at the time she said it. And then she said, well, you know about that because I told you. Now, I think that's what she was doing, was covering for that, because she mentioned it and she probably was like, uh-oh. And then she had to come back to, I told you about that. Now, here's the thing. She didn't tell me about it. Okay. Okay. She told me no specifics. And so I was like, mugshot, right? Mugshot, like, damn, like, okay, what kind of mugshot we talking about, bitch? Like, yo. So at that point, I didn't do a background check on her. But I knew that she probably could have some wild shit going on in her life, but I didn't know anything about mugshots. Okay. I didn't know anything about criminal sentences. Now, when she told me that, that's an idea. That's an idea of you saying that, she basically feels like you're safe. But I did tell her I did reverse image search her. So that's maybe why she's thought that her mugshot might have came up, but it didn't. So I background checked her. I checked her background. As soon as I heard that, background check. And I show you this at the JUCO on my streams over on Locals, how to background check these people. So I went through the background check, got her info, and I did a deep dive scouring of the internet, background check, criminal records, and all that. And there was some shit on there that I was like, yeah, I don't know if I can associate with this person. Now, they were from years ago. And of course, we all have a past, but I was like, nah. It was like, yeah, that's the end of that. That's going to be the end of that, because what I saw was somebody that I probably couldn't trust, in my house and around me anymore. So I was like, yep, that'll be the end of that. And so what that is happening is that sometimes you're in a different element. You're not a normie. You're not all buttoned up. So I wasn't buttoned up with her. All right. I'm kind of on the dark side with her. When you're on the dark side, they open up. Okay. So when you're at the JUCO, women tend to trust you because you're at the JUCO, right? So they're like, you're on the dark side with me. And sometimes people on the dark side have a black background, like the black market. So you're dealing with people who are on the fringe. So if that happens, when they tell you information, you can't be judgmental. You kind of just have to deal with it, because what you're going to have to understand is what they're telling you is the tip of the iceberg. Okay. If they tell you one bit of information, what men normally do is crash out. They become judgmental. They start calling names. They begin in the red pill rage. And then she closes up. All right. By the time you get a woman to close up, you might as well get rid of her, because she's not even going to tell you the bottom of the iceberg. All right. She's not going to tell you the real issues. So I had this back in the day, and I want you to listen to me, and I'm going to play a video as an example. Remember, I used to show you this. This was me like in 2021. Okay. How men judge women. All right. Is they basically look at her attractiveness, her availability for sex, and her age. That's pretty much how men sum up sexual partners, baby mothers, future wives, and so forth and so on. And so you go out there with your fisherman's pole, all right? You're the guy, and you go out in the treacherous water, and you go out there with your little pole, and then you're going to look for sex, attractiveness, and chronological age. That's where this is how men select their mates. Then what happens is whatever's underneath the water, even if you see it, you don't even want to know. You're like, I don't even want to know what's under there. Even when she starts telling you, you're like, oh my God, all right, all these women are bad. They're mad. And you start going red pill rage on them. So you don't even want to know. Even if a woman says, I'll tell you all of the nasty, dirty things that I've done. If you have an emotional tie with that woman, you don't want to know. You're like, oh, don't tell me. So you don't further investigate when she was about to give you the damn truth. Now, what do you want to know about the woman? This is where you go into the Bruce Wayne of this ish. This is where you unlock the secrets. What is really important in mating? Her ability to make decisions, her ability to nurture, her ethnicity and culture, which people have up there, her intelligence. Is she a dumb box of rocks like Ray J's girlfriend? Is she emotionally stable? Is she on mental head meds? A lot of women will tell you they take mental health medication. What about consumer debt? Any of their debt, sexual ability, their feminist ideals. All of them have these feminist ideals. Her parents' relationships. If she comes in and say, I don't know my father, or my parents got a divorce, whatever, what have you. Okay. This is all vital information. What is your parent? So if she mentions this in passing, oh, my dad divorced my mom. What happened? She cheated, and this is important information. You're like, oh my God, your mom cheated on your dad. Oh my God, this is despicable. Well, the apple doesn't fall from the tree. If she says she's closer with her mom, that means she sided with the mom in a divorce who cheated on her husband, her father, and her father's alienated, right? These are all important things, and you should be registering this shit. But it's not even the whole iceberg. What about her student loan debt, her ability to her number of sexual partners, her history of abuse? How many times have women said, I was abused, I was in an abusive relationship, I experienced abuse and trauma, I was sexually assaulted, I was raped? These are all major league conversations that if you just judge them, you're not going to get the details. Tell me about this sexual assault. Is he in prison? Who, the guy that did it? Oh, he got away? You didn't tell? Oh my goodness. Oh, it was your boyfriend. Oh my God. You end up dating him. You have a kid by this man. You were with them for 5 years. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What about this? Her fiscal awareness. Not a lot of them have it. All right. Her emotional age. That's always going to be different from her chronological age. Okay. There's 3 ways you can age: physically, chronologically, and emotional. And sometimes you could throw in mental. Those are the 4 ways you can age. All right. And most people have a different age for each of those ages. Chronologically, we could say CGA likes 20-year-old women. That's 20-year-old women. What if it's a 20-year-old woman that has an emotional age of a 10-year-old? That's no good. Okay? That's no good. I would like an emotional age to be 20 or 30. What about a woman that's 40? Well, I'm 40. She could have the emotional age of a 20-year-old. Okay? Which a lot of women in their 40s do. Physical age. A woman is 20, but she looks 30. White women. Okay? Or women who are overweight. These people have a physical age that far surpasses their chronological age. Chronological just tells me your birth and the day we are at today. Some people have a mental age of a 10-year-old, but they're 30. All right, so age is telling me nothing other than what day you were born and what day today is. But what is their mental age, their emotional age? Just like the woman that said she had a criminal background and she had a mugshot, her age at the time was 27, but her maturity wise, she was like 18. Right? She was like 18. The shit that she talked about, the way the people she ran with, they were like 18 or 19. They behaved like 18 and 19-year-olds, not people in their late 20s and 30s. All right, so that's kind of what happens with people. People that say they have mental health issues, they're basically teenagers. All right, they're teenagers that can't cope with the reality of life for one reason or the other. All right, that means they have a stunted growth mentally. They can't deal with the real world, so they need drugs to help them cope and a therapist. So they could be 30, but have mental instability, which makes them 15. Okay. It makes them 15. Dr. Shahrazad Ali said most women do not have a mental age over 13. That was Dr. Shahrazad Ali. Some other people in the red pill have said once a woman physically develops, her mental age stunts. She becomes whatever that age of development was. Some women have raisin titties and they don't develop until they are 17. They don't get their period till they're 17. Some women are overly developed at 12 and 13. Their mental age stunts at that point. It's stuck right there until she has no ability to sell herself physically. So these are the things that we're teaching you here to actually help you understand what happens. Because men, you don't have these informations here. All right. And then the brainstem doesn't develop. Is she marriageable? Okay. The woman's attractive. Is she marriageable? I find that women that are attractive tend to not be marriageable. All right. And sometimes they're not marriageable until they're Vivica Fox's age. Right. And still they're not marriageable. So you're attractive. You're not marriageable. Okay. Now, how do you unlock these secrets? You give her the Bruce Wayne. You're not judgmental. You understand that they have the ability to participate in these activities based on their age. When is the age of susceptibility? Well, I worked in schools, so I know what 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23-year-old women are doing. And it's not what you think if you're a parent of one of these women. They're adults. They're emerging adults. They're teenagers. They got crazy hormones. They're doing shit that you don't think. Like, if you have kids, do you think your kids don't curse? Okay. I've never heard my kid curse before. Trust me, when they get with their friends, they cussing up a storm. And eventually, once they get old enough, they'll start cursing in front of you. All right. And they'll start saying sorry. And then they'll stop saying sorry and just start cursing. So a lot of parents are delusional about even their own kids. Oh, my kids are good. And all their kids' friends are good kids. No, they're not. They're pieces of shit too. They're criminals. They got a couple of niggas that steal Butterfingers and candy bars out of Thrifties and Rite Aid. They got a couple of whore friends. They got a couple of kids that got F's on all their report card. They got some kids that did school and smoke dope and vape. All right. They got kids that drink. They got whore friends that get let. They see that one girl walking with 5 guys and all them niggas gonna run a train on her when she's 14 and 15. Like, we know what happens. I worked in schools. Shit happens, bro. It is what it is. Sometimes we get the benefit of the doubt for these emerging adults, but they dumb motherfuckers. And that's where all the bullshit happens. College campuses. Women will say women experience sexual assault at high rates. But then when you look at the data, most of the time the man and or the woman were on drugs and alcohol, which makes it hard to determine what happens. You just increase the difficulty to get to the bottom line when drugs and alcohol start up. All right, if they're a part of it, it's hard to get to figure out who consented, where things took place, what happened, who did what, who asked for what. Soon as you include drugs and alcohol, which you have most people in high school and college doing, despite the fact that you think kids are goody two shoes. All right, once you include those things, then it's hard to figure out who did what. But you know, people let people drink and underage minors smoke and drink. Oh, what's the hell? Nothing's gonna happen. Shit happens. Now you got a false allegation. You got a woman that's embarrassed because she has a boyfriend and she wants to blame it on this guy. She was drunk, and it's all over the place. So most of the things you have to understand, the point of that episode, what I was telling you, is that you have to accept that there's a high probability of this being the case. Instead of ignoring it and saying, I hope it's not the case, or it's not the case with everybody. Really, it's the rule. The exceptions are the good kids. The exceptions are the virgin daughter. That's the exception. The rule is she's a skeezer. Not to show me well, there's a woman that's not a skeezer. No, that's the exception is the non-skeezer. The rule is skeezer. Okay. Period. You gotta go ahead and deal with that. Just look at how many women. How long does it take all women to have had sex? All right, by the time they are 6, 17, and 18, they've all had sex with somebody. All right, they've all had it once. By the time they're going to have an early termination of pregnancy, they're going to be a teenager. Sad reality. That is the rule. You can better hope there's a good kid that's a preacher's daughter that ain't a whore. All right, but the commonality is the preacher's daughter is a whore. Right? That's the rule. That's not the exception. That is the general rule. The preacher's daughter, it's literally a fetish. It's literally a porn. Anyway, ecclesiastically. Now, let me show you this. It just doesn't stop at sex. All right. It also includes the party lifestyle and what comes with it. A woman says she's a party girl or she goes out on the weekend. What do we know about her? She probably is indulged in drugs. She probably is indulged in alcoholism. That goes hand in hand. Not many women go out to clubs and parties and don't drink or have a bad drinking habit. What you will find is that a lot of women, before they hit 21, have used a fake ID, have indulged in alcohol, or have been an alcoholic before they hit 25, and or recreational drugs. And many of them have DUIs. That is the rule. Before they hit 20, 21, 25, they got DUIs. I knew a woman I did a background check on. Great woman, too. She treated me well. She had 3 DUIs in 3 separate states. All before the age of 25. But I'm adding baggage to these women's lives. All before the age of 25. 3 fucking DUIs in 3 states. I'm like, Jesus. Like, what the? Now, she got arrested for the DUI. She didn't get convicted of them, but she got her license suspended and she kept getting pulled over with a suspended license, because I looked at the record and she kept getting pulled over with suspended license or failure to produce a license. So, okay, how this bitch driving? And I'm like, what in the world? All right, let me show you this video. This is the video that kind of sums it up. Okay. Here we go right here. I'm an alcoholic, and this is my story. Shout out to the people who have dealt with alcoholism. They will tell you in the 12-step program, you're an alcoholic, whether you still drink or not. All right, so shout out to this woman expressing her journey here. We're not judging. We listen, but we don't judge. But yes, this woman that you see at the gyms, alcoholic, drug addict, narcotics anonymous. Can I tell you a story real quick? I took a drug program class when I was in college. The college course that I took. And by the way, I've never done drugs. All right. And I rarely drink alcohol. All right. It's very sparingly socially. But I took this class, and part of the class, the assignment was to go to one Alcoholics Anonymous meeting and one Narcotics Anonymous meeting. Okay. So I'm in college, and part of the assignment was to go to the meeting, sit in the corner, don't say nothing, and just observe. It was an observation assignment. And then we were supposed to write a paper about it. I go to the Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, and I'm flabbergasted. Regular people, not monsters. These are people that started drinking early and they had problems. Men and women in that class. I was surprised at the women that were in that class. I was like, damn. And these are all the hot chicks and, gym chicks and chicks that you cold approach and chicks that you worry about whether she accepts you, librarians, teachers, so forth and so on. Regular people in society, not monsters. And yes, alcoholism can get you. When I went to the Narcotics Anonymous meeting, it was actually a Cocaine Anonymous meeting. I was flabbergasted. I found that there were two people that I knew in there, right? They were wondering why I was there. I was wondering why them niggas was in there. I didn't know they were on crack, but they were on crack. And that was the first time I have heard of it when I was in that goddamn thing. And one guy saw me and left. All right. He was like, I ain't going. All right. Because I don't want him to know. And then another guy came in. He was like, oh, you too? And I was like, not me, nigga. I'm in here for school. All right. And there was a bunch of women in there too. All in their 20s. Nobody was in there. There were some women in their 30s and 40s in there, but a lot of women in their 20s were in there for Cocaine Anonymous. And I was like, damn. Now, of course, that was in the 90s, so I could tell you. But, the whole purpose was to not tell because it's anonymous. But I'm sitting in there like, man, these are regular people. These are regular people that deal with their habits, and shout out to them for going through their step programs to heal it. And it's a journey because addiction is very evil. It's hard to get over. And this is why I always tell people don't do drugs because, yeah, it sounds fun, but when it becomes an addiction, you can't kick it very easily. And these people were going through their struggles and their days of sobriety and all of that. So shout out to the people who are working on their shit. The point I'm going to tell you is you guys have to stop believing that people are normal. Okay? Sometimes when a woman rejects you, she's doing you a favor. Shout out to those women. Sometimes these women know that you too fucking corny to deal with her. Sometimes these women know you too much of a lame to deal with her. Sometimes these women know you ain't pooky enough to deal with her. Sometimes these women know that the best thing for you is not her. You ain't ready for that shit. That's why they deal with pookie niggas. These girls are good girls dealing with pookie niggas. Half of these bitches are crackheads and got rough life and trauma and abortions and all of that shit. Sometimes that baddie in the gym is a bitch you don't want nothing to deal with. And she knows that. That's why she like, bruh, yeah, you too good for me. You a goody two-shoe ass nigga. What am I going to do with you? What am I going to do with you? But all you see is what? This is all men see. Well, attractive, age, sex. That's all you see. You don't see this shit down here, bro. She knows that's down here. And she know you ain't got the motherfucking stomach. Do you have the stomach? She know you ain't got the stomach. She know you ain't about that life. She know you go to bed at 9:30 at night. And this bitch be up fiending at 2 a.m. She up there getting fucked and going to the next nigga. I'm on my way at 11 o'clock. She know that's her life. And you up here at 9:30 tucking your ass up in the bed talking about I get up at 5 a.m. and I have my Wheaties and I go to my personal training and I got all this. She hear all that shit and she be like, nigga, what? 5 a.m, nigga? She just going to bed before the sun going up. 5 days a week. She ain't trying to hear all that discipline shit. It sound good. It sound good, but she don't want that type of discipline in her motherfucking life. Her life is chaos. So she turning you down. Nah, nigga, nah. Don't even bring that goody two-shoe shit, educated, lame ass nigga around here. Nah. Where Pookie at? Where my pimp homeboy at? Where my homeboys at? Where my male friends at? Shit. So she hear all that, and you see her, all you see is ass and titties and a young bitch, and you think, man, I should have her, and she would want a good man like me. The answer is nope. Now, if you keep pressing her, she will use you. You keep pressing her and keep being on her neck. She'll like, all right, fuck it. What can I get off this nigga? All right, I'll do something. Okay, maybe I can marry him and he'll overlook the shit. Okay, so sometimes they doing you a favor, and you got to shout out to the ladies doing you a favor. Here's a nice little woman here. She looks like she has a good little decent fit body. She not all fat like you old niggas that like obese women. All right. She says, I'm an alcoholic. This is my story. Here we go.
My name is Jazz, and I'm an alcoholic, and that is something that I used to say every day at AA. My alcoholism started when I was just 20 years old. I was a bottle girl, partying every day and getting drunk almost every night. It was fun until it wasn't. I accumulated 2 DUIs before I could even figure out who I was. I had to walk around with this breathalyzer suitcase-looking thing and breathe into it several times a day, and even with that, I still got another DUI. Thankfully, the third one got dropped, but the damage was already done. I went to aesthetic school, got my license, and soon after started working at a waxing chain. But the truth is, my hands would shake so bad during any eyebrow waxing service that I had to drink just to get rid of the shakes. I was trapped in this cycle of trying to hold it all together while silently falling apart. Then one night, I came home drunk again, and I broke down to my mom crying, telling her I needed to go to rehab. That very same night, she checked me into rehab, and I spent 2 weeks there. When I got out, I started going to AA meetings every single day for 90 days. And that's when I fell in love with working out. The gym became my therapy, safe place, and it felt like a second chance. Now I'm 910 days sober. I built my own business. I found peace, and I finally became the woman I was always trying to drink my way into being. Over 2 years sober. One hell of a journey, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Okay, shout out to her here. All right, shout out to her. No judgments on my side. All right, but what do we see? We see an attractive woman. All right, we see a light skin, as they call fine shit. All right, she got the little A cup, B cup bras that I like. She's fit. She's in shape. Shout out to her for 900 some odd days. She's going on 3 years, going on 4 years, trying to get her sobriety. And I'm going to tell you, she's probably about 28 years old. I'm looking at her chronological age, maybe her physical age. She's not 30. She's not 30 years old. Now, you guys never see this part of them. Thanks to social media, they're telling you. You never see this part. What I do is I assume it's there. That's her default setting to me. Why? I've worked with women this age for my entire life. I date women their age. I see what they're doing. And it's not pretty. She's going to need a liver transplant by the time she's in before 40. More than likely. I assume that they're like this. Right? So then when men say, damn, coach, you a nihilist, and don't you think there's some good women out here? I assume they're like this, and I can get bits and pieces of information here and there that will confirm it. I was a party girl. I went to Dubai. I hung out in Las Vegas. I grew up in Las Vegas. I mean, I'm going to just put 2 and 2 together. She got the way they present themselves. She got the eyelashes. I'm just going to assume that that's what they are until proven otherwise. And not many women are able to prove otherwise. Now, I don't talk to all women, but there's not many other women that can prove otherwise that this is not the case. Unless they're young, unless they're 21 and whatnot. But yeah, you're going to hear I was I got a fake ID. I had a fake ID since I was 18. I was worn out of the party scene by the time I was 21. This is all just little bits and pieces of information that you can put together and go, yeah, they wild. Tattoos, all of these things. They got a vape pen. These are all ways where you can find out that they have that. Now, for me, I don't have this background. I have background stuff that I'm not proud of. Everybody does. But more than likely, I don't have this type of background where my background would affect them, but their background will affect me. For sure. And you got to realize that just because you see a woman's the tip of the iceberg doesn't tell you anything. You got to Bruce Wayne these people by number one, that if you associate with them, know that it's likely there. Number two, be a safe space for them to open up to you if you are emotionally attached to them. Okay. And then what you will find is that then if you get them around drugs and alcohol or their friends, a social circle, it's going to come out. All right. You'll hear more and more stories, and trust what you hear. And they'll sugarcoat that shit too. They'll sugarcoat it and act like it's not there. I took a young woman out one time, and then, you know, we went out a couple times. And then she ended up telling me she had a cocaine habit when she was in her early 20s. And I was floored. But based on what I was seeing, she was a cool person. By the way, a lot of these people are cool people. Sometimes they're the coolest people. All right. Sometimes they're fun, they're cool, they're real. They seem real. All right. The other people that are not like this either are hiding it or they're somewhat buttoned up or what you would call uptight. But the coolest people are the ones that do the craziest drugs, right? And they drink the craziest alcohol. Oh, another way. If a woman knows everything about alcoholic drinks, it's probably going to be an alcoholic. She'd be like, oh, I don't want Prosecco. It gives me a headache. Can you make sure you put this? And I prefer 1800 and I prefer this. And she can tell you how to mix this and do that. And this drink is that. All right. Either she's a bartender or an alcoholic. And you got to find that out. Were you a bartender? No. Okay. She was an alcoholic. Okay. She was an alcoholic. All right. She knows way too many things about drinks. Alcoholic. Okay. And you can't just be a recreational drinker. You either don't drink or you're an alcoholic. All right. I'm just letting you know. All right. There ain't no middle ground when it comes to hard liquor, brown or white, clear. All right. You're an alcoholic if you know all that shit. And you've been running around from bars and nightclubs getting drinks. Okay. So here we go right here. Let me break this shit down. Oh, yeah. She know club promoters and bartenders. You'll find that that's the case. All right. Little flatback, light skin bitch. All right. Let me see here. Let's break it down. Listen.
Jazz, and I'm an alcoholic, and that is something that I used to say every day at AA. My alcoholism started when I was just 20 years old.
Let me stop right there. Shout out to her right there. 20 years old. What did I show you earlier? 20 years old. By the way, drugs and alcohol is promiscuity as well. So drugs, alcohol, promiscuity, it's in the same umbrella. All right. You cannot have one without the other. You cannot have one without the other. She knows about all the nightclubs. She could tell you about Dre's and Omni and motherfucking Marquee. All right. She could tell you about every nightclub and social club, and she know this, and she got a homeboy that can get her into that. If she got a homeboy that can do anything, right? Oh, I got a homeboy that I can call for that. Skeezer. Okay. But promiscuity, drugs, and alcohol are all tied together. All right. You cannot have one absent of the other. So if she's saying she had alcoholism in her 20s, you also have whoring in your 20s. All right. That's going to go hand in hand. You can't be absent of that. It's all tied together. It's all integrated. So she said she was an alcoholic by 20. Okay, so that's going to be that she can no longer be considered non-promiscuous at that point. Let's continue.
I was a bottle girl, partying every day and getting drunk almost every night. It
Partying every day, drunk almost every night.
was fun until it wasn't.
It was fun until it wasn't. Of course, they outgrow it. Shout out to these people here.
I accumulated 2 DUIs before I could even figure out who I was.
All right, so before the brainstem development, or before 21, she already had 2 DUIs. I don't know if you guys know, when you're in a major city, how common that is. That is super duper common. You need to watch out for that and bet for that. All right. Party girl, lifestyle, alcoholism, promiscuity, drugs. All right. This can affect your future. It's going to save your life. All right. So bottle girl. Yep. This is all women. And by the way, selling pussy goes along with this as well. All right. So you're not going to find many sober women selling some pussy. All right. And by the way, alcoholism is very common in women. It's actually more common in younger women than men. All right. So a lot more women today, young women, are alcoholics, or they indulge in alcoholism, than men. All right. Let's continue here. So watch out for that. And she got a great build here. She's working on her body.
I had to walk around with this breathalyzer suitcase looking thing and breathe into it several times a day. And even with that, I still got another DUI.
Damn. So yeah, man, bad shape. Alcoholism is bad. So this is another reason why sometimes a woman will reject you, because she knows that you're not going to accept her past, right? Who's going to accept a woman that has a breathalyzer to start her car? She knows you're a square. Who's going to accept a woman that has to breathe into this thing to check, or check in with her, corrections officer or parole officer? She knows this. She knows you're going to judge her for that. So she's like, I'm not going to deal with it. So she still got a DUI even with that. Now, I don't know if you guys know, DUIs are bad deals, man. That is like one of, other than killing a person, like there's a lot of things you could do that are bad legally, but a DUI is a heavy, heavy, heavy crime to be accused of. Okay. Because the repercussions of a DUI is bad. All right. You got it ruins people financially. You're restricted from driving. All right. Sometimes you'll get a suspended license if you get convicted of this or plead guilty or no contest. You'll get a suspended license, sometimes a jail term. You're going to be on probation more than likely. Then you're also going to do what? You're going to have a fine that you have to pay. And then you can't drive. All right. You can't drive. So you're really limited. And you got 7 years, almost 7 years. It's like a bankruptcy. It's like 7 years before it clears. All right. And if you get another one, well, then bad. And your insurance rates are through the roof. So you can't get a car insurance, or you can't get a car in your name because that car insurance is going to be through the roof. So you got to get a car in somebody else's name, a relative. I know a woman that said that she had to do that. She had to get a car, but it's in her mother's name. She couldn't get a new car. She had to get a used bucket. Okay. So DUIs are bad news. All right. It's a bad one to get. And she already got 2 or 3 by 21 or 22. Okay. This is not good. So that means she's been doing a lot of partying to get pulled over 3 times for a DUI. Bad news. So somebody said Canada won't let you in. And yeah, background checks for jobs, forget it. All right, just the arrest alone. So you're in bad shape. So you can't integrate into regular society with these DUIs. So you got to do regular off the cuff jobs and sell some pussy and be a bartender and a club promoter and a bottle service girl. Forget going to human resources. All right, forget going to human resources with that DUI. All right, you're up shit's creek.
Thankfully, the third one got dropped, but the damage was already done. I went to aesthetic school, got my license, and soon after started working at a waxing chain. But
waxing, so she got to be an esthetician and this type of thing, nail tech, esthetician, and they'll accept them for that. All right, but thinking you're going to go slide up the corporate ladder after that is very difficult. But you guys want to have babies with these women, so you do have to understand that. Now, that's the part of the show here, but these things could save your life. Remember that chart. Think about that when you're dating. And sometimes these women get DUIs and kill people. All right. I actually saw a woman that, the woman that I said that I background checked her about the mugshot. So I background checked her, and she literally had a couple no-shows at some criminal offenses. Right. She literally skipped bail and didn't show up. She had a no-show at hearings. And then they picked her up on a bench warrant. I'm looking at this in the background check. So this is not even good character either. I'm like, how the fuck? And this girl was beautiful, man. This girl was beautiful. I was like, wow. Yep. She had a couple of failures to appear. One of the women that had a DUI had a hit and run. She told me about the DUI too, prior to while looking at her, looked her up. She told me about the DUI. Then I looked it up. It wasn't what she said. She had a hit and run, a bad U-turn. She had a failure to stop. I was like, and she skipped the motherfucking failure to appear. She skipped the motherfucking hearing. I'm like, what? All before 25. Like, good God almighty. I mean, those shit they out here doing is crazy work. But she told me the DUI was before. She said she came from a bar. She was sitting in the car. She had the key in the ignition, and they got her. And I was like, but when I looked it up on the criminal record, it literally was a hit and run. It started with a hit and run. Then it started with a police pursuit. Then it started with they pulled her over, failure to pull over, failure to yield. And then she also had child endangerment and an open container because there was a kid in the car. All of this shit. Background check. Background check. There was a kid in the car, no car seat, no seat belt. So she had a child endangerment. Nigga, I was like, what? And the kid was her fiance's kid. Bro, I was like, God damn. But she told me it was just the key in the ignition and she had an open container or she was drunk or something like that. And they breathalyzed her. It was literally a lie. So you do have to vet. And we teach you how to vet over on Locals. All right, but it's the wildest shit, man. But the thing is, she told me about it. So I got her to be able to open up. But she was certainly looking for a relationship, meaning that if I would have gave her the relationship immediately, like some of you guys do, you give away your commitment because a woman says, I'm a good girl, give me a relationship. When you give away the relationship, imagine I said, okay, I'll give you a relationship. I commit to you. Imagine what I would have found out after the fact. By that point, it's too late. By that point, it's too late. Now I'm in too deep. I'm in with my emotions. And then now I got to judge her. And she's going to say, but don't you still love me? You got to unlock these secrets early. Do not rush into these commitments, because if you do, you're going to miss these opportunities, and then you're going to find out the hard way. And then it's going to be hard for you to walk away, especially if she's flooding she wetting your dick. Ohenji says, regarding etiquette, a JUCO meetup is the first time some women get good sex, a nice date, and money all together in one. In my experience, it rarely feels transactional. The sex is enthusiastic, and many end up wanting a relationship at some point. Sounds like genuine burning desire to me. In fact, you're right. Again, the bar is low. I mean, you can win out here with a lot of women. You can get them to, you give them a good date. They know money's on the end. They're going to give you a good sex. It's crazy. All right. The bar is low. You guys are really fighting the hard way. De Niro Tranquillo, culture, graphics, and the explanation of them are worth their weight in gold. You have saved me so much time, money, and headache. You are a treasure to men trying to find their way. Salute to you and the free agent lifestyle. That's a co-sponsorship. Yes. Shout out to you. Mr. Takashi Zubrick says, enthusiastically speaking, Andrew's whore wife got 3 baby dads. That debate was hard to watch. You slaughtered that MFer. Oh, the humanity. Keep dropping the hammer on these MFers' heads. Anybody still supporting Andrew Williams?
Oh, the humanity.
And by the way, she keeps saying she wasn't promiscuous. Okay. I wasn't promiscuous. I had 3 long-term relationships, but you cheated on 2 of the men. Like, you cheated on 2 of the men. You had 3 babies out of wedlock. Cut the bullshit, man. You can call it what you want and sugarcoat it and cover it up. I had 3 long-term relationships. That don't mean shit. You cheated on 2 of the men. You had 2 of the men you didn't marry and had kids from. 1 you married and cheated on him. And the man you end up marrying last cheated on his wife to impregnate you twice. Like, yo. Hey, nobody's perfect. Yeah, somebody said you might not be promiscuous, but you a skank for sure. All right, you a skank for sure. That's skanky ass behavior. JP says, that girl with the blue tights, the alcoholic, she literally goes to my gym. I seen her today. Hello. Shout out to you. Don't send her my way. Actually, you can send her my way. Just taking a look at her. I like, you guys know how I like them. All right. You know how I like them. All right. She a foldable for sure. I'll take her. I'll pick up that slack. I can fix her. All right. You know how I do. All right. I'm taking a look at the gram real quick. I haven't taken a look at the. Oh, yeah. She'd be a nice JUCO treat for me. Tell her to come around my way. Come around my way. All right. You know me. Come around my way. You know how I like them. Yeah. Come around my way. Somebody said, buy her a drink. You can buy me a drink with me. I'ma make you go with me. I got money in the bank. Shorty, what you think about that? I'm in the great Cadillac. The girl like, ooh, 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 ooh. All right, who knows her? JP knows her? Put a word in for me. All right, I got her. Ecclesiastically speaking, I'll fix those binds. I'll pick up that slack. You can buy me a drink with me. No government name. DW says, I went through an ex-girlfriend's file drawer once and found documents showing she owed Geico $23,000 due to an accident she caused that injured someone, and she was uninsured. She was pushing for marriage and never disclosed this. Who agrees that a woman should disclose something like that? Or the marriage is fraud? Right? I agree that if a woman has that in her background and you marry her or give her a relationship and you become, she reveals it later, that should be an annulment. That should be a marriage on fraud. If that's the case, I agree to that because that's fraudulent. And I'm telling you, women are getting you to commit into relationships before you even know who they are. Like, it's crazy. Now I get some shit that happened in teenage years, but they be doing shit in adult years and literally be hiding the shit from you. and you didn't ask me, that's fraud at that particular point. Shout out that hustle every day. It's same with health issues. Let's say a person has a health issue and they have a liver disorder and they're going to need a liver transplant and they never disclose it. That should be fraud. Now, if they disclose it and you went and accepted it, then it's not fraud. You took the responsibility for that. All right. Same thing with bankruptcy. If you have a bankruptcy and then you get with a person and you never revealed that bankruptcy is still on your record, and then you get into a relationship with that person or you marry them, and then you find out there was a that should be an L. That should be an automatic. That should be disclosed up front. Hustle Every Day says, yeah, if they had a history with STIs, they got herpes, obviously. But if they've been out here with gonorrhea and shit like that, all right. Anyway, shout out to Hustle Every Day. 2 years of sobriety equals 100K in health problems for 20 years. Facts. Dude, the devil always comes back with their receipt. Dude, health issues, typically when people have health issues, sometimes it's a, tough titty. But a lot of people's health issues are basically a reflection of their lifestyle in their 20s. Right? It is. So watch out for that. A lot of people have health issues that can go directly back to their, cocaine days and weed smoking and their cigarette smoking and their vaping and their drinking. Brayon says, Coach, as an Uber driver, I can confirm the majority of these college women that I pick up are alcoholics, drug addicts, sex workers, and have mental illness and have been arrested before. The sad part is these women are beautiful and normal looking. Facts. I mean, much of my disappointing, it's not the ugly bitches I'm disappointed in. It's the beautiful women that I'll be like, wow. Right? And as Prince said, the beautiful girl always smashed the picture. Always, every time. Don't trust these beautiful women, man. And as Trey Songz says, pretty girls lie. Pretty girls lie, man. Shout out to No Government Name. I never considered running a background check on a woman who wasn't on the wife trap. Am I bugging? Dude, if you're fucking a woman, if you're having sex, that is biblical marriage to me. Yes. If you're having sex with a woman, and she's a regular woman you're having sex with, like you're seeing her a couple times a week, you should be doing a background check on them. Because if they have theft, burglary, who else they gonna burglarize? Sticky fingers, you're gonna find shit missing in your place. Yes, background check. And if you're smashing them raw, like consistently, background check. Background check these motherfuckers, man. Background check these women. I guarantee you, all these women you think are good women, if you background check these motherfuckers, you're going to be flabbergasted. All right. And there was one woman I background checked. I knew for sure some shit was going to come up and nothing came out. I was surprised. Omega Red says, how do you cut it off after you find out? I ghost, but feel bad about it. Don't have no heart out here. You got to be colder than the other side of the pillow. When you find out, this is what you do. When you find out, you tiptoe backwards. You cut them off. You wean them off. You got to wean them off. All right. You wean them off. So when you find out, you be like, okay, I'll go watch this bitch. And then you wean them off. All right. You see them here and there. Like it's like since you were seeing them 3 times a week. Then the next week, 2 times a week. Next week, 1 time a week. And then the next week, I don't think this is going to work out. Okay. So now you done put in your fail safes. You done locked up your shit. You know what I mean? You done motherfucking got your shit and you got your cameras in order. You done lined up your shit. You done got your shit going on right there. You done recorded all the sex audio. Right. You got confirmation. You got her on video saying you've been a good man thus far. All right. You got to get your receipts lined up. All right. Tell me I've been a good man. Say it louder in the microphone. All right. Yeah, I've been great. All right. You had a great time, huh? Yeah. Okay. And then you tiptoe backwards. All right. What y'all niggas want to do is see the bitch and run and call them out and point. And there's the bitch. There's the monster. All right. You got to be like Fred from Scooby-Doo. All right. You got to let that shit go. You know what I mean? Like, all right. Let's get in the mystery machine and follow the motherfucking zombie. All right. Yeah, have security walk their ass out. You know, you got that human resources meeting. Meet with this person here. You know what I mean? Tell them and they'll talk to you. I'll see you later. Goodbye. All right. and tell them all the great things and say, it's just ain't gonna work. You know what I mean? I got some shit going on in my life, and you know, let they ass off, because if you just ghost they ass, they'll be at your motherfucking house at midnight burglarizing your shit. All right. They pass will kick in and shit. You know what I mean? They be out here, you knocking outside your door. And Cam says they also get STDs and cold sores from Lily Lint licking each other. Had it happen to a chick that I dated back in college. Shout out to you for that bit of information out there. I can confirm that a lot of women do get turned out.
Did you eat that cat?
Hey, them bull daggers out here are really aggressive. Shout out to do I got any bull daggers here?
Did you eat that cat?
I know I got one bull dagger that follows me.
Did you eat that cat?
Guys, I used to coach women's athletics, and dude, them lesbian women are aggressive on them straight women. One thing about you guys don't know about the gay industry is that they get their kicks out of turning people out. They get just like we get our kicks at going after virgins and women with low body counts and kind of finessing them and running through them. Like if, we see a woman and she got a high body count, we like, that's easy. All right. But if we see a woman and she a good woman and she, oh shit, a fresh turnout, young, fresh and green. All right. Them Lily Lint lickers be going after girls that are straight, strictly dickly. All right. And them bull daggers be like, oh, I'm gonna get that bitch. All right. I'm gonna be the first one to Lily Lint lick that lick. Yeah. All right. They love that shit. They love it. They were the first woman to scissor that bitch. They want to do Lily Lint licker and scissor her, all that shit. They want to break her ass in college. All right. So a lot of times the bitches get them on the bad night. They give them some liquor, give them some Alizé, and a couple smokes of weed. All right. And all of a sudden they Lily Lint licking and turn the bitch out. All right. And they lick that Lily Lint better than a man gonna ever Lily Lint lick that liquor. All right. They gonna make that bitch squirt on the bed. All right. Lily Lint licking that bitch. All right. And the woman gonna be confused. Oh shit, I had this bisexual bitch. Lily Lint licking. Am I bisexual? See, men don't go through that shit. Nah, I don't need you to do nothing to me, homie. A woman know to do the best. I don't need your ass to know how to do it. Oh, what a damn show this is, man. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Hit the like button on here, and I appreciate your support. Great show. Take notes. Peace. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with Hollywood CGA.
Yeah. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Hey, yeah, we going hard and leaving it all on the floor. Legends ain't born, they built from the grind. From benches to banners, we sharpen the mind. We sharpen the sword and promise and swore that we going hard and